Yeah, I mean, hair look fly and everything. Someone said on the last episode, they'd be like, yo, his hairline, he don't have a hairline, but I never show my hair. I'm
This guy.
45 and fly, you know what I'm saying? With the hairline and with the barber's preciseness, brave hearted for lifers.
No, nobody's here for that. You know what I'm saying? So we're here to talk about the GOAT, Nazir Escobar himself. You know what I'm saying? Welcome everyone to Hip Hop Talks. In particular, Stoop Stories with myself and the homie Shawn.
What it do, what it do, what it do. Yo, it's a great Saturday, man, to talk about one of the most iconic members of the hip hop class, Mr. Nasir bin Aludara. We did a Stoop story on this, what, 2 years ago? Maybe, what? No, actually, only
Yeah.
that, 3 years ago. We started talking about this run. And
Yep.
coincidentally, the KD1 anniversary was a couple of days ago, this past Thursday. And
Right.
it was prime time for us to get back and just revisit that, but also revisit conversations that we had with one of our homies, Ease, Queens Get the Money. He actually came on the station here, and we were talking about the KD run and just what it meant to us as fans and what it meant to the new world of seeing who Nas is and who Nas always been. So looking forward to this one right here, fella.
Sure, man. We assembled, like you said, the Nas Avengers. You know what I'm saying? We got our homie LP, aka Evans, man. He's
Yeah.
gonna be on here. You know what I'm saying? We got the homie Ease. It's gonna be a dope show. What we want this to be is like the encyclopedia of all things Nas and Hit Boy, like a comprehensive retrospective of the 6 album run. But we're gonna start where it all started, essentially with KD1. But before we get into all that, man, I just want to talk about, because a lot of people ain't going to do this, right? So if nobody else is going to do it, we might as well, right? Um, we just saw a clip on Twitter with Ghost talking to DJ Who Kid about how Nas is the golden child and should be protected at all costs. You know what I mean? Because in this current climate, we have a lot of rappers playing around with Nas's name. You know what I'm saying? And it's just a bad look, man. He's one of our legends. He's our GOAT. One of our GOATs. If you don't consider him the GOAT, he's still a GOAT. And people just being wild disrespectful in how they talk about him. So if we want to shed light on everything he's brought to the culture and everything he is to our culture, then we might as well do it because everybody else messing around.
No doubt, and I'm glad that that Ghost said that, man. Shout out to Ghost, 1A, 1B for me for hip hop, the artist of all time, and he said on Who Kid, and I'm glad the way Who Kid was actually positioned that conversation. Again, another Queens dude who has a lot of respect for Nas. So I'm glad that was positioned the way it was positioned. They didn't have to go into full detail. They didn't have to go, down this rabbit hole about what this was and what it is and what it's not. But just the fact that Ghost made that very clear, we gotta protect. He's one of the ones that has to be protected because if not, who else is going to do it? You know what I mean? Because as you get further away from the history of hip hop, things can get lost in translation. There's going to be, the fans are now a part of the circus, if you will. The fans are now on the playing field. You know what I mean? Just imagine if all the fans from the stands of a football field was able to rush the field and play the football game while the game is happening. That's what we're seeing with the new social media wave, where everyone is rushing the field and they have a play to give on the purity of the sport. So
Yeah.
sometimes we got to get somebody to get out there and course correct things, and that's what we're going to do today.
Yeah, the inmates is running the asylum, right?
Sure, absolutely, absolutely. So let's get into it, man.
No doubt. Let's welcome our guest.
Ease,
What's the deal, fam?
what it do? Queens get the, you know what it is.
Big Queens.
Big Queens, not little,
Yeah.
big Queens.
Salute to the whole chat. Make sure y'all smash that like button.
No doubt.
Like and subscribe. What up, LP?
What's
Mr.
good?
Mr.
Sean caught
McGill
me off
said
guard.
this.
He could see us, so he waited until I had to take a sip
Yeah.
to put me on. You know what I mean?
No,
Goddamn. Hey, what's good with y'all, man? How's it going? Queens get the money all day, baby.
Queens get the money.
Sir.
Mr.
Queens
McGill
get
said
the money. Hey, you know what? You know what I'm saying? I feel like I got the wolf pack with me. You know what I'm saying? And particularly Queens Wolves. You know what I mean? So this is going to be a dope show. Big Queens. Queens get the money. I'm gonna take us, navigate us through this timeline of the epic run, and I want y'all to do Queens proud. You know what I'm saying? Don't let me outshine y'all on this Queens talk. That's all I'm saying.
that is crazy.
For sure.
Let's
So
get
let's
it,
kick it off. Let's kick it off, man. We a few days past the anniversary of the album that started it all, KD1, came out August 21st, 2020, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I want to start at the beginning, right? Because Nas linked up with Hit Boy. It was kind of, by happenstance, if you will. He was looking on IG, and his homie Double was making some moves with Nas, and Hit Boy hit him up and was like, "Yo, bring Nas through to the studio, man. You got to bring him through because I got some heat for him." And then he just threw it, out there on a whim by chance, and he said he didn't even think Nas would pull up, but he did, and then kind of never left. You know what I'm saying? But the original intention was to do, oddly enough, a Valentine's Day EP. Hit Boy said he came to the studio with the idea of putting together a lot of songs that were, talking to the women and so forth. And the first song they ever recorded together for King's Disease was All Bad with Anderson .Paak. So what were your guys' thoughts initially when Hit Boy revealed that it was going to be a Valentine's Day EP and then it turned into something else? What was your initial thoughts? I'm going to start off with you, Ease, as our esteemed guest.
I would say my initial thoughts is if you change any course of history, it affects anything coming after it. So I don't think we get KD1 per se if a Valentine's EP comes out, or if the focus is solely on making music for romance or making love tunes. I think it's easy to speak about it now in hindsight, but as far as like a Valentine's Day EP, I'm kind of glad that it didn't happen, because maybe he doesn't win a Grammy. Maybe we don't get KD2 because that slows up the entire process too. Each studio session brings about something different. You take away one record here, it affects the next sequence and on the next album. So it's a good thought, but I'm glad it didn't go through.
Okay. What you got, Ep?
Man, I'm ecstatic that shit didn't go through. Get the fuck. You know how bad it would have been if this man coming off of Lost Tapes 2 and Nasir would have dropped a Valentine's Day album. And then we're gonna break down the series, right? So one of the things is the reviews and how they focused on a particular part of his past, right? So and this is when he's on records talking about protect women and shit, right? Like, yo, I'm so happy. I don't think none of this would have happened at all. I think they would have been one and done with the albums. I don't think that, no, absolutely not. So I'm glad that it worked out the way that it did, and that they realized off of KD1. I think they realized with that when they're like, oh shit, we got more in the tuck. And I don't even think they realize that if all they focus on is Valentine's Day records. You know what I mean? So I'm assuming The Cure comes after, those R&B records. I mean, those type, the foundation. I forget some of the titles, so I have to look them up. But I don't think a lot of these songs even get created if the theme is that Valentine's Day thing the whole time. So I'm really happy that shit didn't work out. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Shawn, what you got, bro?
No, I agree with the fellas. I mean, I don't think you get full circle if it was a Valentine's joint, right? Because you think about what he was talking about on Full Circle. He was on that Mac shit on Full Circle. You know what I mean? So and All Bad is one of my favorite songs in the entire series. I love the aesthetic of that song. I love Anderson .Paak, feature on that song. But to you guys' point, I think it would have thrown off the balance of the album. KD1 had a unique balance that I don't think we expected from him. Because if you're thinking about Nas' discography and you think about balance, he leans heavy in a certain theme. And with this one, I feel like he was just having more fun. And you have a balanced diet of everything. You got the 10, you got the 10 points, you got The Cure, you got, All Bad. You got all of those joints. I don't think you can get that if it's concentrated on just either protecting women or love. You needed that whole full scope of a reflection of Nas in his whole, in his grandeur. And I don't think you get that if you with Valentine's route. So I'm glad it came out the way it came out.
It's interesting, Shawn, because you mentioned Full Circle, but it's kind of like a loosely based concept on that record as well, because, Nas, AZ, and Cormega are kind of in that pocket, right, approaching the concept of relationships in different manners. You know what I mean? So you can see, remnants of that original concept throughout the album sprinkled, like, All Bad, Till the War is Won, Replace Me, stuff like that. So you could see where it was headed, but it came together as something else that was even more dope. So, I'm glad it turned out how it is, and we didn't get that Valentine's Day EP.
Well,
but
even full circle, right? AZ and Mega had said that Nas didn't even send them the theme of the song. So they
That's
all
crazy.
felt the need to talk
Energy,
about
yeah.
women on that song, you know.
Right.
That's what happens when a beat speaks to you in a certain manner. Like dope
Right.
MCs hear the same things a lot of times. So
Uh-huh.
that's dope. So I wanna talk a little bit about how we all felt as Nas fans, and it was a narrative in place about Nas picking bad beats, and we all have a critique on what producer we want to see Nas work with, right? When the announcement that Hit Boy was going to be at the helm of producing the whole album, I feel like a lot of us as Nas fans were nervous, right? And I don't think that's due to Hit Boy is a great producer, but I mostly noticed him as a placement producer. We know his joints, like he got Niggas in Paris. He has Backseat Freestyles, my favorite Hit Boy beat on Good Kid, Mad City. But as far as him and Nas, we didn't have any point of reference outside of royalty, which you find on Lost Tapes 2. And it was formerly called No Such Thing as White Jesus, and it was featuring Frank Ocean. They had worked together years before. I believe it was for the Untitled album. And the song never came out, and it was shelved and ended up on Lost Tapes 2. But if I'm being honest, that's my least favorite song on the whole album of Lost Tapes 2. So we didn't have a good, strong point of reference. So as Nas fans, what did you all feel when it was announced that Hit Boy was going to be at the helm? LP, I'll come to you first for this one, bro.
I mean, okay, so I'm gonna take it back a little bit, right? Because like it my nervousness was based off of where Nas's trajectory was going at that time, and then what I thought of Hit Boy at the time. So I remember Hit Boy back from 2009, 2010. I think he did The Crew. He was a part of that whole shit with Kanye and them. And I remember one time, and I can't find it, but he had dropped a single. This is deep in the blog era, two dope boys type shit, right? And he dropped a summertime song that was his single. And I remember thinking, damn, that beat is dope. So throughout the years, I had known who Hit Boy was and all
Right.
that kind of stuff. So I wasn't lost on him at all. And Dom Kennedy, I listened to all that stuff, right?
Mhm.
And then at the same time, Nas was getting destroyed during the blog era, right? So we talk about it from time to time, NasLost.com. It was just a whole thing. If you go back and you read the reviews from that era, it's just all hate, all the stuff that was going on, right? So leading into the announcement of that, Nas at that point had Life is Good, then he had Years and Nothing. And then he came back with Nasir and Lost Tapes 2. And so he was shaky. It was looking bad for him. That's back when, people were like, man, maybe he needs to just he's tapped out, right? So when the first time that we heard anything was during the battle, the verses one, and they played that song. And then when he announced that they had an album coming out, honestly, I was just hoping that it wasn't bad. So my only thing was just be a solid album, just be something where people can't criticize you about it for. And then I had faith in Hit Boy's beats, but to your point, AG, I haven't heard a full body of work from him that was like, how that is. It's kind of like, with Preem now, right?
Yeah.
Like what you did with Rock Marcy is not what I'm expecting from Nas. So what he did with Dom and Big Sean and all them, that it's cool for them, but then there's a certain standard. So I was a bit nervous, but I had a feeling it was going to be good regardless. I was just hoping that it was good enough, and they obviously exceeded expectations. But that was where I was at during that time.
Facts. And what, if you may not know, for people watching and in the chat, what LP is referencing is during the time of COVID, they were doing the versus battles on IG Live. Hit Boy and
Boy Wonder.
Boy Wonder,
Hit Boy
yeah.
and Boy One. Thank you, Ease. It was Hit Boy and Boy Wonder did a verses, and one of the joints that Hit Boy played was Blue Benz. You know what I mean? And that was a snippet on there, and I was like, if the album is like this, then I can get behind it for sure. So that's what LP was referencing, that battle there. Shawn, what you got on this topic?
No, I was coming off of Lost Tapes 2 because we're talking about a year removed. These albums are almost a year apart from one another. Lost Tapes 2 came out in
Right.
September of 2019. And I remember I went to see Nas at the in a concert at the Hard Rock Cafe. the joint, House of Blues. I'm sorry, House of Blues joint. You know, in Myrtle Beach actually, and he was playing a lot of snippets, you know, from Lost Tapes 2 during that concert, and I was like, man, he might be done after, you know, this Lost Tapes 2. He might not be coming out with anything else because he played some joints from, you know, from Nasir, but didn't really get into it. He was playing more so like just a lot of legacy joints, but I didn't see this happening. I didn't see this coming because I had no education fully on Hit Boy. I'm be honest with you. It was like I heard, you know, I knew about Niggas in Paris, knew about that. I'm like, I don't want to hear a bunch of that with Nas. You know, I wasn't a big fan of the beat of Niggas in Paris, to be quite honest. I mean, I still to this day, I'm not. I appreciate what it's done, but I'm not a big fan of it. So I didn't know that was going to be the vein of what we're going to get or the lane that we're going to go into. So I was a little bit nervous. I'm not going to lie to you.
Ease.
Yeah, I would say I was a little apprehensive about it, but like the fella stated, he was coming off of Nasir and Lost Tapes 2. But I think most of us, well, I know LP stated he was familiar with Hit Boy's work back to Ninjas in Paris. Also, when he was working with Good Music, he had a soul joint called he produced Christmas in Harlem. So I knew his range, and he had a mixtape called Hit Story, a play on words for history. He had a joint with a bank called Jay-Z Interview. So I knew his range. And I always thought if Nas gets in the studio with any producer, if you give him time, you'll get quality work. Nasir is a rush job. I'm not making excuses because there's no excuse for that. But think of Nas's history going on down to LES, Primo, Pete, whoever it is, Salam Remy. If you give him time in the studio, you're going to get some quality work. So once I figured out that he was going to actually lock in with the kid, having a brief history of Hit Boy, I was cool with it, and it turned out to be all right.
That's what's up. It looked like we were all in agreement. We were a little nervous, but shout out to Hit Boy. He did a fantastic job. But I want to stay right there, Ease. You brought up Nasir being a rush job, right? Mm-hmm. So if Nasir is a hit, and it was everything that we were expecting it to be, because let's face it, it was just straight up a letdown. Them two coming together, we expected grandiose things. And that didn't happen. You know, us as Nas fans, you know, we kind of lied to ourselves for about a week or two and acting like that project was really dope, but it really wasn't. And, you know, it was because a lot of the things that happened in the making of the album, it was a rush job, as he stated. So let's play What If that album is a home run, knocked out of the park. Do we still get this Hit Boy run, or does Nas kind of like, you know, maybe ride off into the sunset as that being his swan song? Shawn, what do you think?
Can you go to Ease with that one first? Because I want to hear what y'all think, because I think mine is more compartmentalized. But I want to hear what you guys think first.
For sure.
All right, for me, I don't think if it works out, we don't get a Hit Boy run. We don't get 6 albums for sure. That's not happening. I don't see that happening. But if it's a success, I don't understand, or I don't see the relationship forming, because there's no reason to reach out to a Hit Boy. Like if you think of most Nas collaborations, LES is from where he is. Salam Remy, he'll get a one-off on Stillmatic, and then that bleeds into Godson, and then you get he's on Life is Good. For Hit Boy, I'm not understanding the entry point. How does that relationship form if Kanye works out? He's no longer part of Kanye's camp. That's over with at that point. Kanye, if he puts his all into the project and gives Nas the sort of success that Hit Boy was able to garner, I just don't see that relationship forming. It possibly could have, but it alters history drastically.
Yeah. That's very valid. Very valid.
Yeah.
LP, what you got, bro?
Yeah. It doesn't work out good for Nas, really, in my opinion, or Hit Boy for that matter. Because for one, if it's Fire with Kanye, they're gonna say that it was Kanye. And Nas can't. Now they're gonna say the only reason Nas did it dope was because he was with Kanye. So can he do it without him, right? Then okay, let's say we'll go down the rabbit hole that he meets Hit Boy anyway, and they still do the KD1. Hit Boy has already said that a big motivation for the run was to do better than what Kanye did, right? So coming out, so if the Kanye shit was fire and KD1 was just KD1 and it was cool, I don't know that they have a motivation to keep on going. But HB and Nas both realize, oh, we could do better than this, and then we get KD2 and Magic. So I think a lot of the motivation was to kill the noise from that album, and I think Nas is trying to prove like, nah, hell nah, that's not me. And Lost Tapes is just a collection of shit I just needed to get off this Def Jam deal with. You know what I'm saying? And HB had a point to prove, and when KD2 dropped, he made a reference to Kanye, and Jay had to call him like, yo, take that shit down. You won, you're good. So you already know that it was a motivation on him to completely kill that and to be like, look what I did with Nas. So I think that for him, for HB, not even Nas, there's this competition that he had with Kanye in his mind. And Nas was the vessel for that. You know what I mean? And I just don't think we get that. If that shit's a home run and then Nas drops a KD1 after, like, so like say KD1 comes out the same way, but that Kanye album was super fire, they're gonna be like, damn, you should have just worked with KD with Kanye. You know, what's Ultra Black about? Now he's back on his shit. You know what I mean? Like, so yeah. So like, the interesting thing about Nas is that it always seems to work out the way that it should with him. You know, it's always, the outcome always seems to be the best case scenario. Like, even when we debate, and AG, that's one of your top 5 debates, is what if I Am came out the way that it should? And I'm always on the fence, like, well, we got Lost Tapes. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I'm gonna take Lost Tapes, and I'm not changing a thing at all.
Right.
But I understand the alternate universe where that, you know, so it's just every single time, big condoms on the baby seat, somehow he flips it. You know what I'm saying? Like, the outcome always works out best for him off of some negative shit. So I just think that I don't know that it works out well for him. Nas isn't good with success, if you know what I mean? Like, when he's doing too good, he gotta like stab his leg. Stab my leg. Okay, I feel some pain and shit. You know what I mean? Like, so, you know, just crank this car. You know what I mean? Like,
you know what, LP, that's before I get to you real quick, Shawn, that's a fire perspective. I've never thought about it like that, but the competition aspect definitely was there because, you know, like E said, Hit Boy came up under Kanye and the good music, you know, run and all that. So at some point, the student's always going to try to outdo the teacher. You know what I mean? And like you said, Nas was the vehicle for that. I never thought about that aspect of it, bro. Dope perspective. Shawn, what do you got on this now, bro?
Man, first of all, phenomenal points. That's why I wanted to hear what you guys said first, because I wanted to understand where I was going at it with myself, because I looked at artists like Nas, they build off of what motivates them. And it's not, they're not motivated by the external things. It's more internal motivation. Like, what is this project is going to do for me? Why am I doing this project? What's around me that's going to motivate me to put out the quality of the project? And he trusted Kanye to have a vision. And Kanye didn't even understand his own vision. Kanye was all over the place. We don't know that in real time. In real time, we're thinking like, okay, this is going to be dope. We wanted a Kanye and Nas joint for so long because this, you know, since going back to the joint that he had on his second album on Be Major, we were like, yo, we need more of that, right? Because Nas was in a different pocket. You know what I'm saying? So in real time, I wasn't against Nasir. It was more of like, I gotta ride with it. Regardless, I gotta ride with it. You know what I mean? And for me, I felt like, you know, kind of with to E's point, I don't know if the success of Nasir would have gave birth to the motivation and the hunger for KD. And not just KD1, but the KD series in general, because he caught fire. He caught the hot hand. He got back into a rhythm of being inspired. And I don't know if you can be inspired by your peers as much as you can be inspired by the younger person like Hit Boy who's telling you in the booth, like, yo, you the one. You the one. Like, we need you. We need this. I got a beat for this. I got a beat for that. And he's doing his homework. So he's motivated. So you got two motivating people in the studio locked in doing great work. And I don't know if you would get that in any other event. So back to E's point, to our L point as well, all things had to happen for this to happen. So I'm not, you know, I'm grateful for Nasir.
I got a question for you, though, right?
For being bugged out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Question is,
do you think that because Shawn just mentioned how we didn't know what was going on with Kanye at the moment? at the time, in hindsight, were we being delusional? Because if you think about it, the dude was trying to release almost like 7 albums in 1 month on one label. Tiana Taylor was complaining that he was changing things on the fly. Nas' album didn't come out the very moment we thought it was going to come out. I think it was delayed maybe 1 or 2 days. So in hindsight, he was showing us in real time that he wasn't really focused on the music as a whole. You know what I'm saying?
He
So I was
always,
gonna,
if I can answer that, Ease, I think that I don't know if delusional. Well, he does have a lot of delusional moments. Let's be clear in general, but I think when you're great at something, delusion is a very big part of your psyche. I work in the medical field. I'm a physical therapist, and not even that, but just like doctors, like MDs and stuff, they tend to overestimate themselves and their own abilities. You know what I mean? So it's just like,
were we delusional, not Kanye. I'm talking about our delusion.
oh, okay. I thought you was meaning his ability to do 7 albums in that short amount of time.
So to your point, right? And I was thinking about this because I was going to ask you guys, like, were you more worried about KD1 or Nasir? Because the thing is that I haven't been a fan of Kanye, the human being, for a very long time. You know what I'm saying? He lost me like in Pablo days. You know what I mean? Like, and the album has still got decent songs, but I remember even then he was already tweaking shit and just tweaking as a person and tweaking in the music too, right? So by the time, so let me go years, right, just tweak, So by the time Nasir came, the only I was concerned about it because I had already remember what albums Kanye had already dropped since then. He like Yeezus and all this other stuff, and outside of Bound 2, I didn't really like anything that Kanye was doing during that time for the most part, right? And I know other people love it, but I just wasn't a fan of that stuff. And Nas, we just hadn't heard anything from, period, outside of some features and whatever. So going into Nasir, I was a bit of concern, right? And then what had me amped was the fact that Daytona was so fire. Right, so Daytona had dropped the week prior, so then I'm like, oh, and this is the bag that Ye is on. Now I'm fully vested. Now I'm hyped because Daytona was so fire. But in hindsight, Pusha, he heard the Kanye beats. He's pulling one for himself. He's in the studio. He's the president. He's got full access to Ye. There's rumors of how Nas was even recording that album and how it was mixed in. The whole energy behind Nasir, in hindsight, to E's point, is just off to me. The Kardashians and Queensbridge, that shit just don't feel right. You know what I'm saying? They got that one dude that's kind of like, come on, man, like you couldn't exist back then, dog. Like just overall, just is very icky, that whole shit, But to E's point, Daytona was what really had me amped for it. Prior to that, I was a bit concerned,
Yo, LP, the fact that the Kardashians was at QB and you from Queens and wasn't there is nasty, but I'm gonna let you live.
Chill, bro.
But but for real though,
I would have rather been robbed in QB than have them there. Take my wallet. Here you go, man. You know what I'm saying? One for the good guys.
I heard that Nas was on the way to that event. Nas was recording vocals in a van, like on the way to that event. So it was just a crazy rush job. And to your point, LP, and to both of y'all's points, Daytona, Pusha had the benefit of having the most time with Kanye. Coming first, you had all the access and everybody else got, kind of a rush job going forward. So that's why Daytona came out a classic and the other ones are what they are. But yeah.
And real quick, like what makes Nasir worse is that it's the first time where Nas sounds bad. Nas never sound bad. Now you can go to like some certain songs on Street Disciple, Nostradamus, and maybe you don't fuck with the production, but there was never a question about how Nas sounded on that trash ass beat. If you feel that way, you know what I'm saying? Like even what's that? Who Killed It? I can't listen to Who Killed It. The first time I ever listened to that song in full was when AG posted it on the Discord because I refused to listen to it. Once that accent starts. But even then, and the transition, like it's worth it just for the transition. I'm skipping to the last 10 seconds of the song and shit. But even then, he's still rapping good. Nasir was the first time where he sounded hurt. So he sounded old and out of beat. You know what I mean? And
Kanye altered some stuff on there though. I heard that Kanye, like the beats that Nas originally rapped over, Kanye
wasn't
altered
even what he got
in post-production. Yeah.
It
Yeah,
sounded
Yeah,
like he was nudging his vocals. You know what I mean? Like the
yeah,
right,
time
yeah,
was up a
dog,
little
and
bit.
and then Kanye, the shit leaks where he's trashing Nas for not being able to rap on beat. So then now you're gaslighting my boy too. Now I really don't like you. You know what I'm saying? Because it was all you, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. And that's Nas, man. Why you could have seen why he had to be like the third one up. You know, he could have been
yeah.
like the fifth or sixth. Like, you didn't need to have him go up next. Knowing that that's the product that you're about to put out, go ahead and then put Tiana Taylor's
Well,
first, or put out your shit with Kid Cudi, or put your own shit out first, and then make Nas the fifth one once you realize that the vocals aren't adding up and you're stuck, on the, like the highway waiting for some vocals. Because remember, it even dropped right at 12. Like it had dropped like an
yeah.
hour later or some weird shit like that.
That was because of the puff vocals for not for radio, like held it up. You know what I'm saying?
And you
So
got Puff on the vocals. You know what
right.
I mean? Like,
They tried
damn,
to
man,
get
this
that
nigga dark
hate
energy.
me now feel. But
Yeah.
to answer your question though, like I think that what happened was with the deadline, I remember Kanye said something about he had promised Obama that he would fully produce a Nas album. So he said that to Obama. So he hit Nas up and was like, yo, it's time to do this album. Like, are you down? I'm going to do like, a run of albums with my artists. And Nas was like, cool, I'm down. But Nas was taken aback and surprised because he said Kanye tweeted out the dates. Like, Nas coming this day, Pusha this day, Tiana Taylor this day, Cudi this day. And then it was like, he put his own back against the wall by doing the date. So now we got to meet these deadlines so I don't look foolish. You know what I mean? So that Nas didn't necessarily agree to that out the gate. He was just kind of forced into that situation, if you
Right.
will.
I mean, now it feels like it was a sabotage because didn't Kanye and Obama have beef by 2017? Wasn't he already hating Obama by then? So I'm going to make a shitty Nas album. You know what I'm saying? In honor of Obama. See, now I really hate this album. This is officially the worst Nas album. I think I probably already had it as the worst, but I think out of just nostalgia, it's always been Nostradamus. But I'm gonna give it to Nasir. Nasir is the worst Nas album of all time. I'm stamping it. God damn it, shit is
You
horrible,
know
yo.
what?
I'm
You know
never
what, Ease?
listening again.
That's your fault. He's the triggered LP and to give it
Come
the
on,
official
man.
stamp.
Nas is like, hey,
Bad
that
man.
you made that album for Obama. No wonder you're wearing a Trump hat. You know what I mean? Like, boy.
Yeah, that's what's up, man. So, Shawn, I want to talk about something you said real quick, right? You talked about the importance of locking in with, the producer in the studio, like which, to the Kanye of it all, he didn't have that time with him. This album had potential to be derailed, right? Because it started just before COVID hit. And then because they were trying to get the Valentine's Day joint out before February, and then, was curating the album, and it's like the world stopped in March, right? But they went on to continuing pulling up in the studio together where at times it was just the two of them and the engineer in there. You know what I mean? So crafting this album that way they could see it through because they started it and wanted to finish it. So Shawn, I want to ask you, what was the importance of that, like seeing the project through, and can you tell that in the music that they were locked in the studio together, even in a pandemic? Like, it's not like, well, I'm gonna send you this, you send it back, we're gonna do this or that or whatever. We're in this, locked in it together. You muted, bro. Shawn, you muted. There you go.
My bad. I was getting messages and stuff. I'm bad.
Oh, you good.
Imagine back in the day, fellas, and we all older men, older gentlemen, when the artist got in the booth with the producer, and we got away from that. Start mailing your tracks over, or the email, and the synergy wasn't there sometimes because you couldn't really feel or understand what the producer wanted and what you wanted, and we got away from that. The stories that we've always heard about Nas, making Illmatic, going to the studio, being in there, having the producers of that time frame, like really there encouraging and motivating, say, hey, mate, change this or put this, or here's the beat for that, whatever. He's a rapper's rapper. He's an MC's MC. He's always talked about that. He's always talked about him being like the prototype of an MC. So what are you doing for a prototype MC? You put them in, you lock them up with a producer who's also motivated and inspired. And again, you need a symbiosis, right? To be able to lock in. Because if you don't have that, and an artist like Nas needs that. He needed that for this time frame in his career, because again, it rejuvenated him. It probably gave him some nostalgia about how he used to be in a studio with the producer or producers, where he was able to make a change here or there, or be inspired by who's in the corner talking about whatever. Think about how Body in the Trunk came about. That came Jungle walking, by in the studio and made a, like humming off Body in the Trunk, Body in the Trunk. He hear that, him and Nori, Queens Get the Money, Corona Queens Stand Up, him and Nori went and put in Body in the Trunk. So again, if you're by yourself, you isolated, you at home writing it down in your journal, and you mail over a lyric or whatever, some lyrics or verses, whatever, it doesn't have that straight off because you don't have the inspiration behind it. So it was very important to have them lock in together, just to inspire one another and make adjustments where needed.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Eeze, I want to ask you something in particular, because for those of you who don't know Eeze or don't watch the Eeze Experience, first of all, you slipping, you need to tap in the homie's channel, go over there and subscribe and watch his content, really dope content. I want to ask you, as a producer, how important is it for Nas as the legend to relinquish a lot of his stature and kind of humble himself and let this young up and coming producers like, yo, I'm going to let you produce me. I'm going to let you take the keys, if you will. I'm going to ride shotgun on this project. And it's not that he like did that haphazardly. Hit Boy handled the situation with care. Like, he went back and studied the Stillmatics, the It Was Written, the IMs and Illmatics, to know what kind of pockets and beats that Nas wanted to rhyme on. So like Shawn said, it was a symbiosis. Like, Nas had to, fall back and give another producer the keys, but Hit Boy had to do his due diligence and study Nas to get what kind of beats that he liked to make the project work. So Eeze, can you speak to the importance of that when this project came about?
Yeah, well, two things. First of all, like an artist like Nas, once in a lifetime generational talent. Anybody that does beats, you've already done beats for them and put them to the stash. Not saying you're gonna give it to him per se, but when you up and coming in the ranks, this is a Nas beat, Nas folder. You know what I'm saying? So because you're practicing to get in the studio with him.
DJ Premier's been doing the same thing as you, dog. I hope he has a whole 20 years worth of Nas.
We hope, man. For real, man. But to add on to that, also Nas he comes from that school of being produced, Large Professor or Q-Tip or even Primo. But I think that the greatest part of it all is courageous, but also at the same time is Nas being a prototypical OG in a sense, right? Because he could have played it safe and said, you know what, I had 2 duds. I'm going to go work with DJ Premier now because I know people will accept this. You know what I'm saying? Or I'm going to work with Q-Tip. But working with Hit Boy, he's seen something in him. And when you do things like that for the younger generation, I'm pretty sure that made Hit Boy's confidence skyrocket. Nas believes in me. He's going to do a whole project with me. Right. So I think things like that, the synergy comes musically, but it also comes through relationship. You know what I'm saying? So the importance of getting in the studio and working with each other is everything, because you can't really develop that relationship they had through text, FaceTime, or even phone calls. Being in the studio night and night again, work to their benefit. So I think him believing in Hit Boy, getting in the studio boosts his confidence, and we here now.
Right. They became a good point. They became very brotherly throughout that whole process. So that was dope to see.
Well, to E's point, right? Like, I think the connection is more important than how many people you're working with or not, because Nasir was also one producer, one MC.
Bingo.
But there was no connection. They emailed it, faxed it in. I don't know. He sent it in Braille. He had to convert the shit to letters. I don't know how. There had been a lot of friction. Between, you know what I mean? He sent that shit through snail mail, something, because it didn't connect. The other thing is COVID, right? Like, again, like turning negatives into positives. That might be the theme of Nas's existence and shit, because they were cool because it was COVID and they had nowhere else to go. And it just so happened that Nas was staying in LA. So when Nas is going straight to the studio and chilling in the studio with them, it's because they can't go nowhere else. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're chilling with each other all the time. And the thing is, too, is that Hit Boy, he's young, but he ain't young like that, right? Because he's like 36, 37. So that means that he was in his preteens to teenage middle years when Nas was in his Stillmatic, that kind of phase, right?
Right.
So he had already known what a certain sound for Nas is to begin with. So, and Hit Boy's going to take the opportunity to work with any producer that can get a big time person like that. So I do think that the onus is on Nas for trusting Hit Boy so much when we already know the history of Nas being very protective about what happens and maybe even overthinking shit with which HB helped him with. So I just think, like, again, like poets or somebody said, the golden child, there might be something to that shit, man. It might be some mysticism. How of all the producers that you locked in with Metro, sorry, that'd be another dope one, but you locked in with Hit Boy, who just happens to have all this range, who happens to be a humble dude who lives 40 miles from you in the middle of nowhere during COVID, and this is the product that we got from it. So to E's point, that connection is extremely important, because that one album, one MC shit, it didn't work out for him with Nasir. And who's to say that if it wasn't for COVID, that he would have went back to that? Maybe he would have felt like,
Right.
nah, actually, what got me in the game? Multiple producers.
Right. Good point.
And I'd never done a single producer album. And the one that I did, more people in the chat like it than I do. We agree to disagree there. But, that's what came of it. So I think that you ever heard, like, it's like a thing where when you have too many options, it's actually a negative, right?
Right.
Because then you don't know what to choose, and you get so stuck trying to find something to pick that you can't just sit down. And I think the best thing that happened for him was that he probably didn't have any options during COVID to even work with and go to as many places to
Right.
deal with people and face to face, and he was probably so paranoid about the Nasir shit that he's like, yo, if I'm gonna do one of these, I gotta be in the studio with them. This ain't,
Yeah. You learn from your mistakes. You learn from your mistakes.
right. He obviously,
Excellent point. Excellent point. So
AG,
how?
super chat.
Oh, that's what's up. Appreciate y'all. Yeah.
Ease.
For better gibbet, I can't pronounce, for better gibbet with the $9.99 super chat. Appreciate you. Hey, yo, Ease. That's all. Appreciate you, man.
He's from Scotland or something like that. He's from like Greenland. He got fans all over the world. That word right there.
That name had me.
It's like a rabbit. Like, that's from like Winnie the Pooh. It's probably from like some poem or something like that.
That name had me looking like I needed hooked on phonics or something. So, but anyway, Shawn, I wanted to come to you for this. I wanted to come to you for this next one, man. So the album jumps off with Ultra Black as the single, which is very celebratory about our blackness and our culture, everything about it. How important was it, and what was your thoughts when he jumped off with that as the first single during such an inflammatory time in the Black community with what was going on with the police brutality and all that? Won't get into all that, you know what I'm saying, as far as like everything that was going on, but just to take an alternative approach versus making, a militant song or a sad song. He did a very celebratory song that was uplifting. So how important was that when you first heard it, Shawn?
So got some spam coming through. Two things that happened for me. Number one, I loved it. I think it was perfect timing. It was a situation where we needed that message from him, because we've gotten messages from him during those difficult climates. It was needed, much needed. Loved it. I actually, bought the merch. It had some merch that came along with Ultra Black. And, AG, you a collector as well, so you know what those were. I was locked in for it, and it was a feel good record. Even the video made sense. All of that was great.
Yo, AG, you own the hat? I feel like you got the Ultra Black video hat somewhere. You know what I mean? That big one that he wore in the video.
Nah, I don't got it. I just got a shirt. That's it.
You looked it up for sure, man. He's like, wait, what? 2000?
He did. He did. But the other side, again, the other side to me was more of, and here's the type of the fan I am for when it comes to Nas. I want people to love Nas like I love Nas. So I'm thinking about the public perception of a single like that, right? Where I'm like, we need that. But again, I'm thinking about also the climate that we're also in, because we're not getting a lot of that. Everyone wants to hear something else. So I'm like, I liked it. I love this, but I want to come up with something else. because I need him to feed the populace who may think that this is not the right one because of ignorance or because of them not having the opportunity to expand their own brand housing group, right? So I'm looking at it like, bring that out. Yes, we need that, but give me something else. Give me something else for the people because I'm a fan already. I'm a diehard fan already. But let's get these other guys over because we're starting to get into the big heavy of the push of the streaming era. You know, this is when streaming became like pivotal 2019, 2020. So I wanted to get those streams, but I knew Ultra Black probably wouldn't get the populist streams. It would have gotten ours, of course, but not the populist. So I had two different thought processes around it, to be quite honest.
Okay. Anybody got anything to add to that?
Yeah, I would say when I first heard the single, I like the song a lot, but if we go back to even like Nas said, like the first single we heard off of that was like that Al Jarreau joint, right? And I don't think that in the Lost
that was Lost Tapes
didn't have a single, right?
Nas
didn't have a single. So this is the first single that we're hearing from Nas that we can actually appreciate. And this is what Nas does anyway. It has anything to do with like the George Floyd situation and all of that. Nas, he makes songs like this. Him and people like Styles P, they always do empowerment songs for the community. So I'm thinking like, all right, we're going to get this as a first single. But it also made me happy because sometimes if you work with a producer like Hit Boy, people would typically go to him for a commercial single. Nas stayed within his realm. And then when I heard that, I'm like, okay, the next joint is going to be something that'll be more commercially more digestible. But I'm glad that Nas stayed within his realm and he put that out first. And then we got the other singles after that. And when you listen to it on the album, it's what? Right after Car 85 and right before 27 Summers, right? So you appreciate it that much more as well. So I was Black.
Yeah. The song sounds better in sequence.
Yeah.
In the album, right? I wasn't mad at the single. Like I was more kind of like I was kind of on the fence about the approach about the single because the last single was the Nas the real rap or whatever the story was. So you just always want Nas to come with some heat some undeniable shit, right? So like anytime that it's not completely undeniable, you already know he needs to bat 1,000 just to get the proper praise that the common person should be getting. So if it's not exactly that, then it's like, oh, what the fuck is going on and blah, 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 you know? And AG brought up a good point. Like, it was just irritating when that song came out and then you listen to the reviews of the song and all that stuff. And it's like, you know, this is not what we want to hear from Nas. We want a more aggressive and you know, during that time, a lot of people were big on Run the Jewels, you know, I guess. So like they want all this aggressive fucking, you know, fuck the police, you know, and Nas is trying to be more uplifting with it in his approach while still being clever. Because I'm gonna read it excerpt from a review, which is crazy about just to put it in perspective of how they were viewing this man at the time and just in general. But like even like Ultra Black, the opposite of Doja Cat, you know what I'm saying? Because you know she was on a racist chat showing her feet and that whole situation. And to your point, G, he had already did this. Like if you go back and you listen to Untitled, if he dropped that album right then and right now, it would still be 100% relevant, down to Fox News and just all that kind of stuff. He had been Angry Nas and telling y'all about this. He's just always ahead of the curve. So now when you want, you know, this side of him, he's like, you know, buy my old albums. If you can listen to all these old people for their dumb shit, then listen to my old shit for the stuff that I have been saying for years. I can't keep on repeating myself with this kind of stuff. So I think he took a more optimistic approach. I think it worked well in the grand scheme of things of the album. It doesn't stick out in a negative way. It's not even the most empowering song on the album. So just that kind of lets you know where his direction is, because I would argue that 10 Points is probably the most realistic, uplifting song on the album and what he's discussing. And if you want more of the controversial political stuff, then the Foundation, right, with Brucey, that's my shit too. Like, you know, so Ultra Black was like that more empowering one. And I just don't feel that during that time he was being criticized properly for it, because now they want him to be how he was then, but it was like I was that then. You know what I'm saying? Like I can't be that now. It's not where I'm at.
Right. Facts. Now the next question is a twofold question, and I'm gonna kick it off with you, Shawn. So I want you to talk about the importance of this album winning a Grammy, regardless of the esteem that we hold the Grammys in or not, it being Nas's first Grammy and that degree of difficulty at this stage in his career to win one, as well as the media's approach to this album. They showed him a lot of love on this album because I think a lot of them felt like this was his swan song, that he was going to hang it up. So they rolled out the red carpet, unlike they did on any other album. So it was a lot of things that surrounded this album that kind of propped it up really high with the Grammy and how the media treated that. This first joint, like they didn't show any more love to the other ones. They acted like those didn't exist. So can you talk about those things?
Man, it was important. I felt like I won the Grammy when it got announced, to be honest with you, because I felt like the closest that, in my opinion, I felt the closest that Nas got to a Grammy was Distant Relatives. I felt that Distant Relatives had checked all the boxes of what we thought the Grammy board was looking for in an album. Just the tone of it. You had Damian Marley on it. It had a world effect. It had a lot of different things that played into a factor of what would get a Grammy. And with this one, when he got nominated, I remember I was doing my old podcast, and this like in 2020, and we were talking about it on air. And then the actual listening came down while we were on live. And one of the guys, hit me up and was like, "Yo, look at the listing." And I remember looking at it on live, like, "Yo, we might have a chance to get it. We might have a chance to finally get this Grammy." And when it finally came down the pipe and we got the Grammy, I said we because of course we all part of hip hop. But when we got the Grammy, I was like, "Yo, finally," because this is something that, again, I'll go back to the balance of an album. This album had a great balance. It had a great message. It wasn't overbearing one way or the other. It was just the right kind of tone for 2020 because a lot was going on in 2020. America was going through a lot of different changes, of course, because of the COVID thing, and we locked in. And this was the proper time and the appropriate time for an album like this. This is a complete album. You don't get a lot of complete albums, and that's why this album is special to me. This one and KD2, for me, are very complete albums because you get a beginning, a middle, and an end. And it felt that way throughout. So to me, it fit the aesthetic of what a Grammy should be for a rap album, for a hip hop album. And I just think that it was the best moment for us as well.
No doubt.
So what you got, Ease?
I think it was definitely a bucket list moment for him. But like in hindsight, as a fan, like as Nas fans, we always feel as though he doesn't get the recognition, right? And if we look at those nominees that year, who do we have? We have Jay Electronica, D Smoke, Royce the 5'9", and Freddie Gibbs.
Yep.
It also reinforced my thinking that the Grammys could just be a popularity contest because if that's a Royce/Eminem album, does Nas win? I think he should have won based on the album, but it just so happened that he was in a category where he was probably the most popular individual. The music is fire. I'm not saying that the music isn't fire, but I just feel as though even like the KD2 situation, we'll speak about that later on. That album was better than KD1, but somehow it's not spoken about as much. It didn't get the same the media notoriety. So I would say that it was definitely a bucket list situation. I'm glad that he got it. He got that monkey off of his back. He deserved it time and time again. But at the same time, it makes you think like if it was some other individuals added to that category, will we be here talking about Nas winning his first Grammy?
Facts.
What's crazy is sometimes I think they just like to go against the grain. If it's like a popularity contest, they go into who's popular. But just when you think they're going to do that, they'll pick some indie artist nobody's ever heard of. You know what I mean? And then they'll win it. So they like to keep people guessing.
50 Cent and Evanescence.
They were fighting with each other between Nas and D Smoke, probably. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's how they be. I'll keep it honest with you. I don't give a shit about no fucking Grammys. Never did. It's just
I respect that.
At all. And then I feel like the best thing that this did for me as a fan for Nas is to show where people were like, now you're giving him one when he dropped this and he dropped this. And keep in mind, like almost all his albums get nominated for a Grammy. right?
Right.
Every album that he puts up to be nominated gets nominated. He just never be winning shit, right?
Mhm.
So to give it to this album, which I think was deserved based off of the list, even though he was competing against Jay Electronica, right?
Yeah,
So
Right.
Jay
yeah.
had a big piece of that album too.
Mm.
So there was that whole, like, is Jay gonna take this Grammy from Nas or whatever? So for me, that's all that it pretty much did. It just opened the eyes to people to be like, yo, why did it take so long for him to get one? And I remember watching an interview, I think with Talib Kweli or something, when he was talking about like, damn, man, I was mad he got one because I want him to be one of those, and that's kind of almost how I feel, kind of selfishly, not really, but I just kind of feel like, you know what? Don't give him none. I'd rather him not have one because fuck y'all anyway. And he's Nas and Bob Marley and Tupac and all these other people that got robbed. So I'm happy for him that he got one. I think that seemed like an accomplishment for him because he did perform there the following year. I'm glad he wasn't like Killer Mike and tap dancing all on the stage and shit. You know what
So
I'm saying? So it could have been worse, right?
No doubt.
But yeah, if Nas is happy, then I'm
right.
happy for him. But me
You,
personally, I don't give a fuck what the
you know what?
who they give a Grammy to.
LP, you're like Jungle because he said that was Jungle's response to him, like, "Yo, we used to be the cool niggas that didn't have any Grammys." Like,
Yeah,
that,
right.
that,
I don't. It's not that I'm trying to cap. Like how sometimes people just want to protect their artists to themselves. I see a lot of Clips fans who aren't Clips fans anymore because they sold a lot of units. You know what I'm saying?
right,
You gotta stop it, right? But the selfish, the artist part of me is just kind of like, you know what? I'd rather y'all not give him any recognition, and the fact that he's even still being mentioned is because the people, and he's the people's champ and all of
right,
that. So, and then we see it like with other artists now, like you see like with Kendrick right now, and even with Kanye, where so much of their mainstream allure is based off the mainstream shooting them so much praise. You know what I'm saying? Where I think what makes Nas stand out, and we talk about this stuff often, is just like anytime that he's even mentioned in the top 10, it's based off of his talents because the
yeah,
mainstream aspect of it isn't enough to push him up there the way it is all these other cats that intentionally make things for the mainstream and to be on
Right.
these
Yeah.
things and the title they created. Like they care about that type of shit. You know what
Mhm.
I mean? I think he cares, but not really. It's cool if I got one, but you know,
yeah. For,
I'm not
for me, it's
fighting for
another.
it.
But for me, it's another argument piece because, like, we argue and defend Nas or whatever, and that's one of the things they always hold over. But he ain't got no Grammys, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's just like now you can check that box and say, like, well, now he does.
But
And
but then they hit you with like, well, he only got one. About time he got one. It's been like
right,
what
right,
2 years. He got one. Like he's Dirk or some shit. You know what I'm saying? Like
that's true.
like you got a ring, cool. So like he ain't Dan Marino, but
But,
I almost
but
would
to
rather him be Dan Marino. You know what I'm saying? I'd rather almost you and I have one.
Yeah, but to
So
have that many nominations, I think him and Snoop had the most nominations without a win. And then once you keep chalking up those losses, I think it's a bad look. You know what I mean? So
But I
it's
think it's like the respect factor to continuously get nominated. Like we already know how media in general did him, so it's so easy for those establishments to just not acknowledge him at all. So in that sense, I do give them a sense of
mhm,
credibility where either even when the narrative is against him, even with the reviews and everybody's talking bad about Untitled or hip hop is dead or blah blah blah, the Grammys still when they because they got to listen to this shit over and over again
right.
is my assumption if you're doing it right. So like to always every time that Nas comes up, you feel the need to be like, nah, this needs to be nominated. Remember, it's always album of the year. So for hip hop album of the year, so his albums are maybe not the singles and all that stuff, but his albums were all nominated. Life is Good was nominated when Kanye
Mhm,
won it, right? It could have been that one. Each KD album was nominated. It could have. I think KD two had more of a reason to win than KD one to E's point. This is better in every sense of the word, right? So if you're gonna get this one, how does this one not get it? So
right. So really, the math don't math a lot of times with that. So
nah, but so I think that um it is dope in that sense that when it comes down to just listening to the music and acknowledging, you know, that it should be placed as one of the top albums on this mainstream fucking perspective, that every time he throws something out there, they put it up on like, yo man, this is one of them, you know?
Right.
So I respect them more for the nominations than I do the win. The win is just kind of like y'all just got it wrong fucking 15
All
years,
them
50 times in a
years.
row.
Yeah, all them
Right, right,
years.
right. You
You
know,
know what
but
I'm
at
saying?
least you get it to a certain extent. You know, not to leave them off.
For sure. So glad he finally got that one. Shawn, I'm gonna come to you next, man. We're gonna discuss the features a little bit, just your overall takeaway from the features that were selected for this album. You're big on intentionality, right? When the track list first leaked for the album, once again, I know a lot of us as Nas fans were nervous about that feature list because some of these people we couldn't hear Nas rapping with these people per se. But that goes along with Hit Boy contributing to the project, him being the producer and people pulling up with him and saying, hey, you know what I'm saying? This is a contrast, but it might work. Let's, put you on a track with this person, that person, and see how it turns out. So to name the people that we have on the album, we have Charlie Wilson, we got Big Sean, we got Don Toliver, Lil Durk, Anderson .Paak, Brucey B, The Firm, consisting of AZ, Cormega, Foxy Brown, and Dr. Dre, special guest appearance. And we got Fabio Foreign, who is on timeout with Nas fans, and we got ASAP Ferg. So with that with that feature list, Shawn, what do you feel about the ones that were selected?
I wasn't excited in the beginning. I was, apprehensive. Like, what's going on here? You know what I mean? Where's Ray? Where's Ghost? You know what I mean? Like, I wanted that. But listening to it and again, hindsight being 2020, it made sense. A lot of it makes sense. Having Charlie Wilson on there for Car 85, that song sounds so much. It sounds greater with Charlie Wilson being part of that, right? Even if you think about Lil Durk, not a big Durk fan, but he did really well on that joint. And again, I have to go back to what I said at the beginning. I'm a Nas fan, so I want others to be Nas fans. I want the fan base to cross over. So if it took for Durk to be on there to, gain the attention of his fan base, I'm good with it. I thought the Anderson .Paak start of it was good on All Back. That's one of my favorite songs on the album itself. So I love that one. Always been a Brucey B fan. That takes me back easily. So that made sense. But the one I was more intrigued by, of course, when I saw The Firm. And more so not just The Firm, but really Cormega. To hear Cormega and Nas again, and even Foxy pulling up, and then you get Dre on the back end of it, it made things right. We don't need a full Firm Part 2 album. We don't need that. I felt like this was the right piece to that. I felt like this was the right type of touch to say, hey, look, we still The Firm. Let's not get it twisted. Whatever the publications may say, we still did 1 million copies, right? We're still that dope. But to have that group together was really good. Forget Fabio Foreign. I'm not going to speak on that name. Forget him. But shout out to Ferg, because I thought Ferg did his thing too. Because Ferg always showed love to Nas, even before this. Ferg showed love to Nas. So yeah, that's my take on the features.
Ease, what do you got, homie?
As far as the features go, I would say, like, reading the list, there's a lot of safe choices on there. So it's almost as if, like, I don't know why I would have panicked at that time, but I was a little apprehensive. I was obviously The Firm. We wanted to hear that. Charlie Wilson sounds good on everything, pretty much. Ferg is who he is. I'm a fan of Ferg. The only thing I would state is that I wasn't worried about Nas doing songs with these individuals. I was kind of scared of them attempting to keep up with Nas. But hearing the songs and with Hit Boy as a producer, he geared the production towards both individuals. You know what I'm saying? Like, he didn't put Lil Durk on Blue Bins.
Yeah,
they knew exactly where to place these individuals. So in hindsight, I probably jumped out the window. But the features worked out. I can't really complain about any of them. Anderson .Paak, you can't miss with him.
Facts. Facts. What you got, LP?
Yeah, I was worried, but not really. You know what I'm saying? So when I first saw the names, again, I'm like, Nas does not listen to the people that we listen to, right? So when we're looking at a list, and I think with people, especially like the Twitter talking heads, right? There's like, where's Benny and where's West Side and where's these people? And it's like, dog, Nas listens to ghetto ass 18-year-olds. You know what I'm saying? Like, like he listens to Kodak. Kodak Black can probably get a Nas feature before Oldie. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Tiger got one.
Yeah.
Right. You know, like yo, the man Nas listens to Dirk. He listens to these younger cats. Like on KD3 when he talking about Chicago, get that gang. The fact that he even knows what that is lets you know that man watches like YouTube videos on this shit. You know what I'm saying?
Which is
So
wild why he gets the disrespect from that area. It bugs me out.
right. No, exactly. Well, it's interesting because there's an interview where G Herbo, another Chicago rapper, young guy, where he was like, they're talking about "I Gave You Power" and how Cole had put them like, yo, you got to listen to this. I mean, they're like, holy shit, like it's like that. So there's a recent interview with Southside and G Herbo where they're saying that Nas they picked Nas over Jay lyrically, you know. So those Chicago cats, they got, you know, the Midwest I think has always had a different appreciation for
Yeah,
Nas, like Detroit, Chicago, Cleveland area. Shout out to El Boog. Boogie, you
Boogie.
know, they're like they love him because of the street, the reality of it all, you know. So again, so I think he likes that style of music. You know what I'm saying? He's not like listening to a lot of the stuff that we are. So in the beginning, I know there was a bit of pushback because of those features, and oh, it's an album with Hit Boy and not Pete Rock. Oh, or Nicholas Craven. You know what I'm saying? Or Conductor. And oh, look at these features. He's rapping with Dirk instead of this person and that person. And I just think that there was a bit of concern. And quite honestly, like once it came out, everything worked out perfect. I would say that the features that they're not off, but it's different than what we were expecting was the firm reunion because it was about women.
Right.
So like the verses were about women where, you know, normally that like they're
Right.
so it's like what you expected to get out of these you really got from them. And then, you
Right.
know,
yeah.
and Dirk, he had a dope line, you know, we keep Macs and not computers or something like that. So even Dirk was spitting his shit during that time. And Ease, or I forgot, my apologies, who made the point of maybe it was you, Shawn, where it's like if these young guys are gonna bring attention to Nas, um and their fan base is going to tap in, and Nas kind of, I'm almost looking at it like they realized that he needed a reboot, you know,
Mm.
and he realized that he needed a reboot, and I need to get away from everything that I'm associated with to a certain extent, and build something new off of it while still giving you some pieces that like Brucey B. I only know Brucey B from Paid in Full. You know what I'm saying? I'm not old enough to have a Brucey B tape. You know what I'm saying? But I
Mhm.
knew who he was. I acknowledged it, and I think that was dope. And I think it was dope for him to have them on the Dre at the end of it. I think Dre did like a little fake rap for like 2 seconds. Foxy was the one that I was most concerned about because we had known about her, like her hearing issues and all that stuff. She had been sounding rough after a while. So it was good to hear her be able to hold her own on that song. So yeah, initially a bit concerned, man, but not as concerned as I thought that I would be once I saw them. Um, but yeah, I think that's been because we're a bit more Nas fans than most. So, you know,
Yeah.
when we see certain features, we're not as worried about them as other people are because we get the whole vision of who Nas is and not just, you know, this one pocket of who he is as an MC, where we only
Right.
want this as if he hasn't done all these different kinds of albums. And like, come on, man, it's 2020. He had already did a version of all these songs with different type of artists. He already did a song with Future at that
Yeah.
point, you
Yeah.
know, and all of that. So Rick Ross, all them. So he had already
Yeah.
gotten out of that zone, but I think they still try to hold it against him
Sean's
when
favorite rapper, Rick Ross. Shout
Future
out to
was.
Rick Ross. But everybody did a thing on the features. He's I want to come to you specifically. This is your ISO, bro, as a producer. You know what I mean? Like I said, he does beats. So as a producer, your ear works a little bit different than us normal civilians, you know what I'm saying, listening to rap, right? So when you heard this album for the first time, take us back to 2020, some of the things that you want to highlight that Hit Boy was doing production wise.
production wise, I can speak in hindsight. I don't remember when I first heard it initially, but after listening to it for quite some time, well, 5 years now,
5
approximately.
years, yep.
Yeah,
Crazy, right?
yeah,
5 years?
no,
God
5, yeah.
damn, dog. Yeah.
I would say like he really tapped into soul in a sense. Like we always think about soul music as being like soul classics chopped up, whether it's Marvin Gaye or someone like that. But soul was a feeling, and I think we spoke about this. Everyone did, in the sense that he knew what Nas was dealing with after the Nasir situation, working with Kanye. We thought we were gonna get some soul music, some fire music. It didn't happen. So he tapped into that in his own way. Like if you listen to a lot of the tracks, it has like a soul, a gospel DNA. Multiple tracks lean into that, like Ultra Black, for instance, has like a Sunday morning, like it's like choir energy, but it's not just a background texture, it's the backbone of the sound. He also has a unique ear where he kind of like uses his intros to pull you in. So instead of using like simple loops, he uses like filtering, panning, or even sequencing tricks. And that would be like the first track on the intro KD1, around like the minute and 30-second mark. To your left, if you listen to headphones, panned, there's a actual filter thrown on there that kind of invites you in. It throws you off a bit, like, oh, what is that? Like you're always intrigued. Never feel like you're listening to a 2-bar loop, which can get kind of like monotonous. You know what I'm saying? It builds atmosphere right from the from the start. He also uses like bass lines in a unique way. Some people, bass lines are just the foundation, but he has a way of using bass lines as like the glue or like saturation that kind of fills up space. So an example of that would be, we spoke about this song Car 85. Charlie Wilson's on it. Phenomenal job, has some chord progressions, but the highlight of the track is the bass line. It brings everything together. The low end always determines the mood of a track for the most part. You know what I'm saying? He has shifts and switch ups mid-song where nearly every beat evolves in some way. Some examples of that would be Blue Bins midway through. Instead of going from chord progressions, now you got a synth sound is in the front. 27 Summers, around a 1 minute, 27-second mark, a Latin influence with brass. The switch ups prevent predictability. That's what makes a producer an elite producer, especially when you're dealing with an artist. You know what I'm saying? Not just a rapper, Nas is an artist. He's going to give you different inflections of his voice. You may even get a B section. He has a musical mind. So as a producer, you got to come with those things. And Hit Boy did that. Also, there's a contrast. Like, I'm big on drums. As you all know, if you watch my channel, I have a lot of opinions concerning drums. You know what I mean? And Hit Boy,
the lack thereof, you know.
lack thereof. Yeah, the sonics. You know what I'm saying? And Hit Boy, not to say that his drums is the greatest, but he does make an attempt to try different things. Like his ear, like he'll have a bright melody on the track, and then he'll muffle the kick and the snare. Compare and contrast, different things, different elements on the track, invites the audience or the listener in. And I think like he really executed those things. I'm not going to say the production was perfect, because it's gotten better as they progress throughout the series. But if I'm nitpicking about anything, Replace Me, based on everything that was on the album, I like the song, but I was expecting like maybe a B section or a vamp or a switch up. But if you really listen to that album, he checked all boxes. Everything in his own way. You got sampling, you got live instrumentation, you have sounds from different cultures. He checked all boxes, so he definitely hit the ball at the park for sure.
Dope perspective, man. Really appreciate that. Shawn, I want to come to you next, bro. So talk about the aesthetic of 2020, what rap was sounding like at the time. You know, I mean, Griselda movement was still pretty heavy, and you had the whole hip hop landscape, and then Nas and Hit Boy come with their album. How did that fit or not fit, or push the culture forward during that time when they released this album?
No doubt. Yo, real quick, we have a super chat before I give that.
Appreciate it. My Mere Thoughts, appreciate you with the $5 super chat. The original King's Disease ranks number 12 in Nas' solo discography, but somehow became the Grammy winner. Yeah, I mean, that just shows you how deep his discography is. It's crazy good.
Crazy.
And how whack the Grammy, how dumb just all the words and all the negative things that one could speak on when it comes to these people and their taste in music, or the pandering that they feel they got to do, or Nas didn't pay enough, or whatever. The different, whatever it was, you know. Yeah.
No, I think the aesthetic, man. You just mentioned it. You know, you had the Griselda movement. You had, you know, Benny had Burden of Proof. You know,
also produced by Hit Boy.
produced by
Burden of
Hit
Proof
Boy.
came out after, didn't it? It didn't come out first. I saw somebody say that Burden of Proof was what made them interested in
I
the
think that's
thing, but
after
I'm pretty
Kennedy.
positive KD1 came out first, then Burden
I
of
think you're
Proof.
right. I think you're right.
Yeah.
I think KD came out first.
Yeah. Buster had ELL2.
Mhm.
That came out 2020. Conway, had his joint. West Side had Pray for Paris
Mhm.
during that time.
No,
So
Pray for Paris, I think, was after. I
it was
think at that time, but he
2020.
had Supreme Blind Tell and
Yeah.
Fly God, so he was already on his way. I
I'm
think.
speaking more for 2020. I'm talking about 2020 as a whole, like everything that
Oh,
was
okay,
around
okay, yeah,
2020.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
Like
yeah,
where
yeah.
did it fit in 2020?
Mhm.
Yeah,
Um,
Pray for Paris is 2020, I believe. If I'm not
Is
yeah,
mistaken.
it?
I think it is.
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
Paris is 2020. Yes, 2020. 2020 was really heavy on Griselda. It was really heavy on
Mhm.
Griselda. Alfredo came out in 2020, of course.
Yes.
So 2020 had some dope music out there, but it didn't have, in my opinion, and I compare eras a lot. I compare years of hip hop a lot to one another, and I even think about, I'm gonna get back to your question, AG, because I think about with 90, 98, 99 era of hip hop and what was out there, what the playing field looked like. It was very heavy around Rough Riders. Rough Riders was very heavy 98, 99, and it took someone to go left field just to try to break the monotony a little bit. In 2020, it was no monotony to be broken when it comes down to the aesthetic of music at that time, just from a soundscape, from what was saying, what was being shared. It was more the Griselda sound that was making headways, but it wasn't as loud as we may think it was, right? It wasn't like it was
Right.
in the
It's
airways.
pretty niche. Yeah.
It was pretty
Yeah,
niche, right?
that I think, and that's I feel like my apologies, man, but
No, you
I
did.
feel like that's what gets lost in the hip hop bubble that we're in. We're very much in a bubble, y'all.
We are in a
That's what
bubble.
people
Yeah.
don't.
We're definitely in
Yeah.
a bubble. Yes,
But we're in a
yes.
bubble. You know what I'm saying? And like we're in a bubble that sometimes the artists don't realize that they're in themselves. And I don't think
Mm.
Nas sees himself in any like we cap
No,
him to how big he really is, you know? So
no, not
people
at all.
expecting for him to have work with them when it's like they were so niche and probably still are in the grand scheme of things if you account
Mhm.
how many streams they get monthly and all that stuff. I was listening to Shay yesterday, right? Because I went back to listen to her album from last year, Lotus Child. And we all know Shay. If I say Shay, we all know Shay. We know who she is, right? And I'm like, oh man, let me see if she gets like 60,000 spins a month. You know what I'm saying? I'm like,
Yeah,
people don't know who she is at all, huh? Like
not,
really, right?
In the
not.
grand scheme of
So
things.
in the grand
You're right.
scheme of things, so back in 2020, Sean, to your point, you know, they're not on the radar like that, and this
No,
was probably their peak. So you know,
it was. We knew what they were, but it wasn't a
we
situation
knew
where
who
the
what they
masses,
were.
right? We knew what
Right,
they were
right,
about,
right.
but the masses didn't. So when you think about King's disease, it fitted properly because no one else was doing the blue bins. No one
Right.
else was doing, the Cure. And this was a year that type of music should have been happening because of what was happening around us. A lot of times in music, not just hip hop, but in music general, it spoke to the times that we were in. And we were in a very interesting time in 2020. But this album, to me,
Literally
honestly,
in
feel like it
locked
fit the
in.
aesthetic of what was going on outside of hip hop, but more so what the world was facing at that time with the pandemic. So I felt like it was a trailblazer for 2020 based on the tone of what the message was in the album.
Yeah.
Good point.
Well, it's interesting, man, because I don't know, all right, I'll push back on that one a little bit. I feel like KD1 was an outside album for people who couldn't go outside. Like we couldn't go outside, but it's the perfect outside album. What do you think
Mm.
KD1 does if the summer was open in 2020? You right? Because like Car 85 sounds like a midnight cruise or like you're driving at night kind of deal,
Yeah.
like spicy. Like they're all wearing masks
Yeah.
during the video and all that kind of stuff. So I
That's
feel you.
interesting.
Right. Well,
Yeah.
I think what ends up happening is that do we even appreciate KD1 as much as we did if we were able to go outside, or because we had to listen to it with our headphones more than in our vehicles and cars and all that? To E's point, you hear more of what HB is doing on the album. You know what I'm saying? You kind of you're able to appreciate some of the tracks that aren't those outside tracks more, like The Foundation and The Cure and all that, because you really can't go nowhere. So there's like more appreciation for it because we were locked in and couldn't get out there. Because to me, I feel like KD1, it still sounds like an outside record to me. You know what I mean? Where a lot of Griselda sounds like basement music. Shout out to Errol. You know, like right? Like it sounds like headphone music. And KD1, it is headphone music, but because it had to be. You know.
I think it rings off a little bit more because it was actually everywhere, man. It was like during the NBA Finals, they was like spinning KD1 heavy. Like it was a lot. I really think it rings off in more spots because this album, Out of the Run, is not the best album, but it's the album that got showed the most love. And I think that if we're outside, the album gets a little bit more credit even than what it gets.
Spicy is part of Nas's set now.
Yeah,
Right.
Yeah, it's part of the set.
Yeah,
all the albums they've done is part of the set.
It just
and he didn't even want that on the album at first. Like Hit Boy had to convince him to put it on there as a bonus.
Yeah.
That song just got a lot shorter during the set. You know what I'm saying? It went from 2 minutes to iron level irony length of time. Boy, it's a whole verse you ain't never gonna hear again, you know?
But F, I want you to talk about what this album did in 2020. Let's pretend, you know, because in 2020 the rest of the run didn't exist yet, right? So for Nas's legacy, what did this album do in real time?
I think like it set the force back in balance and shit like that. You know what I mean? Like it's interesting how one album could, I wouldn't say wipe away the negatives that Lost Tapes and Nasir did for his brand and his perception, but it let you know that he wasn't dead. It was like it's like the sleeper, you know, when you choke hold and then your arm down in the last one, you're like, you know what I'm saying? I'm not sleeping. I'm not asleep. You know what I mean? Like that's what it felt like with this album. Like he kept his hand up right in that last one, you know? Like
oh man.
It didn't work out. You know, it would have been done. And you already know that the whole Vengers and all these other people, they were just waiting to stomp on his grave. Like, yo, legacy-wise, right? I'm going to go to a review. This is from Pitchfork. And I'm going to mention the writer's name, too, because he's trash. But this is a legitimate, this is what he said. King's Disease makes overtures of applauding women in a manner that feels defensive in light of the 2018 allegations. Still evident is the backhanded slut-shaming so eagerly cribbed by J. Cole. The unwitting, as a father of a daughter, misogyny of daughters. So apparently daughters is misogynistic. On Car 85, Nas recalls chasing a teenage crush to Co-op City only to find 10 fellow suitors waiting outside of her building, right? So chat, everybody, the universe. So hear me out. So this person who's reviewing the album, when he's listening to Car 85, when Nas is saying that he pulls up at the building and there's like mad dudes standing in front of the projects, right? And he's like, damn, I got to walk through all these motherfuckers to come and see this. This writer thinks that what Nas is saying is there's a line of 10 dudes waiting to go smash old girl, and he's number 11. You get what I'm saying? Like, this is what this writer thinks. It's like, this is suitors. He calls them suitors instead of just dudes that just standing outside of the block, smoking blunts. You got to walk by them, right? So it's like, how can, like, this is the state of where the perception was of him. Every review that you read about KD1, they bring up the allegations. I'm not here to litigate his marital affairs and all that kind of stuff, right or wrong, whatever it is that they did or didn't do. But they bring it up in every review, and then the way that they flip it, like somebody said, the war is till the war is won is the heart of KD1, right? He's talking about fighting for your mothers and black women and all that shit. Somehow they flip it to he's undermining women, daughters. He called daughters misogynistic. Daughters, dog. You know what I'm saying? Which it was so empowering to daughters, to women. He'd be like, hey man, but don't forget, we love our sons too. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's how much praise he had for the daughters. That he's like, yo man, don't forget about the boys. I love them too, but you know, I'm talking about daughters right now. You know, so both Replace Me and All Bad address nameless exes, facilitating between spite and remorse without enough nuance or transparency to disturb any appreciable insight. Like, he's like even Nas can't even talk about perspective from any issues that he might have as a man from his perspective, because they just want to label misogyny and DV allegations and drop them on his lap and act like that's who he was, you know. So this is where we are in 2020, y'all. Like that's a legitimate review on Pitchfork from what's his goofy's name? Pete Tosilio. I mean, just the last name. Come on, man. You know, so he also reviewed Raekwon's album. He gave that a 6 out of 10. He reviewed Magic, gave that like a 6.3. He gave Larry June a 5.8. So yeah, okay, so you got one right. You know what I'm saying? But like all in all, like how like the disrespect, you know, that these people had for him and still have for him, and that you don't even care to vet out who you have reviewing this stuff. I don't care if this dude went into it with the most appreciation and he's listening to every single word, right? And this is a big thing that we got going right now with the culture and who's really a fan of hip hop. And yeah, Larry June is dope. I was just fucking around. But who's a fan of hip hop for real, and then who's just here being trendy? Because if you don't come from it to a certain extent or choose to understand it, then how can he appreciate Nas's album when you think that when Nas is going into a building that it's a line of dudes waiting to smash the same chick, instead of understanding that, damn, like he's thinking like, fuck, I gotta walk through all these 20 dudes to come see this girl. They might jump me, rob me. You know what I'm saying? It's like Queen's on the QB on Mobb Deep's album. Oh, you know, you came to see a bitch, but she lives in the bridge, right? Like that whole concept. That's what Nas is talking about here. So if you don't come from it, if you don't understand it, how can you even review it in the fucking first place?
Right.
And then come up with this kind of stuff from it. So that's why Pitchfork and Rolling Stone and all of them, they're trash 90% of the time and all of that. What this album did was it let us know that Nas hadn't lost it. It showed us that this solidified that it was a Kanye problem and not a Nas problem. Because
Right.
leading into KD, people still felt like it was Nas's fault, right? They weren't trying to give Kanye all the blame. Kanye was still on top of the world with his bass and all that kind of stuff. So it was a good one. The Grammy helped out with his legacy as well. It seemed like he's finally started getting the appreciation that he deserved. And I feel like this is the starting point where the top media didn't have control over the narrative like they used to, because at that point, 2019, 2020, during lockdown, people are on social media so much more that they're getting their views across, and they're not listening to just a Peter Rosenberg say whatever, or a Charlemagne say whatever, or a Ebro, or any of these people. Like, people
They're
are
not
sitting
cheap.
down and they're communicating with this shit in real time. You can't tell me that this shit is whack. You can't tell me that it's misogynistic. I'm listening to it myself. The only people who got that from it was those reviewers who came into it that way. The way that they talked about Nas, they call it self mysticizing. Like he creates a mythology about his life and his projects that exists in his own head. You know, like as if it's not what that is. You know, so it's it's actually fucking disrespectful when you really think about it. That's why I take offense to a lot of the like when people really downplay him and downplay hip hop in general, because it's like, yo, man, you live off of this shit. You got paid for that review, and you don't even care to appreciate and understand where people are coming from. Yet you're able to do whatever you can with it, you know, and then present that to your base, to your Pitchfork crowd and your Rolling Stone crowd, and this is so when we let you. And you have the freedom to bring our heroes into your world. This is how you present them to your people. You know what
Right.
I'm saying? Like he's a wife beater, or like he's misogynistic, or like he doesn't care, or like all this stuff that he's saying about himself is just in his own head. And you know what I'm saying? Like so this did a very good job in opening the eyes of people. It cleaned up some of the negative vibes that was going into it, and it shut everybody up about Hit Boy. I think at that point too, because to E's point, like I love Hit Boy's production. I've always been a fan of his production, and the way that he picks different sound effects to even start sampling and shit like that. Like, you know, and then we're gonna get into KD too, because I think that's where he really mastered it for me. So overall, dope album, was great for his legacy. A lot of people still love it. It got all the appreciation that he needed, and that it set him up for whatever else was going to come after that. It was so good. People were like, "All right, you're good. You're good. Leave on a win. Leave on a win." Like, you know, like when you leave the basketball court and you
Right.
make a shot, you're like, "You're all right. Just go. Don't take another shot." I think a lot of people felt like that for him. Like, okay, you did good.
Mhm.
All right. You know. And who knew that what would come after that would be even, you know,
We
shitting on that respectfully.
Yeah, we sure didn't know what was to come. Real quick before we move on to the next album in the run, just want to talk real briefly about lyrically what was happening on this album. Nas, he for me, this is his best easy listening album out of his entire catalog. It's just like you can really put this album on, clean house, do whatever it is you do. It's his most smoothest play from front to back, end to end, out of his whole entire catalog, in my opinion. Does that mean it's his best? No, but it's the smoothest from the point that you press play on track one all the way to the end. And lyrically, I feel like he's coasting a little bit on this because he don't want, you know what I mean? He's letting the production and all that. He's not trying to do too much. Nas has like these instances and you know, throughout his catalog where sometimes he does try to do too much or get too wordy or whatever. On this one, he's just letting the beats and everything just kind of got him. He's just like coasting through that. You know what I mean? Letting the game come to him, not forcing up shots, right? But then when you get to the end of the album, you get vintage Nas, you get the 10 points, you get the Cure, joints like that, where Nas is really digging in lyrically the way we all know and love him to do, right? So I think that I think that was the best way to approach this album if you're trying to reach certain other audiences. You know what I mean? So I thought that was really masterful how he paced himself. And then at the end of the album, kind of like the fourth quarter, just going crazy and dropping 15 points in the fourth. You know what I'm saying? So I think that was dope. But before we move on to the I'm sorry,
I got
Ease,
a
go ahead.
question for you, right? Because you just mentioned how this is the most easy listen. Do you think that kind of helped Nas going forward? Because if you listen to that album, throughout his whole career, he's been like a technician, both writing and
Yes.
reciting, right? On KD1, he's having like breath control issues, right? Like for anyone that's listening, you can hear it. But
Yes.
the average listener doesn't care about that. So you think from that point on that he decided that, you know what, I'm just going to have fun with the music as opposed to just, I don't know, expecting everything to be perfect?
I think it's a twofold thing. I think he's one, knocking the rust off a little bit.
That's
And then two, I think he kind of realizes like, let me not overthink. You know what I mean? And that's Hit Boy is a big part of that. You know, before he might be jamming too many words in a bar, and then, you know, Hit Boy was like, well, it'd be flyer if you say this like that. You know what I mean? That if you watch the masterclass, and we'll talk about that a little bit later, that Nas put on, you see that in real time, like, yo, it'll be more fly if you said it like this, take this word out, put this word here, whatever. And that's what a producer is there for. So I think that this album is him knocking the rust off, but then realizing like, I don't have to do too much. Like, I can just say something simple and not complex and really get it off the same way. So
I mean, he bought a Peloton bike afterwards. You know, if you listen to the so
said he working on the
maybe
score.
it was like, yo, goddamn, man, that spicy shit. Have me breathe. You know, the Cure fucked me up. Barely got through that one. I had to punch some of them in. You know, because he started punching in a lot, right?
Right.
You kind of see that going through the masterclass
Right.
series, right? During the masterclass, he's just punching in everything. He's not really writing.
Yeah.
So it would be interesting to know how much he actually wrote of KD1,
Right.
and how
Because
much of it was just punch, 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 spit, 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 punch, 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 spit, spit,
yes.
spit, pause. Because that's the approach that Hit Boy does. All right, run it back. All right, run it back. All right, run it back. Get it right. You know.
That approach I think is interesting for Nas because like if you're a writer, you know what I'm saying, you hear the beat, you're writing to the beat, you know what I'm saying? I know I rap before previously, Shawn rapped before. If you hear a beat, you got a tendency to kind of jumble too much, you know what I mean? And then if you go in the booth, if you're reading it, then a lot of times it don't come off right. You know what I'm saying? More often than not, you have to have it memorized to spit it and flow correctly on the beat and really sound in pocket. You know what I mean?
Well, 'cause the issue a lot of times is that when you're writing the rhymes, you're not you're not taking into consideration whether you can even rap it that good as it is in your
Right.
head
Breath
because you're not
control.
putting in
Yes.
breath control. Right,
Right.
right, right. Hence
So
the
yeah,
pedal talk.
so the way
So
he was doing it with Hit Boy, as far as like the punches, is more based on feeling versus let me, fit this square peg in the round hole and just make it work. You know what I'm saying? Is more
right.
based on feeling. So I think that this was the genesis of that, and it got better, throughout the run, but it was just refreshing to hear that and put it in comparison with all his other works. It sounded like the most just like real fluid album, if you will. So, but real quick before we move on to the next joint, each of you all give me. It don't have to be in any particular order. Shawn, I'll start with you. What's your top 5 songs on the album? You muted. Muted. There you
Yeah,
go.
my bad. King's Disease kicking it off. I made the waves faint. You know what it is. Blue Bins, of course. All Bad. Say that many times. 10 Points and The Cure. Those are my joints. Those are my go-to joints.
All fire. Ease, what you got, bro?
I'm gonna go Blue Bins, Car 85, All Bad, 10 Points, and Full Circle.
Nice. LP, what you got, bro?
I'm gonna go King's Disease, the definition. I'm saying the foundation. Same shit it feels like. The definition, 10 points, the cure, and then Car 85. Those would be my top.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Cure
Everybody
is
loves.
I like, huh?
that joint is worth the price of admission just for the beat switch up on the Cure. That joint is crazy.
Yeah,
Right.
come on, man. That's what let me know. Like when the cure ended, I'm like, oh
Yeah.
man, this motherfucker,
Yeah.
he really did it.
Cuban Link,
Yo,
QB chain belonging to MoMA.
see,
In the MoMA.
look, and see, the thing is that this is what's interesting about it, and I know that Hit Boy went through some bullshit because Nas fans could be on some bullshit, but we really gotta appreciate, like, I'm gonna be a Hit Boy fan forever, dog. I don't care if I think the music is trash. I'm gonna listen to it anyway and support it because what this man did, like people. A lot of Nas fans just to be like, "Oh, Hit Boy didn't really bring up Nas' legacy." And man, fuck all that. Yes, he did. Like, man, shout out to Hit Boy for real, for real, for real. Like
Major.
when KD1 dropped and he did that, and then going into the series and all that, it's like, damn, dog, like you really set our boy up straight. Like you treated this man the like with thank you, pretty much. It's like it's hard to
The
even put into words. I just
the
said, man,
utmost
thank you
care.
for making yes, thank you for helping our boy get everything back on track. And to an even higher to a certain extent, because I think we're probably going to talk about where we have the KD and the HB run in our Nas discography, but I got a good amount of them in the top 10. So it ain't like he just brought or resuscitated Nas or anything like that. He made albums that are way, in my opinion, better than some of them, especially mid 2000 albums.
Mm-hmm.
But they made some competitive work. So man, just big shout out to Hit Boy, man. Like you
Amazing.
don't, dog. Every Nas fan should appreciate Hit Boy forever, dog. You know what I'm
And the
saying?
sad part is a lot of them don't.
No,
But
man, and he got hate for it because you know how Nas fans are. It's like, yo, it's got to be the most, like, if it ain't exactly that, they hate you forever, or they just like they spam you. Who knows, death threats? Like, who knows what kind of you know what I mean? What kind of shit he was getting? Because there's some weird people who don't like it. You know what I mean? But
yeah.
like outside of that, like, and it's such a modern sound too, man. KD1 is such a modern feeling sound, but it still feels traditional. It feels like an album that would have fit good in the early 2000s, late 90s. It fits good now. If it would fit good in any era, because to
Yeah.
Ease's point, man, like the way that HB produced that and to add the extra sound effects, it keeps it fresh. I was gonna say that about Ultra Black. Like even the end of Ultra Black, there's that beat switch towards that. He adds that little extra at the end of every beat. And like I'll go back to Ultra Black just to hear that
Yeah.
last portion of the beat, so he just has this way, he has like an outro to his production, to Ease's point, the same way that he has an introduction, all of that. So KD1 is the perfect starter to what we got from there.
Perfect jump off.
So yeah. Mm-hmm.
Perfect jump off. Real quick on my 5, I got Blue Bins, The Cure, 10 Points, 27 Summers. and Car 85, 27 Summers, it leaves you wanting more, man. That joint is just so
For
raw.
real, man.
I mean, just
I
the
don't
way
even know how
he
you
feels.
make a video for that song. Like, did they add extra beat? You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
they
Yeah,
ever get a
that
video
I
for
mean, that just feels like an
Minutes long,
authentic,
like,
it's an
yeah.
authentic Nas banger song that doesn't feel forced. It's just super dope, man. So before we move on, everybody, real quick, overall mic rating. You could do halves or quarters or whatever. What's your overall mic rating for KD1? We wanted to spend the most time on KD1 because coming off the heels of the anniversary, but we're going to talk about the other albums a little bit more briefly. But Shawn, what do you got for the mic rating on KD1?
I give it a strong 4.
Good. LP, what you got, bro?
4.
These
Yeah, I go 4. 4.
we all the same here. We all have it as a strong 4. So
There's levels. You
Yeah.
know what I
yep,
mean? Because like there's okay, for example, there's a lot of albums this year that are 4s.
Mm.
right.
KD 1 4 would be like album of the year 4. Like maybe except
Mm.
outside Eclipse or something like that, right? Like because I'm leaning like Ray to me was like a 4. Ghost is leaning on that 4 range. There's a ton of 4s this year, and I feel like KD1 would clear those albums this year.
Good
Like
point.
you know what I'm saying?
Good point.
Like so I can't give it more than a 4, but it's like at the peak of 4 plus, I guess. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
it's at the top level of 4. Anything above, and it's you're just going into like 4.25 territory type of shit. You know?
I will
Cool.
ask this question though, because sometimes I think it's just a habit for all Nas fans or even just fans of legends all across the board. Like, do we even when we give mic ratings on albums, do we unconsciously rate it based on the prior work? Because if someone's debut is King's Disease 1, it may be a 4.5. But being
That's a,
that Nas has so many classic albums in his discography, we won't allow certain albums to go past a certain ceiling. I'm not saying this is a 5 mic album at all, but I think sometimes we judge him even as fans a little tougher than most artists.
Based
Yeah,
on the standard you have for the artist or what. I
Yeah.
try to rate everything in a vacuum for the most part, but we all have form our biases, like you said, you know.
yeah.
Yeah.
And I think that's natural because there has
Mhm.
like when it comes to rating, you know what I'm
Yeah, yeah.
saying? Like to giving it a number and shit like that, but we're having to be all technical about the shit, right? So I think what it is that the standards get set. So as you get 5 mic albums, that puts it into perspective what a real 5 mic is. So it's like, how
Right.
can I give this album that when I know what that is? So
Mhm.
so so there could be I try to keep it as simple as possible. My thing is I try to rate the albums regardless of the time. So I'm not gonna, well, this is a 4.5 in 2022, but in 1999 it would have been, a 3.5. No, it's a
Yeah.
3.5 whenever the fuck this
Gotcha.
shit came out, right?
Gotcha. Yeah.
So like with KD, I think it's a 4 in every sense of a 4. But to your point, if there, if a ton of great albums didn't exist, it would be more of a 4.2 or 4.75. But those albums make what a 4 is a 4 because it ain't that. You know what I mean? If that makes any sense.
I asked that
I
question
think it's
because
natural.
this album, although it's like a 4-ish range for most of us, he may have like 4.5s in his discography, but I listen to this album more.
Right. Well, no,
I
big
do
facts,
too
right?
because of what I said, the easy
Yeah, so
listening
that's why I'm
aspect.
always asking about ratings. Like I don't I'm kind of I'm not
I
very
think
good with that.
it's the brain thing. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like if I have to be like if I have to give it be all technical because like rating system that's more of a critical fucking arbitrary kind of
Mhm.
situation where it's like I got to rate it a 4, but what do I go back to? I was talking to AG the other day. We were bouncing ideas on the show and all that stuff, and I told him that it's interesting because the albums I might give an album a rating at the time that it comes out, but it might change differently based off what
Mhm.
albums I go back to, and I'm realizing that um, an album that I had rated higher than the other, I might go back to that other album more still as a listener, right?
Right.
So I feel like when it comes to ratings, that's all just being technical and all that stuff. It's like video games. There's some video games that are rated higher than others, but I play Call of Duty all the time.
No
You know
doubt.
what I'm saying? I don't go back to God of War every day. You know what I mean? So it's one of those things. And I think that's probably the best example is like KD is like a God of, it's like a Madden. You know what I'm saying? It's like a
Mhm.
Call of Duty. It's just that easy. Pick up the sticks and run a
Gotcha.
few. You know, I'm not trying to play Cyberpunk for 20 hours, you know, and get all like, I'm not trying to get in all this
Right.
story. I just need
AG
something
said
I
it.
can
Easy listen. Yeah.
Easy listen.
Right.
Gotcha.
So that's what it is. Simple, grab the sticks, let's run a few games and keep it moving, you know?
What's up?
But I do feel you on that though. I just because you're rated high, there's a lot of Five Mike albums I don't listen to all the time
Mhm.
that I listen to
Facts.
some way. It's just like, damn, man. It's like you know,
Facts.
heavy-handed sometimes.
So during the KD1 run, Nas was doing a lot of press and interviews, and he was teasing the idea of a surprise album coming very soon. And people were speculating, oh, like the firm is on, KD1. It's going to be a firm reunion album. It's going to be this. It's going to be that. But little did we know that he was going to spin the block and give us KD2. You know what I'm saying? So we got the
Yo, I
sequel.
didn't know it was fucking, bring your vinyl to school day and shit like that. You know what I'm saying?
Hey,
What does that mean in school when
hey,
you bring things
visual
up?
aid for the aesthetics. You know what I'm saying? But he spun the block. So that's celebrating a 4-year anniversary because the anniversary of KD2 was August 6th. So both albums dropped in August. So damn near to the day, almost a year apart. Just maybe a couple weeks separation. So in that time, when Nas decided to spin the block, you talked about how good KD1 was, and then when he decides to spin the block and give us the sequel album in KD2, what were your thoughts initially? Were you like blown away? You're like,
Man,
man,
I get
he
excited
outdid
about it
it.
right now, dog. Yo, man. So at this point, this is full on. He's left Nasir behind. It's clear as day that Nas is on point. He can't be stopped. This
Mm,
album, it's like The Godfather 2. It's like Back to the Future Part 2. You know what I'm saying? It's just like every sequel, Terminator 2. You know what I mean? Like every sequel of something that is just better in every single way. That is how I feel about KD2. And I think that for the most part, that's how the reception was. Like, if I remember being on Twitter and everything during that time, and the praise was universal. So that's just
mhm.
speaking of it from, the perception of the overall people in the space and humans and all that type of shit, right? The music itself, man, I love this album. Me personally, it's my favorite one out of the run. Again, going back to kind of what Ease was saying, I don't think that technically and objectively I can put it above KD3 and Magic, right? Because Eminem's verse is on there for one. But
Yeah.
140 mark. Just turned it off, man. 140.
yo,
Turn
man,
it off.
Yeah,
those shows like a Taco Bell's and the
making the
reindeer and the
reindeer.
here. Yeah, oh my
Oh
god,
my God,
dog.
y'all
Come
killing
on,
me.
man. Yo, we're gonna get into that. But I mean, the pressure. I love the pressure. Like I listen to the pressure probably the most out of the album and probably out of the whole run. Like I go into the
Mm,
gym, pressure, like yeah, I'm about to get it in,
What
boy.
was
You
that?
know, you know. The way it starts is great. The way it ends is great. Everything in between is great. I think from Store Run to Nas is good. I think that run of songs
epic.
is the one of the best runs of songs of any of his catalogs. Period. I mean, okay. So you start off with the pressure. I love the production on the pressure. Um, um, and then you go into
Death Row
40
E.
side.
Death Row East. You remember how Coop felt about Death Row East. You know what I'm saying? He was crip walking
Yep.
and everything to that shit, right? Then 41st Side was still dope. Then EPMD, you know, then Rare. And remember, that was like the single, but he didn't drop it right away. But we had already heard the different samples, and I'm like, oh man, this dude HB is about to cook. And then
Mhm.
YKTV, you feel how you feel about that. But from Store Run to Moments to Nobody to
Yeah.
Brunch on Sundays, which I think is
Put them
highly
together.
slept on. The writing is immaculate on that song, and just in general, composure, my Bible, not I mean no, not the Cure, but was damn it, what's that
Count
song
me in.
that Count Me In?
Yeah.
Like, dog, there's no misses
No.
in that run. And then
That
also
back
when
half
you
is one of the best back half of an album there ever is, in my
Period,
opinion.
ever. And,
Yeah.
and then keep in mind, not just from the production, not just from the beats and everything else, and the features, the strategic features. Because like I think we got to spend a little bit more time at KD2 than people realize. But you have Store Run, where he's on his big shit. He's on his. This is like, to me, his version of You Don't Know, right? Where, you know what I mean, where he's talking, popping his shit, right? Then you have Moments, right, where a concept record, which we didn't really get on KD1, right? Because to your point, AG, he was just kind of doing this thing. That Car 85 is kind of a concept record to a certain extent, but not really like that. Moments is a concept record. Nobody is a concept record. My Bible is a concept record. Brunch on Sundays is a concept record with elite writing at the same time. Then Nas is good. Nas is good is such a perfect ending to a fucking song
It is.
that if you would have told me that was going to be his last song, period, it would be perfect. It's like he's going off into the sunset. Nas is good. I was in Cairo. I saw Egyptians and they were, you know what I mean? I was swimming in the Nile. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like talking his Nas, you know, shit, right? Like, 'cause that's such a big part of it, the knowledge, you know what I'm saying? So that's my first go around on the KD2, because I feel like there's a lot to discuss about this album. But just, man, it's an Eminem verse away and maybe YKTV off from being what I feel would be as close to a 5 mic album. It's in the same realm to me as Life After Death, as Reasonable Doubt, as My Twisted Fantasy. Those albums that just like, they feel grand and they cover all the bases. Harlem World, you know what I'm saying? Like just one of those albums, just everything that you want out of an album on a mainstream level and commercial appeal, you get from that. And that's another album that I think would have went platinum in the 2000s, would have went #1 in the 2000s. And then the evolution of the sound, with Rare, with The Pressure, I feel like at the time, I felt like they created a new boom bap. Like it was like what boom bap is now, the future of boom bap. Rare, I see you guys saying it. It is perfect. It is special. The way that HB did the boom bap, did the break beats, but added the extra layers and everything. I feel like that's the evolution of boom bap, and they hit it, and they kind of went away from that sound because KD3 was more traditional in that sense. But man, that's why KD2 is so special to me. Like
That's a good point,
there's
right,
some
man.
perfect songs on that motherfucking album. Perfect.
That's a great point. Because
Perfect.
you say Rare is like the new boom bap. That's a great point, because it has the drums, but it's in double time as well. So there is an evolution to that. That's fire. That's a great thought right there. I like that.
No, I mean, just the sound effects that he uses, the more space age kind of deal. He's not pulling from the old to create like that sound. He created something completely new from that. And then adding the Brave Hearts in there, like that shit was so fire.
Oh yeah, Rare is crazy. Rare is insane. Dope single. Well, keep expounding on that, Ease. You know, first of all, did you think it outdid its predecessor in KD1? And talk about the production aspect of KD2. How did Hit Boy elevate from the predecessor?
Oh man, yeah, it's not even close if we're talking about production and the album as a whole. And that's no slight to KD1, just goes to show you how great KD2 is. Like, even when you think about it, may not be a perfect album for me per se, because there's certain songs that don't really resonate with me, but I'm willing to listen to them because the next song coming up, I'm looking forward to. I'm gonna play it 3 or 4 times. Like YKTV, not the greatest song for me, but when Store Run come on, I'm gonna play that 4 or 5 times possibly. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Brunch on Sunday is a solid record. I find it, you know, it's pretty cool. There's nothing wrong with it, but when Count Me In comes in, I'm gonna run that back quite a few times. But the production, I think someone stated in the chat that this album has more highs than any other album in the sense. You know what I'm saying? It's not perfect on across, but it's like has maybe like 3 pockets on the album where he has like a 3-peat in a sense, right? Where you have 3 fire joints back to back, and then you may have a joint you don't like, and then in the middle of the album you have another 3, and towards the end you got maybe 4 or 5. But as far as the production go, I think that he took on more of a composer role this time around. You know what I'm saying? Like, some of the things he was doing was like he stepped away from beat making and just hip hop production. His choices were very mature. For example, like even on Moments, how he allowed the music to just breathe. Drums don't come into about 1 minute and 10 seconds. It's all horns and vocals. Simple things. Sometimes, like in production, people, it's kind of like someone who plays ball. They do all their tricks, but listen, we just running the offense, man. Go around the pick and roll and let's get this easy bucket. And I think that's what he showcased his maturity. Like even with the sample and live instrumentation, heavy use of soul and gospel-like samples, moments. Death Row East is even a different type of quality because it has the West Coast feel, but it doesn't sound like an East Coast cat rhyming over a West Coast beat.
Exactly.
He married two different coasts together. Like you can't, that's a different type of talent. He's gifted in that sense. And you can tell that he understands the importance of producing and post-production. Those aren't just beats that he's giving Nas rhymes over it and that's it. No, you can tell he's going in there making little simple choices or simple changes and adding to the overall aesthetic of the music. Like even the art of space in the sense like the accents and where certain things hit on composure. Nas is just rhyming. Once he says AWOL, the kick comes in. Now you feel like you're listening to a totally different track. Like this is just a masterclass in production. I don't have any negative things to say concerning this. He did everything he wanted to do, but he did it his own way. And it worked out perfectly. And for all my producers out there on No Phony Love, if you need some drums at maybe the 2 minute and 57-second mark, the drums are there. You got to chop them up. You got to go in between, but the vocals, but he left the drums open for you. So that's a gift for y'all as well.
That's dope perspective. Dope perspective.
2 minutes and 52 seconds. My bad.
Yeah.
That's a fire album, man. Love it.
Yo, Shawn, like, speak to one. Did you think that this one outdid the predecessor with KD1, and also speak to how it set a different bar in 2021, just a year later? You talked about the landscape in 2020. Talk about how the bar got raised in 2021 with this album.
Man, listen, looking back after listening to KD2, KD2 is my special one. That's the one for me. I go back to this one more than I go back to anything else in the catalog. For the series, I'm sorry. It's KD2, then it's magic for me. But this one is perfect for me. And here's why. KD2 reminded me that KD1 was a warm-up. That was me getting my C legs back. That's me, getting my sparring position back. I'm getting my voice back. I'm getting my rhythm back. I get my patterns back. KD2, I got it back. KD2, I feel I got it back. I got my legs back under me. I feel I'm in shape right now. I'm in rapping shape right now. And even for Hit Boy, I feel like this was his production, getting his legs under him as well, because he's locked in with Nasir. He's locked in with the GOAT, right? So he has to even change. He has to tweak his ear off of KD1 based on what he gave Nas on KD1. So now he has to tweak his ear a little bit more to up the ante on KD2. Because like you guys mentioned, you come out the gate with the pressure. I listen to the pressure a lot. Because you know what the pressure really means? The pressure weighs a ton. It's getting too heavy. Come on. That sentence alone resonates with me as a man, period. You know what I mean? When in life, the pressure weighs a ton. You know what I'm saying? But I'm built for it. He's letting you know the pressure weighs a ton, but I'm still him. He's saying it so subtle. And what we always say as a Nas fan base, we want you to talk your shit. Stop being so humble. Say it out loud. Say it out loud. Then you go to 40 side and Eeze. Yeah, you guys from Queens. What 40 side mean to you? Just that beat itself. What does 40 side mean to you? It is different. So now you got Hit Boy reaching into the vault of not just QB, but Queens, period. When I hear 40 side, I think everything Queens, straight up and down. Yeah. No matter where you are, 57th, 41st, 40th.
And Shawn,
I think of all
that
of that.
was the first time that you even hear him mention hoods really outside, like where he's mentioning hoods. He never really mentioned hoods like that. So that's even him acknowledging that, the times are a little bit different and there's more pockets. The motherfucker was not talking about no Ravenswood in the 90s. It wasn't happening, dog.
No one. I ain't talking about the story.
Ravenswood, what the fuck? Yeah.
Nah, he gave Far Rock love, though.
Yes. So you get all of that, right? And then he ended with Nas is good.
Perfect ending.
Oh, think about this. And even Nas is good. He's telling you what he's doing. I'm sitting in a lawn chair. And he had a picture of him sitting in a lawn chair.
In the
When they
middle of
did
the hood.
that.
You know, you know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like, I'm still here. I'm still connected to the hood. And fellas, I think that's one of the things that a lot of these younger, ignorant artists that talk ill of Nas, I think that's the problem right there. I think they feel that he's touchable. I think they feel like because he remains so connected. He's like he said, I'm underground and overground at the same time. Never
Never
seen him
been seen.
before. I think
Hmm.
that they look at him as someone that I can reach out and touch because he hasn't transitioned into this whole different zone of like you can't touch me, if you will. Pause. Like you can't get to me. Lyrically,
People's
you can.
champ.
Lyrically, you can't, but physically, I'm still here. I give so much to the game that I'm still connected to the game in a different way. I never put myself above the game because he never talked about him being above the game. He always talked about those who were actually over him, the ones that he paid homage to. So I think because of that, it makes him human in their eyes because they don't know what it was to live through Illmatic and it was written and then all of those things. It's Stillmatic and I am, so on and so forth. But that's why I felt that KD2 for me was the most important piece to this puzzle of the runs because it gave you that sharpness that he had. He give you that bite in Store Run and he give you that extra bite in Composure by telling you a story of how his mother and his father met.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Yeah. I mean, and to your point, man, like Nas is good. It's such a fucking dope. That's also a song that I
Yes.
play all the time too. And it's like that song, the beginning of it is the perfect synopsis of what you were talking about and about Ease, what you was talking about, where like where in moments where he let Nas build before the beat drop. And then
Mhm.
it like when the beat drop, it's like bam. It's kind of like when you see people play Guitar Hero and they hit that next level and shit, right? And it's like, yo, he said, like Rome came into Kemet and they stole the essence before they watered it down and taught us bogus lessons,
Yeah.
written in stone. Write whatever in your history books. Me and ancient Egypt's skin tone had similar
Similar
looks.
looks.
I might trip out to Cairo. I felt home on arrival. I swam in the Red Sea, took a boat on the Nile, and then the beat drops. I was made to live law in the family. Like, yo,
Yeah.
oh my God, just that great that first part. He says so much in it already, and he's always been that way of telling us about like the fake bogus knowledge and do your own knowledge. Just like he's hitting you with that. Then he's talking about being in Egypt and like I swam in the Nile and I saw them and I resembled them. Like just more playing into that whole mysticism about himself and how he views himself and all those different things that he's always been on. And then Hit Boy to drop the beat the way that he did, and it's all soulful and
Super soulful.
I mean, it's just masterful shit. And then Nas then goes into having stock in night, like so he's like brings it to the present moment too with it. I mean, I can't speak highly enough about that song and this
Yeah.
album, yo.
It's masterful. And you talked about the lyrics on that song. And my takeaway lyrically from this album is out of the entire 6-album run, I think this is the most Nas-esque album out of the entire run. If you look at Nas is Good, if you look at My Bible, if you look at Moments, if you look at the masterful storytelling on Death Row East of actual events, it's very much Nas's bag, but with updated production. You know what I'm saying? The formula is updated. This is, when I first heard the album, I was like, lyrically, everything from top to bottom is in Nas's wheelhouse, and he's just knocking it out of the park. You know what I'm saying? And even Store Run, just taking a small like concept like Store Run and flip, like you said, he's just expanding that concept into a whole fleshed out song. That's something that Nas excels at, and nobody does it better. So if you take the bulk of the songs, especially in the second half of the run, I think this is the most Nas-esque album in the entire run, where he was just in his bag, giving us vintage Nas.
And I want to state this too. I know Hit Boy is the producer on this album, did a phenomenal job, but let's not overlook that composure verse. He was
Yes.
easy.
Yeah.
Yes,
I was
well,
gonna say
that was
like
next up. That was actually
Oh,
next up.
yeah.
These that I had on
Oh,
the
sure.
docket. Like, let's talk about the features, man. What do you think about the features on here? Which we got Hit Boy himself. We got Shaka Senghor, who's a speaker, author. We got Blast, Charlie Wilson turns up again. Lauryn Hill, phenomenal verse. We got YG, A Boogie with the hoodie. Excuse me. Eminem as F waxed poetically about, and then we got the legendary duo EPMD. So, Ease, what do you think about the features on this album? You can start off with Hit Boy, like you was getting ready to talk about.
Yeah, I think his feature was phenomenal. I just feel like, as a writer, someone who's going to get on a song with Nas, the fact that he actually took full advantage of that opportunity lets me know how much he takes music seriously. You know what I'm saying? I heard people on features with Nas, and you feel like they melded in a sense, like, oh, you didn't get their best, or it just feels like they just tried to dumb down the entire experience or have Nas come to their level. There was a standard set, and he met the expectations. As far as the other collabs, Lauryn Hill's collab was fire. I love the production on that joint. Blacks, everyone played their role in a sense. There were no bad collabs, with the exception of, I ain't gonna really, I don't want to get into that, but
But it did what it was supposed to do for Eyes being on the project.
That's all. Yeah, for sure. I just feel like it took away from. It wasn't his intention. Wasn't about the music. It was about having the best verse on the song. You know what I'm saying? It's almost like a guitarist being in the band and you just start soloing throughout the entire song. No, play your role. We got the foundation, the bass, and the drums, and you're gonna come and play your accents or your chords. It felt like it was a guitar solo throughout the entire joint, and I really wasn't digging that collab. But like I stated before, some of the lows don't even matter because the highs are just that great. So I don't have any complaints besides that one concerning the collabs. It all worked out. They were 2 for 2 with collabs as far as albums go. It was well
What you got, Shawn? Oh, sorry.
Yo, real quick. I wanted to. This is perfect because I wanted to. We got a super chat from Dane, and I thought this was the right part to express his super chat because I saw this earlier when he posted it, and this is perfect right here.
Can you see that, this is facts. The best thing about the 6 album run is you don't miss his previous classic work. That's crazy to think. Yeah, I don't listen to his old albums like I used to. I just listen to this Hit Boy run. Like if I'm in the mood for one of his old albums, I'll like tap back into it, but that's rare. You know what I mean? I'm mostly listening to this new stuff.
Right.
Yeah. Appreciate the $2 super chat, from Dame. The highs on KD2 are probably the highest of the 6. Agreed.
Facts. It's funny because like the albums from his past that I go to the most right now outside of the KD run is really like Lost Tapes and It Was Written. For whatever reason, those still are 2 albums that I go back to a good consistent amount, just because there's a level of freshness that I get every single time. Like Illmatic, I'd listen to so much that I don't gotta listen to it to listen to it. You know what I mean? Like I can play. I could just press play in my head and listen to Illmatic all the way through, not miss a step, the whole shit in my head without having to physically listen to it. You know. But yeah, man, KD, like again, we're gonna talk about the rankings later on, but it's so fresh. The whole series is dope. I mean, that's why again, like we can't really sleep on what he did, and what they did. It's really some masterful shit when you really think about it.
For sure. Shawn, what did you think about the features on there, man?
I loved it. Again, this is for me. I felt like you need Lauryn to pull up again, and this is the right one for Lauryn to pull up. I think it's criminally underrated. I don't think we talk about this song enough, in my personal opinion. I think when it first came out, I think we were caught off guard, because again, it's Lauryn, and Lauryn don't pop up on just anybody, right? It's him who she pops up for. And I don't think we talk about it enough because this song nobody is such a dope song, man. Again, this album is for us because we grew up on this music. We're in our 40s, whatever, right? So we, I think, the youngest at the crew, you're like, what, 30, 35? I don't know. In Cuban years, you're like, what, 37?
Hey, man,
I mean, it's different, right? But we grew up, so I want to hear music that resonates with me today than it did in my yesteryears. And songs like Nobody, it hits you in the heart a little bit more. So, and you got Lauren there to continue to give you that extra umph to it. The EPMD, I know y'all talked about the EPMD joint. Yeah, you can cut off the M verse, making it reindeer. You can cut all that stuff off. But Nas went crazy on there, straight up and down. I get the flow. He was masterful in there. Then you got Blast on Brunch on Sundays. Love Brunch on Sundays. Again, it's another joint that should have been pushed a little bit more. I think the NBA pushed it for a little while during the playoffs.
They did.
The video had Russell Westbrook and LeBron.
Russell Westbrook was in the video.
Yep.
Yeah, and everything. But you can see where he scaled the features back a little bit. Because even if you got Charlie Wilson on No Phony, that was probably something that was left over from KD1. And you got Charlie in the studio. Let's get this extra one out of Charlie.
Hey, let's get a Charlie Wilson Nas EP. Like, you know what I'm saying? They don't miss.
Why not? But I think he scaled back on the features and didn't force anything. Nothing felt forced on this one. I think KD1 was more experimental. Let's tap into this fan base. With this one, this may feel like a little more organic, if you will. Even having Hit Boy on Composure, it felt organic. It didn't feel like it was forced.
Right.
Yeah, I was gonna say about the features. I think so from a commercial. So I feel like KD too, because we've been having these conversations about Mass Appeal's marketing or lack thereof, and how good they are or not on it. I think KD 2 was the perfect approach to it, where Nas gave us about a week or two announcement. It was the right features. You still had your new people, which I think was a theme for him, was getting some fresh features and all that kind of stuff, and staying with the youth, and then a good amount of legacy rappers on there. So getting Lauren on there was a big deal. She was trending all day. Getting Eminem on there, those are features that turned into numbers, because I think KD2 was the highest selling first week out of all of those. And then he did a good amount of media afterwards to still promote the album. So as far as like the strategy of who he got on those features was perfect, right?
Mm-hmm.
The features themselves, YG did his YG thing. Lauren, she killed it. HB killed it. EPMD was cool. They sound dated, but it was a respect thing, and it was dope for Nas to put EPMD on the same song with M. Hopefully their streams and stuff went up and people got to see them. Then we go to Eminem's trash ass verse, right? It's so bad. Man, like, I get it that you guys don't really want to, shit on him like that. So I'll take the fade. Yo, fuck that goddamn verse. Like, it's so annoying to me. He even got Nas talking about spaghetti. You know what I'm saying? I've never heard Nas I didn't even know he ate spaghetti. Now all of a sudden he's talking about spaghetti as like
spaghetti ain't on the sweet chick menu.
No, it wasn't. Like some honey butter chicken and biscuits and shit like that. But it wasn't no spaghetti on that menu. I went there a couple times. I ain't see it. I don't get why he felt the need, because the other thing about Eminem verses is that you can't trim them. So how he sends them, and he sends you it, and you just plug it in. So he chose to extend that whole ass beat to rap about reindeers and taco shells and got no bells. There is a pocket of the rap where it does sound good. Like, nobody's better at showing appreciation to legendary MCs than Nas and M. So when he got into his Big Daddy Kane and naming the MCs, that's when that shit was dope. But outside of that, that is one of the most trashiest Eminem verses ever, in my opinion. It ruined the whole flow of that song. And it could have been 16. Thank you, M, for being on the song in regards to getting attention. But that's about it. The rest of the verse is
the back half should have been the half that was kept,
the beat switch?
Yeah, the back half of the verse where he's giving homage to all the legends, because the front part of the verse.
That's all that should have stayed on there. All the other shit about reindeers and Christmas and the Tooth Fairy, we don't need all of that on the Nas record, because this was during the time where M was just ruining everything that he was on. You know what I'm saying? So he got on the Griselda record with the Kanye. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, why are you trying to rhyme so many words and all that stuff that you got? Like, dog.
M gets caught up in to prove his technical abilities versus doing what's right for the sake of the song. You know what I mean? He gets in that bag of like, let me show my technical ability. So
He's like, who you got on this
But
album? Lauryn Hill? Oh
we
shit.
won't spend too much time here. I know you want to talk like
Yeah, yeah,
5
yeah,
minutes.
yeah. No, I'm just saying, no, that was it. That was it. Because we got to be all PC and stuff. And that shit was trash, big dog.
You know
It
that.
was
Yo,
horrible. Don't ever
yo,
do that shit again, man.
fuck it,
Like,
man.
goddamn, dog. That's all.
What you got, Ease?
I will say this: up until this point, the first two albums, the production is fire as well as the songs. But let's not forget about the sequencing as well, like the attention to
Yes.
detail. Like the sequencing of if you move one song to maybe 3 and the other to 7, it changes the whole experience. You know what I'm saying? So I think the way they sequence these albums, they should get we should show some love to that as well.
That's a big part of it, bro.
Yeah.
While you're at it, give me your top 5 joints, Ease, off the album.
Whoa! All right. Store
No
Run.
particular order. No particular order. Just
I probably go Store Run, Pressure, Moments, Composure. Nas is good.
dope 5. Shawn, what you got for your 5, bro?
Definitely the pressure. 40 side, store run, composure, brunch on Sundays.
Retro on Sundays made the top 5. That's interesting. I like it. LP,
No,
what you got, bro?
He's rapping on
He is.
Brunch on
Sure,
Sunday.
yeah.
That's the crazy thing about it. Like, that's the other thing about, the lyrics and stuff like that is that he's using multi-syllables and everything through the whole album, the whole
Facts.
run. That, like, Nas is one of the few MCs that doesn't have to break the rhyme to make the story be good, and he doesn't have to ruin the story for the sake of the rhyme, right? And like Brunch on Sunday, Dinner with Mad Plates, Last Date. Like, if you just look at the writing of it all makes perfect sense within it. But yeah, my top 5 is I got the pressure, Nas is good, Rare, Store Run, and probably Composure. I want to throw, Brunch on Sunday is up there for me, but I think I got to roll with Composure on that one. I love that song, man. And then
That's a
again,
great
shout
song.
out to the poet. Man, his
Yeah.
feature was better than
Shaka.
every feature.
Go.
You know what I'm saying? Like
Mhm.
Shaka Go. Yeah, I mean, it was the way HB knew to do all that. Again, this showed like where we got like the second half of KD2 kind of reminds me of the vibe I got from like Godson, where it's like bright kind of and conceptual, right? But I didn't know that HB could make Nas is good and a composure and add the vocal tone to it, and
Right.
like he made complete songs on this album. Where KD1 was cool and he was able to do that on KD2, he helped produce fucking full songs, because you know how Nas gets inspiration from the beat. So for him to get a moments out of that beat, shout out to Jansport J, actually, because I think he's the one
Yeah.
that produces. So Jansport J, highly underrated. He should already been gotten a lot of placements by now. But to get a nobody out of that, to get a composure out of that beat, those beats had to been saying something to Nas at that time for those concepts to come out of those sessions,
Big facts. My top 5, I got Store Run, Nas is good, Rare, incredible, Death Row East, and My Bible. That's my 5. I think My Bible actually is underrated on here, man. It's such a strong track. Beautiful song. Before we move on, real quick, Shawn, what's your mic rating of KD2?
Peace, Nip.
What's that?
I said rest in peace, Nip, because
4.5.
he used that
Oh,
Nip.
yes. Yes.
And the interesting. So my bad, Shawn, but even going back to that is interesting because Nip used to be all under Nas's comments, calling him to go
Right.
and he was going to do that documentary about I Am and how it leaked and all that type of shit. So who's to say that Nip wouldn't have been a part of this run at one point or another? Because
Good
HB and
point.
him were like this too. So just him having that little sample on My Bible kind of makes me wonder sometimes what would have been if he was around still. I there's no doubt in my mind that he would have been on the albums.
Yeah, Hit said himself he only uses that drop when he knows it's going to be something real special. Like, yeah, let's do some shit like this, my nigga.
And it was, My
Sure.
Bible, that's actually true. Even for myself, I don't really speak on that one enough. My Bible is a great concept record.
Facts. Shawn, what you got for the mic rating, bro?
Yo, my rating 4.5. 4.5. I love this album.
I'm with you. I'm there at a 4.5. Ease, what you got?
Saying I'm going to go 4.5.
Yep.
4.5.
We're all in agreement, man. Two for two across the board, across
That's why I
the
want to
panel.
give Eminem the noogies, like just a little fucking, you know what I mean? Just had a good, just
All right.
ruin, you know, a wet willy or something like that. Like, come on, man. What were you
He'll probably
thinking?
use that in a rhyme, like the
Yeah,
Willie.
I
But
got no willy because I'm so silly, you know. Who knows, man? But
interesting side story, right? So they're at the record release party for KD2 August, you know what I'm saying? August 6, 2021. They're at the record release party. Nas says, you know, he's paying attention to Hit. Hit is like, you know what I'm saying, looking kind of distant, you know, not really in the moment celebrating their achievement. You know what I'm saying? They got a dope album out right now. He goes over to Hit and he says, yo, my guy, you know what I'm saying? You good? What's going on? And, you know, Hit Boy, that competitive nature inside himself, he's saying like, you know, I feel like I could do better, you know what I'm saying? Do right by Nas, because there's still some naysayers saying that I can't produce right for you, like the boom, quote unquote, boom bap heads, the people who want Nas to make Illmatic 25 times over, right? So, you know, he was like, I feel like I could do better. Like, I want to go in and like do something else. And Nas is like, this is at the record release party for KD2, right? Nas says, say less. And then the next day, they're back in the studio once again, which they give us this classic, Magic. You know what I'm saying? And for me personally, when it leaked out to show the record cover, you know what I'm saying? What we have up on the screen, we got young Nas with the gold fronts. This is nasty Nas era. You know what I'm saying? This is like halftime Nas, right? I said, I remember, you know, I need to pull my old tweets. I remember putting on Twitter, not even hearing one single song off the album. I said, yo, if the album cover looks like this and Mr. Magic is on the back, we're going to get vintage Nas. We're going to get Illmatic Nas on this record. I said that on Twitter before hearing one song. And I was glad that I was proven right in my estimation, but just by seeing the album cover, because the album cover can tell that story. And it was a surprise drop. If we remember, it dropped on Christmas Eve, 2021, right? So what I want you guys to talk about of how much of a moment that was for us Nas fans, because, you know, all the big artists at some point they've done surprise drops, like, you know, the Beyoncés of the worlds and the Drake. And, you know, we never really had a Nas surprise drop before. And it came out, and I remember specifically getting last minute stuff ready for Christmas morning, just running that album back, you know, back to back to back, you know, short list of 9 tracks, just running it over and over and thinking like, man, what a time to be alive. Like, cause this wasn't expected. So Ease, I'm gonna start with you, bro. What were you doing when this album dropped, and how did that moment as a Nas fan make you feel?
Man, I was in the
So
crib.
real quick, can we get the super chat? Can we get the
Oh,
super
my
chat
bad.
real quick?
My bad.
Sorry about that.
Oh, you good. Yo, appreciate you with the $10 super chat. I'm not gonna try to read your name, but he said, I'm in my 30s, started listening to Nas when I was 9. So Nas is good as the best example of one of my childhood heroes riding off into the sunset. But then he said, nah, he ran the clock back with Magic. Big facts.
big
Big
facts.
facts.
Yeah.
Appreciate that $10 super chat. Go ahead, Ease.
Yeah, I was doing the same thing. I was in the crib getting ready for Christmas. I actually did a YouTube short that night about this album. Just listening to the album initially, it just felt like home, felt like NY in a sense. And it also knew that Hit Boy had range, but for him to do, for lack of a better term, an East Coast album, just let me know that Nas truly trust him in a sense, because he could have went to any East Coast producer and did that at that time. You know what I'm saying? And this is 3 albums in at this point, right? So that just to show you that he's never done this with anyone, not just one album, not 2 albums, but now we're doing 3 albums in a sense, and he's starting an entirely different series at this time. So at the time I'm listening to the album, as soon as I heard Speechless, I knew that we had some heat. I already knew. And as the Nas fan, I was ecstatic about that, because there was still some naysayers about the first 2 albums. Oh, it's not boom bap enough. It's not gritty enough. This checked that box immediately. And if they were going to continue to be upset about his choices, I knew they weren't fans at that point, because there was nothing to talk about. Magic checked the box.
Big facts.
Yeah.
Yo, Shawn, what you got for that one, bro? What was you doing when the surprise drop hit?
Man, it's crazy because I was preparing to go to Atlanta for a situation that I was for work. And the night before I had to get into bed early or what have you. When I got up the following morning, here we go with Magic. Like, yo, what is going on? Like, what is this? And like Ease mentioned, when you hear Speechless, you know it set the tone. I'm listening to Speechless I couldn't even get to the second track. I was listening to Speechless over and over and over. Like I could not get off of Speechless. I'm be honest. And then when I finally got off of Speechless and got over to Meet Joe Black, then I got to Ugly. Then I got to 4016 Building. I stopped listening for a little while because I had to process what was going on. Like, yo, this is ridiculous. Like this, I had to process it. I have to show wearing the shirt today for a reason because I had to like really process what was happening in real time. Because again, I'm a Nas fan. I'm thinking like this is going to appease the boom bap guys, right? The ones who wanted to hear Illmatic Part 5 and Part 10, right? This is going to appease that to show them that he is who he is. And again, fella, I'm gonna kick it over to Elp. But when he said, if they don't call me the GOAT, that is silly behavior.
Right.
I'm like, finally.
Yes.
Finally. Say it. Say it again. Say it with every track after this one. Keep saying over and over. Keep saying over and over and over again. And I love this album, man. This is, to me, there's certain albums you can hear and say, okay, this album has legs, or this album has potential, or this album is a bona fide classic. This is one of the ones you run through the first time, you know it's a special album, and you know it has a classic feel.
Yeah, what you got, bro?
All right. Man, I was chasing down PlayStation 5s for my kids, man. I'm not gonna lie to you. I remember I remember this shit dropping, and I'm like, yo, I remember leading into it, and it was interesting because I think I was watching a Rap Roundtable at the time. Shout out to all the other pods and all that shit. And Sin had said that he had heard that there was something dropping. So that's the first time that I had heard anything about like there could possibly be an album dropping. Then Nas cleared his Instagram, and then he just dropped Magic. He dropped the visuals and then he just dropped the album. Yo, man, this album is like, this is how I know that Nas can't win with everybody, because if you would have said that Premier produced this album, they would have called this shit a super classic and nobody would have ever denied it. You know what I'm saying? What Hit Boy was able to do on this album is like, if there's anything that showed his range, it was Magic. And then moving on with the Magic series, because KD's sound like something that he could do because those sound effects are closer to kind of his style. Magic is completely 90s Nas, and then to start it off with Speechless, man, Speechless is so fire. I listen to that one all the time. It's probably in my top 5 from the run period. His rapping on there is just exceptional. Like, there's no misses with his writing really on the whole album, but especially on Speechless. And then you have Wave Gods, the only feature being ASAP Rocky. You got
and Premier Scratches too, as a feature.
Move for the Children. Like, dog, that shit is perfect. So I'm all in motherfucking Walmart and Target looking for this goddamn PS5, and then just like, like it ain't the same, right? Like, so I envy the people who are listening to Magic and they're just able to chill and like take it in, smoke blunts or whatever. I'm a grown ass man running around, doing
I was rapping presents.
shopping. Yeah, listening to this shit. And like, at this point in the run, like by the time Magic drops, you just know that it's special. Now you're just like, oh shit, like what the fuck is going on now? Like, this is different. Like, this dude really is, like, he's the GOAT. There's no question about it. Because KD1, you're like, all right, cool, we're back on track. KD2, you're like, oh shit, what the fuck is this? KD3, you're like, what the fuck is going on right now? Like, when he says, I don't even know what's going on, like, that's the 2020's version of I don't even know where to start this, right?
There you go.
Yeah,
It's like the
There you
same
go.
fucking thing. For
yeah.
him to start it off, I don't even know what's going on. Neither
That's
do we,
dope.
motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know what's
I don't know
going
what's
on
going
either,
on.
dog.
Yeah,
What is
yeah.
this? Like he's using triple
Right.
entendres. He's talking about, the diamond chain, like it's almost a triple. What he does with the Giannis, I'm in Greece with the triple diamond, all that kind of stuff, and like yo, that whole shit is hard. Like and then like a slow run beats cheat in the grind. Like there's lines in that album that stick with me because it's he's picking game. You know what I mean?
Mm,
And always still showing love, like on Ugly, where he talks about Big L and if haters weren't around and all this kind of stuff, right? Like, man, the whole album, it's perfect. Magic is a perfect album. Yup, Dedication is dope. I mean, there isn't a bad album on this song. There isn't a bad verse on this song. This is the Nas that if you were an underground head or if you wanted that from him, this is they did. It's still polished. It's the closest of Nas that you're gonna get that's in that Griselda bag of kind of that type of sound. The truth, yo man, he
truth is
killed
crazy.
the truth. Right. I mean, there's so many standout verses. There's so many standout production styles on this. Hit Boy was able to keep it consistent. I love Wave Gods. I love the music video for that one. I mean, to me, it's a flawless album. There's no
Right.
skips on this. There's no bad
Be-
moments. There's no Eminem verses. None of that. It's just it's a perfect album in my opinion, and I think I want to say I have it in my top five
Yeah.
Nas albums.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Rocky showed up major on Wave Gods because being the one feature on there, the pocket that Nas was in, it had potential to derail it. Not that Rocky's not dope, but you're the sole feature on a project like this. It could go left, right? So man, he did his thing, and then just Nas's bag lyrically that he was in, it just showed me that he could tap back into that when motivated. You know what I'm saying? Whenever he really wants to, essentially, like with his pen, just taking it back to the grimy Queensbridge. I feel like this was a whole album worth of Thief's themes, if you will. Like, you know what I'm saying? It was just, it was
Yeah.
just every song gave you that vibe and that element, and it showed how fresh it was because the shout out to Young Dolph, like on Ugly, and the concept around that, like that literally had just happened. And I'm like, these guys is like really giving us this in real time. Like they're just like churning out this quality work and giving it to the people. And like you said, we didn't even know what this Nas didn't know what was going on. We didn't know what was going on. Like, yo, is this a mixtape? What's to come after this? Or if anything, we just know that these two had a synergy that we hadn't seen between a producer and a rapper in a very long time. And it was really beautiful to watch. It was super dope.
Like Magic turned the Nas and HB formula from like a goosebump kind of anticipation to an expectation. So by the
Yes.
time KD3 comes, I'm not even worried. Like, because I'm still worried. Like, like you're
Mm.
going into KD2 and you're kind of like, can they replicate that? And then they superseded it. Then Magic comes, and for you
It
to
went up the more. Yeah.
see, there's like we could go on for hours about it, like especially those two, because keep in mind they drop like within 4 or 3 months of each other.
Yeah.
So we're still loving KD2, and then this motherfucker drops Magic, and it's like, oh shit, what the fuck is this? And they're two completely different sounding albums, and they're only months apart. And there's a debate for how much time do you really need to make a great album, right? Like momentum seems to be like like I think the HB run worked because they had a momentum and they dropped a lot of music and they stayed in the studio together, right? So you look at like record, you like Death Row, and you're like, damn, there's like this pocket of great albums just because they were in the flow making all this stuff.
You have to
But
build a rhythm.
you have to build
Yeah.
the rhythm, right? But like where it's different, where like if you go back to like early Death Row, you know that they were in the pocket, but it all sounds like the pocket, right? Like the Chronic and Doggy Style and Dog Food, they all have
Really?
similar vibes to it, right? Magic has no vibe to KD2. They do not sound the same. Even the subject matter is different. So I just think it's impressive that not only were they able to keep the momentum going and hit a new level, but that it's a completely different record. It's nothing like KD2 and KD1. You know, you're not going for it for the same things. When you're listening to Magic, you're going for a specific kind of feel. And when you're going to the KDs up to that point, it's a different kind of vibe that you're going for. You know?
Or he speaks a little bit to that as far as the production, where Hit Boy gave us a totally different look than what he previously gave us on KD2.
Yeah, for sure. In comparison to KD2, Magic is like more stripped down in a sense where when compared to KD or KD2, sequencing, like when I listen to this album, it's kind of like it's very few moments to breathe in a sense. Like it's like a heartbeat in a sense, like where the BPMs are constant. Even if you listen to like Ugly and Wolf for the Children, there's no drums, but you don't miss them. It never feels as though it's lagging. He also increases the energy with like songs like Speechless, like the beat switch up like maybe around 130. He has so many different variations. He kept it gritty, but he also kept it innovative. And that's what makes Hit Boy different in the sense where he can always be himself. Because when you're a chameleon and you have your own sound, some people don't feel like he has his own sound, but if you listen to these albums, he definitely has his own sound because he was able to do something with Nas no one else could do. If you also listen, he the New York sound in the sense, he was able to merge home with Cali. If you listen to the song like what is it, Dedicated?
Mm-hmm.
Starts off bright, uplifting, feel like sunny skies and palm trees. But once we switch in the middle of the song,
New York
feel pretty again, which is kind of reminiscent. It's kind of like you can juxtapose that to Death Row East, where he took a West Coast vibe but made it feel New York. That's production. Yeah. That's a different type of feel, man. Whenever I listen to this album, I just feel like Hit Boy made these beats specifically for Nas. Sometimes you can listen to an old Rockefeller album, not shading anyone. You can listen to maybe like Freeway, Philadelphia Freeway, one of my favorite albums. But I can hear Jay on some of those beats. I can hear him on some of those beats. On Magic, these beats are for Nas. I can't really hear anyone else on these.
Taylor.
Because the way he wrote to it and he owned them in his own way. But this album feels like it was specifically curated for Nas. And that just goes to show you how great Hit Boy is. So the production is A1. I don't have any complaints about this at all. He knocked it out the park. So he's 3 for 3 at this point, and he's progressing 3 different sounds.
Yep. Thanks.
Yes.
Yo, Shawn, what's your top 5 records on Magic?
Man, the first 5 really is, you know what I mean? Speechless, Meet Joe Black, Ugly, 4016, Wu-Tang for the Children. You can't go wrong with that. I mean, dog, that lineup is flawless.
Yeah. Yeah, that runs crazy. That's crazy. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna get my 5 real quick. I got Speechless, The Truth. The Truth is just amazing. He's going nuts on there. 4016 building. I got 4016 building and Meet Joe Black. I think those 2 are the ones where he's talking the shit the most. Just like, you know, we wanted him to be in that pocket, like where he's really saying, like, nah, I'm the one. And then I got Ugly just because of the concept, even where he, you know, the album doesn't really have it's very mixtape-ish. It doesn't have a specific direction, but you know, he'll still give us the concept tracks like Ugly in the midst of all that. You know what I mean? So I appreciate and love what he did on there. So LP, what do you got for your top 5, bro?
I got Speechless, Ugly, The Truth, Wave Gods, and Dedication. Like Dedication is so fire, man. And then you like it's like Nas will give you little hints where you could tell that he's in tune with what's going on. Like when he says I'm spitting bars like I'm on stage with Smack, right? Like you know what I mean? It's like, you know, he's watching these battle raps, he's chilling at the crib, you know, and he's like, yo, I'm spitting, dog. Like I got these in spades. The reaction to Speechless, just, you know, like Speechless is a, you know, it's a great album, and that's a perfect song on a great album. So, but those are my 5.
One of his best intros ever.
Yeah, for sure. And then Wave Gods, I think that shit is dope. You know, ASAP doesn't get enough credit for being a hip hop head and for, you know, really rapping. I mean, his fucking name is Rakim. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right.
So like he
Right.
grew up listening to that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
He obviously adopted his own style, which is good for him. Maybe not the best for New York at the time, but it worked well for him. And there's moments where if you like listen to Rocky and his albums and stuff, you get those moments where you realize like, oh no, like he can really rap. And we'll talk about other features later on. I mean, and we just talked about M. He ain't do that. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I think Wave Gods is also a dope beat. It was dope to have that. Having Premier do the scratches on that was such a dope callback, and it fits perfect into the flow of the album because of the whole feel and the vibe of Magic. And this is something like at this point, if we get a Magic from Premier and Nas, I'm happy. Like that's how high this run is, and maybe where the expectations are from Premiere, from what we've been hearing recently, to where it's like, yo, if I could at this point, if I could just get a Magic, I'm good. I mean, we before this, we would have wanted something more. Now I'm like, yo, just give us a Magic, yo. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Just give us one of these, and we'll love you forever, man. But those are my five, man, and I mean, it's just it's a perfect album. But those five really stick out for me, man.
Sure. Ease, give me your 5, then give me your mic rating.
Nah, man. My 5: Speechless, Ugly, Dedicated, The Truth, and Hollywood Gangster.
Hollywood Gangster
Gangsta's
pick.
another one,
Okay.
man.
That's my joint right there. I have a question before I give my rating, though.
Sure.
I know we all give our top 5. Has it evolved over time? Because some of the songs that I have here now that I listen to weren't initially in my top 5.
All my top 5 songs on each album evolved. Like on the during the run, that is, yeah.
Gotcha. If I'm giving a rating, listen, man, I'm not one of these guys just thought it was 5 mics, man. I'm giving it 5, man.
It's okay. It's okay.
I got it.
Are we all in agreement with 5?
What did the hand say to the face?
Yeah.
Motherfuckers are, boy, it's a,
Yo,
you know what I mean?
So
Yeah.
we are
Vibe,
3.
baby, you know?
We are 3 for 3 on the mic rating system, and I feel like we're being very objective too on this. So yeah, we're 3 for 3 on the mic ratings.
It's an objective 5. It's a subjective 5. If I was deaf, it'd be a 5. You know what I'm saying? It's a 5, man.
It's a 5. It's a 5.
Yeah, like
sure.
and people can talk about like, oh, Nas fans, they overrate. No, I don't think that there's any question about this album. It's 5 all the way. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, what can you say about it to make it not be a 5? Is it the length? Nope.
Perfect.
Is it the vibe? Nope. There's no debate against it.
And this album's so dope on the production. They even released, a vinyl of the instrumentals. You know what I'm saying, for the MCs out there. So album is just perfect album. But we didn't think that
the whole formula, like just even the album cover of it. And then is that the one where he's sitting in his room with the Nintendo there or whatever? That's all in the same era.
Oh yeah,
right?
yeah, during that same era with the gold fronts and all that. Yeah.
Right. Like just like going with the black and white, which kind of signifies
Fire.
the vibe of the beat, the beat. Like I think the videos for the most part were done in black and white, except for Wave Gods, and Wave Gods had a good amount of black and white and all of that kind of stuff too in it. So just even the way that they went about, promoting it, a Ghost Drop. This is the greatest Ghost Drop album of all time.
Absolutely.
There's nobody's ever dropped an album out of nowhere better than this. Period.
Nah, that's a fact. I never thought about that, but you're right. And aesthetically, everything was, as Nas fans, we couldn't ask for more.
And it's during Christmas too, just the
perfect Christmas gift.
Right. Outside of a PS5, and boys still playing that shit. You know what I'm saying? But
it's a winter song. It's a winter album. Back in the day, we used to get albums and it fit the aesthetic of the time we were in. It fit the aesthetic of, if in New York, you want to hear a Ghostface Iron Man album in like November, December, right? It makes sense. This one fits the aesthetic of the winter.
Big facts. Definitely sounds New York.
Yeah.
And just when you didn't think,
you know what I'm saying? You just want to be snowed in for this shit.
Right. And just run it back over and over.
I wish I had a basement like Errol. You know what I'm saying? I'd be in that motherfucker too. You know what I mean? Like,
but just when you didn't think they could ascend to higher heights, they dropped this masterpiece right here. right? You didn't think they could go any higher, which is crazy because it seems like they kept elevating on each project. So that comes the next year, almost is just a month shy of a year later. That comes on November 11th, 2022, right? And at this point, as Nas fans, I think I speak for everybody, where our mind is just like blown. Like, we're holding Magic like the pinnacle. And then they spin the block and then give us King's Disease 3, and we're just like, yo, like, we're in awe of what we're getting right now. So my question to you all, before we get into KD3, like, is this a top 5 album? Because that was like, for Nas, because that was a lot of the talk around KD3 at the time, because that really felt like the one that was top 5 worthy in his discography. So for me, it personally is. I have it at number 4 in my Nas albums. And for each of you, would it crack Nas's top 5?
It fluctuates. So I got Illmatic, It Was Written, Stillmatic, Lost Tapes, not in that order. And then the fifth one, I bounce between Magic and KD3.
I
Right.
agree.
So like, for the sonics and the grandiose of it, I completely understand KD3, but there's something so special about Magic that, like, if I just got to go with which one, it's a toss up. I like, pause. I'm not mad at either one, Magic or KD3, but I got those 4 are not leaving. So we're talking about It Was Written, Illmatic, Stillmatic, and Lost Tapes, and then that 5th one can always be between KD3 and Magic. Like, that's how elite those 2 albums are.
Okay.
Same here. Same exact thing, pretty much. Yeah, those top 4 are etched in stone. It is what it is at this point.
Yeah.
But you know what? Hold on. I'm gonna be a little different. It Was Written, Illmatic, Lost Tapes. Nah, can't do it.
Yeah.
Nah.
So it doesn't crack your top 5?
I don't think, because we have It Was Written, Illmatic, Lost Tapes.
Yep. Stillmatic.
Illmatic.
4.
That 5 spot.
Yeah, that's it, man. Yeah, it can't. Yeah, crack. It can't crack the top 4, obviously. So it's going to be in a fight for Magic, between Magic and KD3, which is a great thing.
For me, I have it Illmatic, It Was Written, Stillmatic, then KD3, and then Lost Tapes at the 5th spot for me.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. So I think KD3 is that great. Shawn, what do you got? Does it crack your top 5?
I think it's right outside of it, but that can change on how I'm feeling, because I'm thinking Illmatic, It Was Written, Stillmatic. Guys, I got Godson in mind. I'm being honest.
I'm not mad at it. I'm not mad at that.
And the Lost Tapes, we got Godson and Lost Tapes in the same year as well, just like we got Magic.
Yeah.
So I got it right, and I can go back and forth between that or Magic.
What's the better double back? KD2 and Magic, or Lost Tapes and Godson?
It's a fight. It's
a fight, but I'm gonna tell you what's the difference maker for me, and that goes into my next question, right? KD3 entered as the 4th best album in Nas' discography for me for a degree of difficulty. Is, the level of difficulty it is to pull that album of that caliber off at that age is 1, but 2, we've been talking about the features on these albums during this run. He did a 17-track album of this caliber by himself for Dolo, and you never get bored. Now you factor in his age, you factor in 17 tracks. That's like a long album. You know what I'm saying? This is not like Magic with 9 tracks. It's 17 tracks where he was on tour and came back and did more tracks before they put it out. 17 tracks for Dolo, all like fire, you know what I'm saying? Flawless album pretty much at the, the age he was at. He was 48 at the 49 at the time. That's why I had to put it number 4 in my top 5 list. So let's have you guys each speak on the degree of difficulty of him not having any features on this record and how hard that was to pull off. Shawn, I want you to go first.
Yo, can I go? I'm about to put a poll in the show real quick. Can you come
back? We'll come back to you. LP, you go first, bro.
Yeah, nah, I mean, it's impressive, dog. So like again, I wonder I wonder how much the degree of the difficulty is from our outside looking into how it was for him at that point because of the momentum that he was already riding with. So like it is impressive, right? So you have KD3 and you start off with Ghetto Reporter, super underrated song that doesn't get talked about enough. Then you get Legit. Then you get Thun. Yo, man, if Thun came out in the 90s, dog, like
Crazy.
it would have been a problem. The amount of remixes that we would have got to Thun. Imagine Mega. Imagine if that was on the QB album. You know what I mean? Like Thun is such a fire record. Then you got Recession Proof. I love Recession Proof. You know, like yeah, I mean, it's a high degree of difficulty because Magic is just like one mood and one theme. KD3, you got different rhythms going into it. You have HB hitting different pockets production wise, and then you still just like KD2, he puts all the concept records at the end of it. Like you got
Once a man,
Once a Man,
twice a
Twice
king.
a Child. Like it's an incredible record, you know. And then like you're in healthcare, I'm in healthcare. We deal with people that are in those
Hmm.
later stages of life, and the what Nas talks about is crazy because it's true. You have First Time, you have a Get Light, you know, you have
Beef.
Beef with which like I think that that's the only Hit Boy production where he didn't add an extra layer to it. Then you have Don't Shoot. So you have all these different concept records, and then you know on the side note, right? Like, but still with what we got going on, um, I think that that's a part of what I think is unfair about us Nas fans sometimes. Shout out to Iron, because it's like you know you want like I want Nas to go off, and why isn't Nas going off on these features? And somebody brought up to bring up some of the songs that weren't on the albums. We're going to do that, so we got y'all. Trust us. We got AG. He got this shit covered, right? So, but the thing is that think about all the rappers that quote unquote go off. A Black Thought, Andre 3K. Yeah, you can go off because that's what you do, right? But when I listen to your albums, you don't have a Once a Man, Twice a Child. You don't have a Beef. You don't have a Store Run. You don't have a Moments. You don't
Hmm.
create. You don't do any of that stuff. So if Andre 3000 can, drop a 16 every once and it's the most fire shit, it's because you can't make a solo album. Period. Right. So sometimes we need to take in the positive with the negative on it, because as much as we want Nas to do Amaretta every single time, he's like, yo, I'm 48, I'm 50. I'm trying to give you life records. You got all these other artists my age who can't even get outside of themselves and speak about anything or create concepts. Jay can't come up with the concept to save his life right now. 3K can't even come up with an album worth the material. And I'm giving you these concept records. I'm giving you these female records. I'm giving you these Queens records. I'm giving you these hard records all within a 1 or 2 year time frame. So the degree of difficulty might not be difficult for him, but that just shows how much of the golden child and how much of the goat he really is. Because the second half of What the Fuck, yeah, I mean, come on, dog. Why you ain't proud of me? Why you ain't proud of Nas? Like, yo, he's untouchable at this point in this stage. And I remember people who at this point that were being objective, there was no way that you didn't have Nas as a top MC or he wasn't solidified in your top five by the time that this drops. And it's because of it's because of these type of albums, because of the direction of the records, the concept records. Degree of difficulty is super high because nobody's been able to match that sense, and especially during that era and move and beyond it, like prior, it's feature heavy. Is
Right.
how a lot of the old heads got by. I mean, you got Rakim, motherfucker got like 20 features on 7 songs. Nas has been able to do this shit on his own,
No
uh,
Yeah.
doubt.
uh,
Yeah.
and that was the highest example of it.
But
Serious interlude, the
even the
chat,
interludes fire. Yeah.
all of it. Yeah.
But here's the thing, and then I'm gonna pass it to you, Ease, on the production side of things. But the amazing part to me is Nas knew that him and Hit Boy had one, because on the Get a Report, if you say, like people say, KD1, KD2, KD3 go harder. I'm sorry, and Magic go harder when KD3 go harder than all of them. You know what I'm saying? He's planting that flag and making that bold statement on the first track. And I'm looking kind of crazy when I'm listening to it. I'm like, yo, I'm coming off of Magic. So this has to be crazy if you're saying this is harder than each one of those albums. But he knew what they had in store. That's what amazes me. He knew they knocked this one out of the park. That's why I think this album is just amazing. And to me, it's the magnum opus of the run. But what are some things that Hit Boy is doing that amazed you, Ease, as far as the production? Because, he showed us things with beat switches, like on Michael and Quincy. He was just, to me, he was showing off on this album. Like,
he's doing his numbers, man. I will say this. I'm going to keep it short and simple, straight to the point. The first 6 songs on the album just showcases creativity. Like everything is there. Thun, if you're looking for memorable loops, you like looped up production, check that box. You want a West Coast vibe, hood to hood. Around the 120 mark, you even get like a vocoder or a talk box there. That's West Coast. You want beat switch ups, Michael and Quincy. You want a soul sample, Ghetto Reporter. Salute to the Commodores. You want live instrumentation, replay samples, legit. You want an 808 fill, you got 30. 6 tracks in, he did everything that he needed to do. And he just expounded upon that as the album went on. Who can do that? And going back to your previous question, is this 17-track no feature situation is epic because he did it with one producer after releasing the album less than a year before. And this is their 4th album, right? At this point, right? So cool. One producer, 4 albums, an exceptional piece of work with KD3, no features, 50 years old pretty much. Like, who else is going to do that? And it being accepted.
Yeah, it's insane. And Hit Boy's versatility to take the train track element, sound element of the real train tracks and put them on Thun, or to take the 5 hard beats and I don't know how nobody used that as a sample before up to that point, but to have the creative mind to do that was super amazing. So I just can't say enough about this album, but what I'm saying, we'll keep the party going.
AG,
but
real quick, AG, somebody in the comments brought up a good point, and I think it's for the run in general, but the hooks. Yo, man, don't
he's going
ever
stupid with the hooks.
question Nas's hook game ever, especially after KD3. So you got KD2, you got Magic, KD1. I mean, the hook game on here. He's penning them, primarily all on his own and all that kind of stuff. And look, we didn't tap into the whole ghostwriting allegations because there were some controversies around the time with the Quentin Miller. You know what I mean? Shit with the pressure,
KD2,
right?
Yeah.
On KD2, right? And we'll get into the whole the show that he did at MSG where I think he addressed that. But I think it's very important that in a time where a lot of these MCs got like 20 different name writing credits, if you go to KD3, it's just Nas. Like I think he made it a point, just like on Magic, to be like, it's just me and it's just HB. I really appreciate HB showing you I'm producing these shits on the fly. Keep in mind, and somebody brought up Jim Jones earlier. Keep in mind that this is maybe around the time where Hitmaker and HB started kind of getting into it a little bit, and production. And Jim Jones had the album with that whole thing going on, and HB is just on there like, you don't do this. You're like Puffy. You take songs and you just flip them and then you just throw them out there. I'm getting
a song when you spoke on that, right?
Korea. Yeah. Well, with Alchemist, right?
Yeah.
He's taking samples from songs like to Ease Point, Brazilian jazz and Korean this and fucking Angola, wherever the fuck he's getting these samples from. Then he goes on BET, say, oh man, you know what, legit. You know what I'm saying? Like, man. That beat, that movie plays all the time, and no producer thought about let me get this shit.
Genius.
I mean, come on, dog. That deserved the video, by the way. But yeah, shout out to who brought up about the hook game, because that very underrated part of this catalog is how creative the hooks were on these albums.
Top tier. Yo, LP, you mentioned the MSG concert. So coming off of that, like, we thought that was the culmination. Like, at least I thought as a Nas fan, where they're cementing this, like, KD Trilogy, we're having Nas for the first time in his career headline MSG. At this point, I'm thinking Magic was just a one-off mixtape I think that they're just kind of, this is what this is their send off for their 4 album run at the time, right? Ease, you were in the building for the MSG show, and LP, you were too. Ease, if you can, give me a little bit of your insight of being there for that show and him running off a lot of the songs from this catalog. Than this recent work with Hit Boy.
Yeah, it was definitely an epic night, man. I was surprised by the audience's reception, because New Yorkers can be a little funny at times. Like, they want you to get into Illmatic right away, but
Right.
when Thun and the records came on, it was pretty cool. They knew the lyrics as well, but Spicy got a reaction I wasn't expecting, and that just goes to show me that certain records are just, it's just not for us, in the sense where we don't like certain records on albums. Not to say I think it's a bad record, but that record per se was for a certain audience, and that audience gravitated towards it. To see him on stage, even like, I've never seen, at that point, I've seen Nas quite a few times, but on stage, but he seemed more comfortable than ever. Like, even the transitions, speaking on stage, or even talking about his experiences and the memory lane acapella verse. I just thought at that time that is important, that you don't do everything right away. At that point, he's like 49 or 50, right? Approaching that. He hadn't done the Garden yet. To think about that, Nas he just won a Grammy 3 years prior, and he never sold out the Garden by himself. Not to say that he was unable to, but it was probably something he planned out or thought he would do later in his career. And to see the people come out and support him, that was fire, man. And they knew the lyrics. It was definitely a great experience.
Super dope.
Yeah,
LP, what about your experience there?
The show was dope. I actually met Coop there. Shout out to the other fellas on the show and all that kind of stuff. Yo, man, the show was dope as fuck. I went with my lady. We flew out there, visited mad family. Any reason to go back to NY? You know what I mean? The show was dope. Everybody knew the words. They let you smoke in there, so I got fucking zooted. You know what I mean? Like, because he went, there was an intermission where he like disappeared to like change clothes and shit. You know what I'm saying? Where it was like, I needed that because I was fucking like zoned. You know what I'm saying? Like, the pressure. I remember, like, okay, so again, going back, he addressed, when the pressure comes on, and we know that that's the song that QM mentions. He's like, this is what I write. I just remember being like, yeah, motherfucker, you know what I'm saying? Because he's never going to address the shit. And when he does address it, he's going to address it his way. 30 hit like crazy. 30 was like, yo.
That rang off crazy in there.
Watching the footage, that was the one to me. Other than Made You Look, of course, 30 seemed like the one.
The fireworks, all that. He was dressed in all white. Like, yo, man, it was just, everything about the show was dope. It was dope because, like, to E's point, he had never did an MSG, and one would think that if he did MSG, it would be for him to do Illmatic for the fucking 60th millionth time. You know what I mean? But nah, the show was sold out based off of the KD series. Did we believe that he was gonna tap into the rest of the shit? I mean, I think that was a safe assumption because it's MSG, but that wasn't what, at least the people that I was around, we were all vibing to what was going on with the whole KD series. And we knew the people around me knew the words. They was moving up and down. It was kids in there. It was white boys in there. It was, everybody, every culture, every age group was in there. The shit was fire. Then he brought out Slick Rick. Like, that's when I was like, you know what I'm saying? Slick Rick was out there. Mary J was out there. HB came out. Red Bell Ball. Yeah, that
can't forget about AZ. AZ was there.
AZ came out.
Sure.
Yeah, and then it's fucked up because I thought that they would do Composure, so they just did Michael and Quincy. It was still cool to have them to have him on there for that. So yeah, that was a legendary night, man. I mean, it was one of the greatest shows that I ever been to, and I've seen Nas a couple times, and that was easily his best one, man. It's just epic, dog. Like, if he ever does another show like that, I'm definitely going, and I recommend any Nas fan. And then Ease brought up that acapella. Yo, so we already know that Nas isn't the best with remembering shit. You know what I'm saying? We were clowning it. We were joking about it in the Discord.
94 in there, right?
Yo, DJ, you gotta know the words because Nas gonna be looking at you like, yo, man, pressure. You know what I'm saying? Yo, Green Lantern, can you finish this shit? You know?
Yeah.
What Medusa would help, you know what I'm saying? Like, now I remember more of Nas words than he does. You know what I'm saying? So, like, for the DJ, you gotta know his raps because you gotta speak for him sometimes. So when he gets into memory lane, and then when the beat stops, I'm thinking like, damn, the song is over. He's just gonna go into the next verse, right? And then when he starts doing that shit a cappella, and like when you guys watch the videos, there's a part where you just hear everybody start like clapping and yelling and all that stuff while he's still rapping it. Well, when you're in there, it's a vibe. Like you, it's like you're watching this motherfucker in amazement. Like I remember it clear as day. It was an energy thing. You know what I mean? And everybody's just standing there in awe. And you know what I mean? Like, I got the shit tied, you know what I mean? Forever. Like that second verse is one of my favorite verses ever. And for him to do it a cappella, to not slip up on any of the words, and yo, when people started cheering is because everybody felt that shit at the same time. Like, yo, this is fucking incredible. And then he got emotional towards the end of it because of his mom that used to work across the street, and your mom, we did it, and all that. He could not finish one mic. One mic, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? That motherfucker, one mic, like he was hurt, he was in his feelings with that motherfucker boy. But man, one of the dopest hip hop shows I ever been to. It's a crime that he never did more of them. But like the Grammy, he only needed one time to really show out. And that's what he did on that one, man. Shout out to anybody. I see motherfuckers that flew in from Africa, going to that show. Like motherfuckers was in all types of garbs, to go see Nas, man. One of the dopest shows ever, yo.
I'll add this one last piece too regarding Nas and that show. Like Nas, for whatever reason, well, there is a reason, he brings out hip hop heads in a sense. A lot of shows you go to, it's like you can tell there's corporate giveaways. People just at the show because, I don't know, their company gave them some tickets to go out. Everyone in the audience, you could tell they wanted to be there. They knew the lyrics, whether it was a father and the son. You can tell he put his son on. So Nas, like the atmosphere was hip hop. It felt like we were in a smaller venue in the garden. Like it was that intimate in a sense where everybody got along. It was all love. And one of the greatest nights I've ever experienced at a show, man. And just to see him get his flowers, man, that was fire, man.
That's super fire. I feel mad at myself for not pulling up to that, man.
I mean, just to see the melting pot of his fan base, right? Because I've gone and seen a lot of old heads, respect, but I've seen a lot of them, and it's like, you go to a Wu-Tang show and it's diverse, but it's kind of not. You know what I mean? Like you get the old heads and you get the white boys kind of vibe. You know what I mean? Like it's either one or the other, like neckbeard white boys with the Wu-Tang shirt. It's like either one or the other, right?
Neckbeard is crazy.
That should be like up to here, man. But they know all the verses. Like Nas's shit was like cultured. It's like, when he be rapping, he's like, Africa, Tahiti, but he's there, all these countries. It's like he got fans from all of them that came. I think Tanisha was in the house. You know what I mean? Like, it was so diverse. It was like the Michael Jackson black and white video. Like all the motherfuckers was there. You know what I mean? Like, it was very impressive to see how wide of a spectrum his fan base was. Because you would think that you were at a fucking Universal line or something like that. You would think that you were at like Disney or some shit. Like I can't put it into like I'm trying to paint the picture of how diverse that crowd really was. Nobody would feel out of place,
Right.
So if you got a neck beard or not, you still feel cool in there,
Neckbeard is
like
crazy.
it felt like everything was in you. Everything felt right there,
Yo, Shawn, give me your top 5 joints on the album, the classic KD3. What do you got? And give me your mic rating.
I got Legit, Done, Recession Proof, 30, and Serious Interlude, my personal favorite. Serious Interlude.
I like that 5. But real quick, talk about what Ton meant to you as a Queens native.
Man, it meant everything to me. It meant everything. I wish this joint would have came out in 97. Honestly. 97, 98, having Done under my belt at that time. Yo, that's a weapon I needed back in 97, 98.
That's a weapon.
That's a weapon I needed, man.
He was in Japan dressed like Ja Rule and shit like that.
Straight
what I'm saying?
Yo, man. Yo, real talk. I really needed Done either 97, 98 or 2000. Thun would have been
Mm.
perfect for me on the Bridge album, straight up and down.
Oh yeah,
man.
absolutely,
Yeah,
And the
absolutely.
yeah,
album
yeah.
with Thun,
But
because that was
Yeah,
the first
yeah.
time you that's the first time you hear him actually chant Thun like that. You know what I
Right.
mean? And it was just the beat itself that Hit Boy pulled from under under Queensbridge Rock somewhere to pull that beat out of nowhere and just let him go on that, man. Thun is my joint, man. Thun is an anthem, man, straight up and down. So I
Right.
really needed that in my repertoire, 97, 98, or 2000, either or. But but
sometimes
yeah,
I
that's
take hope and like, nigga, this ain't over. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like, yo,
that was
just
a
to have
dope one.
those bars in
so
there,
bar,
you know,
man.
just to bring it back to that, you know,
Straight
like,
up. Straight up.
you
That's what I'm saying.
know,
I needed that in my repertoire because there was a lot of Brooklyn nights. Shout out to Brooklyn. A lot of Brooklyn nights talking crazy back then. Y'all know what
he
it is.
said he
A lot
said
of
you could
Brooklyn nights
listen
were
to
talking
Ether on
crazy.
title. I wonder how much that
Yeah.
Ether went up in title when he said that.
Right,
You
with
know what I'm
that,
saying?
Right.
Number skyrocketed, right? Yeah.
Word,
Yeah.
word. Ease, what's your top five, bro? And, oh, Sean, real quick, what's your mic rating, man?
Got to give it a 5, man. Got to give it.
Absolutely. Ease, what you got on your top five joint?
Oh man, I'll go legit. Thun,
Mhm.
WTA, SMH, Reminisce, and Hood to Hood. I go Hood to Hood.
What the hood? I think that's the sleeper on the album. I like that five though. I like that five. LP, what you got? Oh, mic rating real quick. Ease, what you got?
Listen, I'm gonna give it a number 5, man. 5.
Absolutely. LP, what you got, bro?
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Thun, Recession Proof, What the Fuck SMH, Once a Man, Twice a Child,
That's my
and
favorite.
then I'm gonna go with Legit. Like, yeah, Once a Man, Twice a Child, that's a Smithsonian song. Like
Yeah.
that's what I don't like. You know, I want these spaces to be credible, right? So when you talk about like Songwriters Hall of Fame, that's that's a song that you think would be a pinnacle when you speak on songwriting. You know what I'm saying? Like, and he's been doing that his whole career. So once a man trusts a child is always going to be there. I'm going to give this one a 4 out of 5 just to be a little bit different than y'all. Nah, like, yo, this is a 5. You know what
I
I'm
was
saying?
about to say, Sean, take him off the screen, bro.
Talking about,
Yeah,
man.
you know what I'm saying? Like, and now
You
it
had a
just sounds
good
like we're just all
period,
saying
man.
the same shit. You know,
Yeah.
I'm on fire, and the way he used the Street
Street
Fighter
Fighter.
tone and all that kind of shit. Yo, this is a 5. I plead the fifth. You know, everything, every kind of 5. This is 2.5 plus 2. You know, however you get to 5, you land on that.
Yeah,
Another. I mean, at this
back to back
point
classics.
at this point, you're just kind of like,
Yeah,
yo, what you really are like, what the fuck is going on? And again,
yeah.
if it wasn't for Eminem, I think we have 3 5s in a row. And I personally feel like we got 3 classics in a row.
Yeah, that's the
KD2
thing.
to me is a classic. It's not a 5 mic
Mm,
classic, but it's a classic album because 4.5s could be classics to me if
absolutely,
the impact
absolutely.
and everything else with it lands. And that's what I think KD2 did. Magic and KD3 are clear 5s. There's just
Yeah,
no debate for them not being 5s. But I think
right.
it's 3 classics in a row, 2 5s, and a 4.5 at that point, and a 4.
Big facts. So my top five, I got Recession Proof, Michael and Quincy, Thun, 30, and Legit. 30 is just a feeling song. That joint is crazy. Thun, I'm not from Queens, but you can feel like listen to that record. You feel like you're in New York and you're in Queens. I've been to Queens a few times. It definitely feels like that. Michael and Quincy, they're both just showing off on there. Nas left Earth on the last verse. Hit Boy's doing things with the beats. They're just tap dancing and showing off on that record. And Recession Proof. Listen when I tell you. Like what he's doing
Us.
lyrically on Recession Proof, and you talking about the hooks on there, LP, man, like how the hook blends perfectly with the rhymes, and then he's just doing stuff with the multis, like Knicks game up in the seats. I rarely hit the floor. Ain't trying to sit across from somebody's lady I hit before. Top of fourth quarter, I escape. I hit the liquor store. Lambo and Vitador, Maybach with a mini bar. Met a girl from synagogue, told her about Mega Evans. Like he is going crazy on there, and I'm just like, this is that's a track that a
Stealing
lot of
cats from
people
the
don't
jungle.
put.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
You know?
that's a track that a lot of people don't even mention when talking about this record, but it's by far my favorite because he is going
And
crazy on there. So
HB did a great to me. This is like EPMD production. You know, like in getting into his NY bag, and as much as Thun sounds like a Havoc beat, Recession Proof could easily fit into that Eric Sermon,
with the
Def
funk.
Squad.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
Hmm.
funk. Like I could hear Redman over that, or you know, all of them over that style of production on
Absolutely. Absolutely. Phenomenal record. Love it. And you know I got it as a 5. So we are 4 for 4, all in agreement
Wait
on the
up, you
mic
didn't finish the
rating.
rest of your 5. You gave us Stun and Recession Proof and Michael B.
Uh
Quincy.
30 and then legit. You know what I'm saying?
Okay,
30 then
nice,
legit.
nice.
Yeah, yeah, love legit. It's crazy. So
Yeah.
then, you know, we reached the highest of highs. And then the next album we get is Magic 2. A lot of us didn't know that he was going to continue the Magic series. Then we get this joint, Magic 2, which came out on September 21st, 2023, right? And I feel like this one's treated like the redhead stepchild of the 6 album run for whatever reason, but it's still a high quality album in my opinion. But what I want to ask you guys, was it not as well received overall because of expectations? Ease spoke to expectations earlier. So Magic had a certain aesthetic to it, right? And he took it back to the essence with the boom bap sound. And, you know, a lot of people probably anticipated like, yo, if we're getting what we got on Magic 1 over again on Magic 2, this is going to be crazy. This is, you know, whatever. And I think those expectations kind of ruined people enjoying what the album was, you know, because he says out the gate on Abracadabra, I'm a magician, you should listen. It's never the same trick. So that's a sleight of hand. You know what I mean? So if we're talking about magic, you think I'm going to do this over here, but then I flip it and do that over there. And a lot of people weren't receptive to that. So Shawn, what's your take on the Magic 2 album not being received as well as it could have been? Because I do want you to speak to this, Shawn, because this is a personal album for me, because this is when I came into the HipHopTalks fold, right? Not to belabor the point, but you know, Shawn had reached out to me and was like, yo, we doing this thing on Station Head, would like to have you aboard, and you know, we're going to cover hip hop and, you know, so on and so forth. So I got brought along to, you know, do this hip hop, you know, reaction thing long before YouTube on Station Head, because, you know, shout out to Shawn reaching out to me, but this was on the verge of Magic 2 coming out. So it was a different time where I had to listen to music with a different ear versus a fan like, oh, I actually got to talk about it and review this stuff, right? So what did that speak a little bit to the expectations of the album, Shawn, why it wasn't received as well as it should have been during that time?
It was a hardcore pivot, you know what I mean, from what we heard before. We talked about KD1, KD2, and KD3, and we talked about Magic. This one was a hard pivot from what we heard in those, because from KD1 to Magic to KD3, it was improvement at every level, every layer, from aesthetics, from the production, what he was saying. All of these things were just elevating to the next level. I think Magic 2 for me, because it was so ambitious, this is an ambitious album from Nas, because it doesn't fit the nomenclature of what he's done in the past. So because you're going a hardcore pivot to the left or to the right, whatever you prefer, I don't think that it resonated, because in the beginning, I don't think it resonated because expectations have become very high now. We just talked about 2 5s, classics, KD3 and Magic, right? We're talking about that, and now this comes later on, and it has the same moniker as the first classic in Magic. So the expectations are so high to the point where, again, as fans, we like to subconsciously compare things to each other. So we're comparing the name Magic to Magic 2. No different than we're doing right now in real time with Ghost, with Supreme Clientele 1 and Supreme Clientele 2.
Right.
It's like it takes away some of the appetite to feel great and phenomenal about it, because it may not fit the same exact feel that it gave us. For whatever reason, it just didn't fit the same feel that Magic 1 gave us or KD3 gave us. So for me, I remember it came out, I was in San Francisco that midnight, playing it over and over and over and over, trying to get the streams up. And again, even me listening to it, I'm like, this is very different. This is very different. I don't know how people are going to gravitate to it. So I just think because it was a different vibe than what we were getting used to, we were getting spoiled by, and now he goes a different way, and we spoil your brat.
Spoiled is a good word.
all your brat. So now we want more than what we had before. That's all.
That's a very interesting take. This question is for you, LP. So in the same vein of what Shawn was saying, so I'm gonna come to you specifically for this question. If if Magic 2 is released earlier in the run, like let's say if it jumps off this whole Nas and Hit Boy thing instead of KD one, like if the placement is different or if it's titled something different, do you think the reception changes?
I think for sure if it's titled something different, because like I don't think that it's KD3 that gets held against Magic 2 as much as it is Magic that gets held against Magic 2 because of what Magic was, right? So Magic is so beloved, like even people who appreciated KD3, they still would be like, Magic is really the one, and Magic is the one, right? So when you get a Magic 2 and then you see the promo from it and all that kind of stuff, you think like he's going right back into that bag. So for him to start off with Abracadabra, Black Magic, I think those are the two songs that really throw people off. Office Hours, I think it's a dope song, but 50, like um, had a trash verse,
So
right? So it doesn't help that like the people who are promoting it, because at that point 50 is promoting it, then you go to it. I remember being on Twitter and like 30 minutes in, 40 minutes into the project, people are calling it trash. I remember Mad Slander, shout out to him, you know, like this shit is trash and all this stuff. I'm like, how y'all call it trash so quick? Like it ain't, the album ain't even done yet. You can't, it's mathematically impossible to have listened to the song,
right.
the album, let alone running it back on multiple occasions. So I don't think that whether it came out first or whether it came out wherever it lands, I think the reception is kind of the same, because I think people are very anal, like very specific about what they want from Nas as far as sound goes. I think if the track listing was different, I think if the sequencing of the album was different. So if you don't start off with Abracadabra, if you start off with What This Really Means or Epistles in the album, like if you start off at one
That
of
back
those
half is
first,
tough.
Yeah.
that back half is crazy. That's what keeps it up for me, because I do get it. Like Black Magic is cool. I'm not, you know what I'm saying? Abracadabra, I like the ending of the beat more so than the song itself. After Hours did not need 50's fucking tired ass on there. He needs a Peloton bike.
But
Low
Nas
Key
went crazy
Woodbine is
though. Like 50 doesn't bring the song
killed
down
it.
because Nas went crazy on
Yo,
there.
for real. So like I think that more so than anything else, if it was sequenced just a little bit better, I think that the reception is different. I think just the way that it starts, I think most people don't even like really be like, oh, this is hitting until Motion. So I do understand if people aren't big on Abracadabra, Office Hours, and Black Magic. Then you get Motion, then Bokeem Woodbine is fire. Then Urban Magic Johnson, I think some people sleep on that one. Like the horns, I don't know why. Like for whatever reason, I saw that song get a lot of hate. But what's interesting about this album is that "Slow It Down" is one of the songs that I think gets the most praise out of the whole run. I think the
Then
people
it's
that
Nas.
love "Slow Down," they love "Slow Down." Pistols on the album cover, that's my shit. So yeah, I get it. And then unfortunately, this goes back to the Nas narrative, yo. Like now that he hits that magic peak and that KD3 peak, now that becomes the new minimum standard. So the minute that he drops something that's not exactly that, shit is trash. Oh, they've taken too much time. Oh, why can't he make an album with Pete Rock? The minute that there's even a small little slip up between him and HB, now they're trying to, you know, say that they're tired of the HB sound and that he's done too much with them and that they've ran their circle. Like that's the narrative coming out of Magic too. So it's just interesting the standard and the bias and the bullshit that they hold Nas to, where he can't just make an album because he wants to make it. It always has to come with like this level of expectation, this
Caveat.
this direct
Yeah.
fucking, like it has to be perfect every single time, because the minute that he drops two, you know, maybe not the best records compared to everything else, y'all motherfucking ready to bash the whole catalog, you know? So yeah, when it dropped, to me, it's not as big as the sequencing of the album.
Got
Yeah.
you. Ease, this next question is for you specifically, and it's multi-layered because it's about the production. So, I do want you to talk about what Hit Boy's doing on here. But number one, by the time we get to Magic 2, do you feel like Hit Boy fatigue is setting in with this run?
Okay.
And then the second part of that question is, do you feel like they were in like a catchy space, if you will, because they had gave us those, they gave us 2 classics and 2 great albums before that. So they could have either quit, rested on their laurels. But I remember reading in an interview where Hit Boy told Nas, like, well, this is our time where we can experiment and just have fun and see what comes out. Whereas these songs might have been left on the cutting room floor, if you will. But he said, we built up like a, equity with the people where we do feel like we can experiment at this point and give them another look because they know we can do what we've previously given them. So, to answer those 2 questions on a production standpoint, do you think people got the Hit Boy fatigue, and do you feel like they made the right move by trying to experiment when they gave us so much quality beforehand?
Yeah, as far as the fatigue goes, I think, well, first of all, this album dropped less than a year after KD3, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So I don't think it was just a Hit Boy fatigue. I think it was a Nas and Hit Boy fatigue. That combination, per se. I just feel like, as individuals, that naturally happens. The production for me, look, I'm not a Magic 2 guy. I don't think it's awful, but I was spoiled, like you guys stated. I was expecting something different, which is my fault because I had high expectations. And there was like a little fatigue in the sense where I felt like I need time to digest music, but I was also appreciative of what they were doing. It just felt like this project was solid, but it was lacking cohesion for me. Now, P spoke about sequencing. Sequencing is part of production. People think of production as just beats, loops and chops and chord progressions. But how you put a sequence together or album together, sequencing is post-production. And that's necessary. If you move some songs around on this album, it changes everything. Or even if you take a couple of songs away, because the album's only about 30 minutes, but it seems longer.
Yeah.
And I think it's hard to get through at times. And for me, at least, I thought that it was lacking a direction. Like if you listen to all the other albums, like KD1, the first thing you hear is the intro. KD2, you get The Pressure. KD3, you get Ghetto Reporter. Magic, you get Speechless. Magic 3, you get Fever. This album, the first person you hear is Bishop Magic Wand.
Magic the Wand, yeah.
Yeah, and then you get Abracadabra. Now it feels like they're trying to attach the word magic to the music as opposed to taking the route on magic where it felt like a feeling. You know what I'm saying? Like you felt the music.
They're leaning into the theme of
Abracadabra,
magic.
Black Magic, and Bishop Magic.
Urban Magic Johnson. Urban Magic Johnson.
Right. Now they're trying to force the title. That's what it felt like to me. It didn't feel natural in a sense. So I was definitely fatigued, but I was still appreciative. And when I get to a point like Magic is a pretty short album, but you can run it back. This album is about 30 minutes as well, but it feels like an hour. There's some moments on this album where I'm like, I don't want to listen to it. Like the Nas and 50 situation, Office Hours. I think Hit Boy played it safe on that album, on that particular track. I think that he, for lack of a better term, he was, I wouldn't say he was boxed in, but he was bored in the sense on the production. Think of all the other productions that he's done on the other albums. If 50's on KD2, it's a whole different other energy. That particular track doesn't really fit 50 in a sense, not the tempo. It was just a bad case of a collab, just like the Eminem situation.
And he said,
being the only one on the album, with the exception of the bonus track, makes it stick out because A$AP Rocky, he's the only rap on Magic, but he did such a great job. You highlighted like, oh yeah, that's fire.
And then Ease, to your point about 50's verse, we hadn't heard a 50 verse in forever either.
Right.
So this is his first verse in a long ass time. So it's crazy how he was able to get Lauren out, able to get EPMD out, able to get 50 out, which just speaks on. And we all had an idea of the beef that 50 and Nas had in the past, and then how they reconciled over the years. So getting that, and then how public 50 is about his appreciation for Nas now.
Absolutely.
Like it's clear that he didn't want to, like how Nas would talk about, like, I know he's hurt, like I hurt him, know? And so the minute that he can feel like I can speak how I really feel about Nas, you get all of that. And he was promoting the album too, so that was dope from him. It just sucks that the verse was It was like the opposite of M. If M went too crazy on his shit and tried to rap every other word, 50 should have just been an interlude. Just talk shit at the end of the album. It would have been better than
Well,
what he gave us,
Because this
I,
talking is just as long as the actual rapping in a
right.
sense.
Right,
50's
right,
verse was
right.
too short for what he could have gave, and Eminem's verse was too long. But here's, I think, the most jarring part. 50 in his, prime was known for his flow. You know what I mean? He wasn't a lyrical guy, but he was known for his flow, the
Yeah.
pocket he would find or whatever. And in this one, Nas got 2 or 3 years on 50. And granted, Nas had worked himself in the rhythm, so it sounded real jarring hearing the shape that Nas is in on Office Hours, the circles that he's rapping around, and then you hear 50 come in behind that, and he sounds like just super dated, and it's kind of
Winded.
like, yikes, you know what I mean? So, as far as that goes on that feature, I can see where people would see that's a miss, but Nas is going bonkers on there for the
Nas is
record.
doing his thing.
Yeah,
But
I like the comment somebody said, DJ, you said Nas sounded like M should have sounded on Office Hours. Exactly. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying? Like if you want to go off like that. You know,
yeah,
that's how you do it. Within the flow, within the pocket, you're not extending anything, you're not going too crazy with it. That would have been the perfect kind of Eminem flow verse on KD2 that Nas had on that album because he
right.
killed that
But
shit.
Well,
Yeah.
but
AG,
we,
to your point though, like what you mentioned with Hit Boy stating that they could be creative at this point.
mhm,
They build equity with us. Like, so, they gave us 4 fire joints. So this is just a little stumble. Had this been the beginning, the genesis of their collaborations,
right.
I don't think we
See,
get to a KD one.
right.
Mhm,
Well, here's my thing too. Like, I think that, okay, AG, to your question earlier, I'm thinking about it. If they would have called this a mixtape, if they would have said this is a lost tapes and just a collection of songs that aren't for
interesting.
the
Yeah.
album, I think it gets treated completely different. I think it's because I think O has said it in the Discord because coming off of the Magic 2 name, just like when you're calling anything a sequel, and they had just did 2 sequels back to back that were elevated. So you're kind of expecting it at this point. Where it went from like skeptical anticipation to expectation. Magic 2 was in the heart of expectation. Like the only thing where I feel like the fatigue stuff, right? I just feel like we got so many different looks that it's hard for me to understand the fatigue of their relationship when the music all sounded so different from each other. You
Right.
know what I'm saying? Like so that's my only pushback on some people when like where their level of fatigue was because I'm like, well, if you're just coming off of KD2, which sounds nothing like Magic, but then sounds nothing like KD3, and then you go into Magic 2, I think having Hit Boy Nas fatigue, maybe you're just fatigued from listening to too much of their music, but it can't be based off I'm hearing the same shit over and over again because you
Oh yeah,
It
were.
was
yeah, yeah,
very
no doubt.
And
different.
even this
Yeah,
album
yeah.
is a completely different sound
Mm.
than they
Yes.
had on the previous one. So I just think that there was
Right.
a good, and not you Ease in
No,
particular,
no, no,
but I
no.
just think that there was some people that were very disingenuous because they just care about the name Hit Boy, as opposed to what they were actually getting from the music, which was
Right.
all completely different. You know,
Yeah,
up to that point. And Magic
Yeah.
2 again, like even that one, Magic 2 sounds different than the rest of the series. You
Yeah.
know,
by
that
far. Yeah.
like right, like it just sticks out completely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
Um
Sean said, it was a
in that
hard. It
in
was a
that
hard
vein.
pivot. Super
Right,
hard
right,
pivot.
right.
But they got
And
some
it's
joints
interesting.
on there though. I ain't gonna act like it's
Yeah,
a complete dud. There's some joints on there for
right.
sure.
But
Yeah.
And then also like it's interesting because we're gonna get into Magic 3, obviously, but it's like you could tell that they could bring it back whenever they need to because like if you go from KD3 to Magic 2 to East Point, that's about not a year, that was like 8 months. Then they drop M3 like fucking a month later, and that one's sequenced well. It has its midpoints, it has its flow.
yeah,
So it's clear to me
you got to course
that if
correct.
right. Well, it's also clear to me that they could do that every single time. So even in regards to the sequencing, maybe that's just something that's the approach that they wanted to take, and that's that was the sound that they wanted to go with off rip. And maybe it didn't work out to the extent they realized they had to course correct because it wasn't the reception that they got. So I think HB learned at that point, whoa, there's only so far I can take Nas before his base is
Mm,
gonna just like stop
good
fucking with
point.
him apparently. You know what I mean? And that's it. People don't want to hear Nas over trappy beats,
That was
right?
the line. That was the
So
line
like
right there.
that was the line. We were like, yeah, we're going too
Yeah.
far. You know what I'm saying? Because even on KD3, Ease, you brought up the diverse sounds. What was it where he even did the NY drill rapping on the
On
last part of
the reminisce, the second part of reminisce.
Reminisce, that last piece,
Yeah,
it had
Yeah.
Ice Spice on the shit, right? Like that was very much an NY drill, and nobody was mad at that. But the minute that he's like, I think Black Magic is a very polarizing song for Nas
his base.
fans. Because it's very 3-6 Mafia, very Memphis sounding in that regard. And I just think that that's a place that a lot of Nas fans didn't want to go with him, or don't want to see him go down.
I agree with you on that, man. I think it was very much the line. I don't think they crossed the line, but they towed it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is about as outside of the box as we want to hear Nas. Shawn, since we got you back, I want you to highlight this, right? We talked about the features, which is only 50 Cent, and then you got 21 Savage on the bonus track. Somehow or another, in 2025, we are still here with, questioning Nas's relevancy, with the Jim Jones of it all, with the Fabio Foreign of it all, with the 21 Savage feature, where he made his statements about Nas's relevancy. Speak to how he handled that and was able to collab with 21 Savage to make the track, and what that meant for the culture to try to bridge, instead of creating division, to try to bridge the culture generational gap, if you will.
And before I answer that, here's another super chat real quick.
Okay. Yo, Deuce, appreciate. Oh my God, $50 super chat. Yo, we appreciate you, bro. Appreciate y'all doing this anniversary. I enjoyed KD3 and Magic 3 so much. I bought the vinyls to frame. Nas went crazy with Hit Boy. Primo better not let Nas down. Word. Yeah, we'll get to that. Appreciate the super chat though. That's love.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Shout out. Hey, look, shout out to all the super chat. Shout out to everybody watching. It's Saturday. We appreciate it every single time. You know what I mean?
Word.
Yeah. And shout out to Shawn for reaching out to AG during the station head days, because we wouldn't be here without it, man. So salute to you, man.
Appreciate y'all, man.
See the support. Yo, nah, it's an OG.
Wait, Shawn, we got another super chat too.
Another one came through.
JB, what up, man?
JB.
Appreciate you, JB. Magic 2 is way better than the Nasir album. I will say yes, absolutely.
Yes. I don't know
absolutely.
If you, JB, you were in here
Hit
earlier.
Boy on his worst day.
Nasir's at the bottom of the catalog, man.
Yeah.
I would say that's OG talk. That's what OGs do. You don't have to get on Twitter or social media to talk to someone. You had that conversation behind the scenes. I respect that. That's something I would do. You get out of pocket with me on social media, I won't do the same back to you. We have a conversation behind the scenes if it's like that. And I think he did it the right way with 21 Savage, because 21 Savage, he was saying how he felt. Some of these artists, they start feeling themselves when they get some streams, and they feel like they are the culture. They're the lead dogs of the culture, and they find a reason or find a way to disrespect the legends, right? But I can't put it all on them. I'll put it on the interviewer, because the interviewer actually, they're the ones who are positioning those questions a certain way to get that viral moment out of it, right? So, and again, someone like 21 Savage, whoever else, they fall for that bait. So I feel like it was handled the only way that an OG should handle it, and get them on the track. You get the streams up, because the streams did go up because of that track, because of 21 Savage crew. And we gotta realize we're in an era that our OGs of hip hop, we're the fans of them, and a lot of that fan base, they don't get into streaming. A lot of them are, older people. I know people say, I'm not downloading that stuff so they can be tracking me like the government. Like, what are you talking about? You just, what are you talking about?
Exactly. You're not for real, man.
Through Apple Music. You know what I'm saying? So that's how they feel. So they may listen to it on YouTube as opposed to downloading and uploading the streams, because they feel like they're being tracked by the government. They upload a song or whatever. So it's always important to stay connected to that younger base. And the way Nas did it, it wasn't disrespectful. We don't even know what that conversation was like. All we know is 21 Savage pulled up, and he somewhat apologized in his own way, and the rest is history. So
He's pretty much kissing the ring on that on
abso-
that verse.
absolutely.
Looking
So
at Nas like an inspiration and all that.
right, and we've heard so many different stories like that. I mean, think about Jeezy. When
Jeezy.
Yeah.
Jesus was feeling himself, and Jesus said, "Yo, he called me, and I listened." Like it went different conversation, right?
Right.
Right.
And he didn't have to flex, or he didn't have to go to social media and say, "I did this and the third." He didn't have to put in the record and say, "Yo, I checked Jeezy, whatever, whatever." He made that conversation. He made that phone call, had that adult conversation, and here we go with my president is black. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
Right.
right, right.
Right.
Well, to your point, like it also just speaks on like Nas's content reflects where he's at in this age compared to his other age group. His
Correct.
maturity is reflected more in how he acts compared to his fan base, that maybe hasn't matured as much as he did. He's better than me because when T2 was talking shit about me, I had his mom sleep on the couch, right?
Yo,
Nas
man,
probably
Okay.
let her
Moving on.
out
he
sleeping, you know what I'm
apologized.
saying?
He had
Sleep in the
since
couch woman,
apologized, though.
yeah,
right
I
right after you
appreciate
start
the
talking about
respect.
maturity, right after you start talking
Took
about
a shot
maturity,
at me
there
earlier.
you go.
I'm just saying, sleep on the couch, woman.
Nah,
But
but
anyway,
real
like
quick, Ease,
it
give
was
me
dope the way that he
no
did
F.
that.
We passing you mute F. Like Ease, what's your top five on the what's your top five on the record, bro? And your mic rating,
For Magic 2,
Magic 2. If you can come up with a top five, that is. I mean,
I got 5 for sure.
okay, all right.
Motion, Bo King Woodbine, Slow It Down, What This All Really Means, and Pistols on the album cover.
I think those bottom three will be in everybody's top five. F, what you got, bro?
I got Pistols on album cover, Slow It Down, What It Really Means, and Boking. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh shit, Motion. See, that's the thing about it,
Yeah,
man. Like
same 5 then, yeah.
the songs that are
Motion's
dope
tough.
are crazy dope. It's like maybe some of the other ones that maybe it's like, this probably would have been served
Mhm.
better as an EP.
Fair. Shawn, what's your five, bro?
Office Hours, Motion, Slow It Down, Pistols, and Black Magic. And real quick, because we got to keep on moving. Office Hours, Nas did watch 50. But what do the fans want? Because if you're 50 and you hear that verse, what are you supposed to do? Like honestly, like what are you gotta laugh it off. You gotta be like, Jungle, where's Jungle at? You gotta laugh it off because you have nothing that you can say after that. There's nothing you can do when he's performing like that. You have to be, you don't have the capacity or the bandwidth to step your game up because you hit your
I would have just asked to
respectfully.
been on a different song. You know what I'm saying?
Respectfully,
Like, yo,
you
man,
have,
put me on Motion.
Hook.
but you hit that ceiling. So what more do you want from him? After you hear that, you had to be like, okay, I'm gonna just joke around with this one because I got nothing else.
And to your point, Nas killed the hook. 50 is known for his hooks. Nas delivered it to him like, yo, I already got the hook done, like crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like you said, what can 50 do?
He's spanking them all over the record, pause. Like I'm going to your bag that people, give you so much credit for, which is a hook game. And I'm going to do a better hook. And I'm going to go in my pocket. I'm going to give you everything. And this could be Nas being very petty by saying, I remember he was talking crazy about me back in the day. Now we're finally on the track again after all that crazy talk. I'm going to spank you.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah. But oddly enough, I like how you named it in your top five because regardless of its faults, on 50's behalf, I think Nas does enough on that track to carry it where it still makes my top five.
That's a great point.
Yeah.
Nas doing that. If I'm 50, I'm like, yeah, where's Jungle? Like, I gotta make him something. I need a diversion. I need a diversion.
It's a great point, but at that point, just don't put 50 on that song. Like once you get that verse back, but like, yo, let me see if I can fit this shit somewhere else because it just makes it look bad. That's a waste of a 50 feature. It's a waste of a 50
okay,
feature.
well, let's pause it there. You're talking about two people that already have like a touchy, like, a rocky past, if you will. You know what I'm saying? So if they're back on good terms to come to that, do you take the hit and say like, I'll use it, like, even though it's not a good verse that I would want, or do you decline that verse like, nah, bro, this ain't what I really want or whatever, can you do something else? You know what I mean? Because that maybe puts it down that road again of, you know what I'm saying?
Right. Let's say that Well, no, yeah. If I'm petty Nas, I want that, and if I'm trying to
Yes.
shit on you, I want that. But if we're just saying on 21 Savage, this man talks shit about you, and you're willing to put him on a song, and you're showing that you're above water, then you and let's say you do feel petty energy towards 50. Let's go down that way of thinking. Yeah, you shitted on him, but that also took back from the bigger picture of the album because his
At the
verse is
expense of the
one of
record.
at the expense of the
Right.
record
I'm okay
because
with that.
50's verse is one of
So,
the negatives from it. So me once I get back that verse from 50, I'm like, yo, Fifth, actually I got this Bokeem Woodbine, I got
Mm-mm.
this motion, I'll put you on that because
Mm-mm.
I already killed it on this. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So
I'm laughing.
well,
no, I disagree with Shawn on that.
you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm gonna take Sean's bars from him, but he like say, you know what I'm saying, I'll take you into the deep water. Like, that's where I took 50 into the deep water of the pool. So, but
Yeah.
If you wanted to be petty, then you would have not had. Then you should have started on KD2 with Eminem. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Listen.
okay,
You
so we're
know,
not gonna talk about the Eminem thing no more. We did that at nauseum.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
we got to
Move
keep
on.
it moving.
But picture this last piece. Picture this. The episode of Dave Chappelle with him and old boy, what's his name? The dude that be singing, the corny black dude. What his name?
Oh, Wayne Brady.
Wayne Brady. Wayne Brady. What he said at the end was like, yo, like I'm a window shopper, huh? Like that's what he's looking at me. I'm a window shopper, huh?
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, got him all
Yeah.
zoomed out now. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, he had to do what he had to do, but that's in my top 5. Slow It Down, of course. Classic Nas. Pistols is crazy good.
Yeah,
Love
man.
Pistols.
Yo.
Motion, he's going crazy on the flow, and then what it all really means. A lot of people don't like that beat. I love that song. Like, I really love that song, and I
Yeah.
love that you brought this up earlier. I love that this is the first time he addresses the I am issue. You know what I mean? Because Nas,
Yeah.
whatever his pitfalls or his losses are, he just kind of takes his lumps and keeps it pushing. But he really addresses it on that. Like, man, I put my heart into that, and then you know what I'm saying. Then that he got bootlegged, and they kind of killed the whole premise of the album. So I like that he addressed that finally. So that's my 5. But Nas, shout out to Kill. We did a show with Kill and Nas of Apartment 5B, and Kill always mentions Nas's bounce back game, right? So if that was a small misstep coming off Matt. Oh, hold on, real quick before we move on. Let's not negate this. We got to be objective. Mic rating for Magic 2, real quick. Ease, I'm gonna start with you.
3. I gotta give it a
3. 3 point what? Just a 3?
Yeah. Man, how many fingers you got? You know what I'm
Yo,
saying?
I almost forgot I should have went ahead and bypassed this, but yo,
3.
LP, what do you got?
I got a 3.5.
Okay, Sean.
3.75 on a good day.
I give it a 3.
All right.
Damn.
Well,
3.75. So you put it within the step of. What was the last album we gave it for? What was that?
3.5.
that was KD1. Like, oddly enough, like when this first dropped, I was putting it on the same level as KD1, but throughout time, KD1 has grew more. I was putting them both at 4s, and KD1 is still at a 4 for me, but this kind of slid down to a 3.5. So I think 3.5 is an objective rating for this one.
Yeah,
So
like I can't. Okay. Again, Ease, to your point from earlier, it's not a compare, but it is to compare because that's how you start kind of knowing where to place stuff. What are other 3 out of 5 albums? Like, you know what I'm saying?
we could be here all day on that, LB, because at the end of the day, it's comparing the field versus comparing to yourself. You know what I'm saying? And that's
no, I mean, I compared to anything. I'm just trying to think of what other albums or 3s that I would be like. It's a 3.
I would give Nasir a
3
3.
feels too low.
I would give Nasir a 3.
Nasir. So
keep in mind, there's about 11 tracks on here, and I probably like 5. The 5 that I named. That's less than 50%.
Oh, okay, so you just so it's not
he's
like
busting out the math for you. That's crazy.
Like the other ones.
I'm not saying it's horrible. And it just sounds like it's disjointed, like it doesn't have a direction in the sense. Like Slow It Down could fit on another album or
right. Well, I like it that this is the first one we disagreed on. Everything else was in unison, like we agreed on the rating. And this one, although nobody gave it a 4 or anything like that, we're still kind of iffy on what the rating is as far as an agreement. But for me, I think 3.5 is objective. But we're all in agreement that it's at the bottom of the list of the run, right? So
Yeah, I
uh,
mean, I
Yeah.
think even when I do my, I know Chief is gonna hate us for this one too, because Chief loves this
he
motherfucking album,
does.
boy.
He really does.
He fights for this shit. Um, it's also on the back end of my Nas list, like at the
Yeah.
very back end. You
Yeah,
know what
you
I'm
get,
saying?
it's
So
probably about like 15 plus, like far as in his catalog, like,
right,
what
right.
I'm saying?
Where the majority of the run might be in the top 10, this one is like way in the back of the line.
Yeah,
Which
absolutely.
speaks volumes to how dope his catalog is. But damn, a three. I wasn't expecting a three,
I know Shawn and
honestly.
AG, like,
That
what I'm saying,
motherfucker's
came
a
out,
three.
blazing. But
Heavy
Nas
rotation.
bounced back. The bounce back game, he came with this joint right here, Magic 3. So this is the last in the run, the swan song, right? You know what I'm saying? They deciding to hang it up. And what's crazy is he said on Magic 2 on office hours, we talked a lot about office hours. He said, I'm giving you two series at once. You know what I mean? And so that made us privy to, like, well, we're probably going to get a Magic 3. And then just a couple months later, he hit us with that, which Magic 3
Two
dropped
months
on it.
later, like literally a couple months later, right?
Right, right. It dropped on his birthday, September 14th, 2023. So let's talk about the importance. Shawn, I'll kick it off to you. Let's talk about the importance on releasing what is the last album of the run on his 50th birthday in the 50th year of hip hop, and then addressing that on the album in the opening track.
Man, listen. Only one person can do that, and that's him. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? I told you a long time ago. I said only one person, and I hate to keep bringing. I don't want to bring it back to Jay, but I said there was only one person in 2001 that could have beaten Jay in a battle, and he was him. He was the only one. No one else. Straight up and down. I don't care who you are, what you feel. No one else. For him to drop this album on his birthday, 50th year hip hop anniversary, all of these things, the stars are aligned. The golden child. We talk about it all the time. We hear about it all the time. You heard Ghostface say it recently. He always told Nas from day one, since inception, you're the golden child. You're the one. And this is a main reason for that. This album to me it's like for me it's a very personal album for me because it really feels like a finale. It feels like the finished product. Like this is it. Like it really had that touch to it. For me, and I don't want to get too personal and get off on the tangent here. My birthday was I said when this and I heard this song, when I heard Fever, I said on my next birthday, I'm going to play Fever all day on my next birthday. My 45th birthday, I'm playing Fever. But on my 415 is my birthday, my father was about to leave me. He passed away 2 days after my birthday. And I couldn't play FIFA for whatever reason. I'm like, I can't play it. I can't even play on my birthday. I haven't played it since, before then, right? So it holds a valuable spot in my heart. I'm gonna play it one day. I'm gonna play That and Tears another day. But but this album, the importance of this album, and for him to set things in proper perspective, to have an album at age 50 on the 50th anniversary of hip hop, and to have an album like this to like bookend it, in my opinion, like this is a book ending album to, for me, one of the best runs that we've seen from any artist.
Right.
And you bookend it with this particular album. It doesn't feel like Magic 1. It doesn't feel like Magic 2. It has its own feel to it. It has its own personality to it.
It
And
has the
that's
formula of them. That's
right.
the
It has,
interesting part of
there's some
it.
DNA there from it. There's
Mhm.
definitely some DNA
Not
here.
sonically, but
Yes.
just like you get the KD2, KD3 formula, but with the
Right.
Magic vibe.
Right. You got that DNA is still there. But this one, the intentionality for this one for me felt like this is my swan song. This is the victory lap right here.
Right.
And I'm going to pay homage to myself by kicking it off with Fever because the stars are perfectly aligned. No one can do that but him, man. Straight
It's
up and down.
perfect. And I think this album is where he's at his most introspective out of the run. Outside of maybe KD2, I think this run is where he's at his most introspective because he realizes the weight of the moment. You know what I mean? I'm turning 50. Hip hop is 50. This is the last album that me and Hit Boy are going to do. So I think he realizes the weight of everything happening. He's very self-aware, of everything happening in real time. But to the hit boy of it all, Ease, what do you have to say about the production that Hit Boy gave on this record? You spoke a lot about Hit Boy giving a soulful production, and I think he mastered that on this one. You know what I mean? So what would you like to say about the production Hit Boy gave us on this?
Yeah, he got right back in his bag, right back in his pocket. But it felt like even with the drums, it hit harder. It felt even the mix was a little bit more polished in the sense, but not polished in the sense where you lose the bottom or the low end. He expanded on the Magic sound, Magic One that is, where Magic One was like stripped down and real grimy. The aesthetic on here is like very layered and like the arrangements are very broad. I thought he was very competitive on this too. Like he showed everyone, like on the previous projects, like I can do what you do. There are beats when he mimicking Ninth Wonder or DJ Premier or Havoc on certain joints. If you listen to the joints, as a matter of fact, I did a video about it, and he replied on Twitter to it, stating that I was factual. So like you can tell that he was using different equipment regarding the production. Callbacks with Evolution in a sense with Speechless Part 2. When I seen that, I was like, what is he doing? Leave that alone. But he pulled it off. Yeah. Like it was solid. You can't even front on it. I like when he takes chances. That's what I was talking about on Magic 2. It felt like he played it safe, or it was more, he went generic in a sense where it was just like trap beats he can do in his sleep. On here, he was in his bag, live instrumentation, sharper drums. It just felt fluid in a sense, man. And I just love how he tapped back and even to like the jazz, Japanese soul bar. Now it sounds familiar or phenomenal on records like that, whether it's Life's a Bee or Composure. Simplistic compositions allow him to rhyme, make space for the lyrics, and it works, man. Magic 3 is fire. I was ecstatic about this, man. Like, I'm glad Magic 2 happened and they finished on this. It feels resolved. The two trilogy. It felt like this is a culmination. We walking off into the sunset. We good.
Yo, Ease, and that Japanese that sometimes I hate that MCs waste production for vocal tones or because that last part of Japanese soul bar, I want Nas to rap over. I freestyle over that beat when that shit comes on, just because. Oh my God, I wanted him to destroy. Oh my God, same thing with the pressure. There's that final beat on the pressure. It's like, yo, it's just like everything that Hit Boy throws up. It's like I want to hear a Nas verse over it, yo. And Japanese soul bar, that last part of that verse is just a beat. AG, my bad. I think I cut you off, man. But
no, you did. I was actually coming to you next for the next question. I was going to ask you, like, with this being the swan song of the 6-album run, like they, give us 1-800-NAS and hit at the end and say, call us up, we'll spin the block for you. You know what I mean? Do you feel like there is a need to call 1-800-NAS and hit and then to get something else out of them? Or do you feel fulfilled with what we got with the 6-album run and they ended it as about as good as you could expect them to end it?
I'll always take more. You know what I'm saying? So, because you only had one miss and one could debate how much of a miss that really was compared to everything else. They're so diverse that I can hear them creating completely different music every single time, and Hit Boy can sound like a completely different producer, and Nas is Nas. But they gave us so much to handle in the meantime that I'm good either way. I'm a little concerned. Like, okay, so I'm not concerned about Nas and Preem album. I have full confidence that they're gonna drop something good, dope. But like, I would have, if I knew, I would be less concerned about a Nas and HB album than a Nas and Preem album right now. And that's not something that one would say leading into it. But at this point, I have full 1000% confidence in Nas and HB dropping something great than I do in Nas and Preem in the year of 2025, 2026. But as far as like need, I mean, yeah, man, we got so much shit. I mean, it was like 90 plus songs. You guys did the list. I don't know if you have a copy of it, of the top
Yeah,
songs of it. I mean, but
yeah,
there's so many five mic songs. There's so many great concept records on it, that it's not necessary. But we better get a KD for. You know what I'm saying?
right.
You know, in a few
Well,
years, we better like that one meme or that one picture of
or something
Nas,
totally different,
like that
you know?
that KD2 image, but he looks old, but they have him looking old and shit, and it was like KD 30. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah, yeah,
it's not needed, but it would be much appreciated, and I
yeah.
wouldn't doubt that. But what do we get from it would be fire.
Yeah, we'll get to that listening segment. Our last miscellaneous segment, we're going to kind of rapid fire some things. We appreciate everybody still in here rocking with us. But yeah, so Magic 3, top 5 tracks and mic rating. I'm coming to you first, Shawn. What do you got?
God dang it. It wasn't ready.
In the chat, they're saying Shawn had a thought that he had to share, but we never got back to him. I'm not sure.
What's that?
In the chat, someone's saying that you had something that you wanted to state, but we never got back to you. It was off topic or something.
I don't
Oh, where you was talking about fever? I think you closed your thought on that, didn't you, Shawn?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
Um,
And thank you for sharing that. I know that was personal for you to share, so thank you for sharing that.
yeah, man, that's a tough one. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah.
Fever, number 1, Tisk, love Tisk. How can you not like Tisk? The pocket.
Last song recorded. Last song they recorded for the project. Yeah.
Wow.
No Tears is another one. Very
Mhm.
personal for me. Jodison member.
Yeah.
Member. That's showing off. You're showing off a Jodison member. Japanese Soul Bar. 1-800 Nas and Hit is one of those songs that I have a hard time listening to, only because like, damn, this shit is over. Like it's like, damn,
Word.
you know what I mean? And sitting with my thoughts is definitely another personal one for me. Very personable.
So, yo, Ease, what you got for mic rating, Shawn?
Fellas, it's a 5.
I'm not mad at it.
I'm not sorry. It's a 5.
He said, I'm sorry, not sorry. Yeah. Yo, Ease, we coming to you next, bro. Top 5 tracks.
Man, I'm no particular order. I love this feeling. Based on true events, part 2. Sitting with my thoughts. Japanese Soul Bar, and 1-800 Nas and Hit.
I like it. And what do you got for your mic rating?
I'll give it a 4.5. 4.5.
4.5. What keeps it from being a 5?
There's some moments I'm not too fond of. Like, I'm not saying it's a bad song per se, but like Never Die. I wasn't that big of the Lil Wayne feature. It wasn't bad, but I just felt like
I love that feature.
Rapping, I wasn't really digging that feature too much, man.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not saying it was a bad feature, but I wasn't really digging that too much. And what else? The other song I wasn't. Based on true events, I didn't like the beat that much.
The first one, not 2.
Yeah.
First, the second one.
First one, which is track 8. But the 4.5 is great, man.
Yeah, it is. I'm not pressing you. I just wanted to know. All right, LP, what you got? Top 5 tracks and mic rating.
How there's this weird energy. Eminem destroys KD2, 50's verse, Wayne being a fan of M. They got that, you know what I mean? Just ruining features out here, man.
And they three of the biggest artists of all time.
Like,
so.
oh, man, something about that 2000s run of MCs that just, ruined it for Nas. My top 5, no particular order. Well, my order is I'm going to give it an order. Based on True Events Part 2. That's my number 1 song on there. Speechless 2 could also be my number 1 song on there. Japanese Soul Bar is number 3. Fever's number 4. And probably 1-800 Hit or Jodeci member. I got it at like a 4.75. I got it like in between. Like I feel like 4.5 is too low. I can't go quite with 5. The few ones like The beat on Pretty Young Thing could have been a little bit better for me. Based on True Events, I love the concept of the story. He's kind of like Wolverine, you know, with that like that meme where he's like looking at the picture. So it's like he's daydreaming, he's watching, he's looking at the phone. He's like, "Yo, who's this?" And then he's reminiscing. So it's dope because like the way the story is told is it's like that's how Nas thinks, or like how most people think, where it's like you start with one thing and then you start dozing off until all this other stuff. And then I really want to, yo, man, Based on True Events 2 is one of the dopest stories that Nas has ever told.
Fire, man.
The beat, the vibe. When the game was over, he dozed off. When he landed, the man wouldn't answer his phone calls. Did he take it, or did he get locked behind stone walls? Did the feds wait an undercover patrol car? Like just the whole the double
Writing.
the multi syllables, the dozed off. So he's paranoid. He's coming off of the plane. It's like this dude's not answering the phone. What the fuck is going on? I mean, just masterful writing. I love the concepts of no tears and sitting with my thoughts, like talking to his younger self and all of that.
Fire,
You
man.
know, it's you know, it to me, it's a strong 4.75. I can't quite do 5. Just something about it that just doesn't say 5 to me. You know what I mean? I like it's weird. You
Fair.
know, like just sometimes it's like there's nothing wrong with it, but there's just something where it sounds weird saying 5 to me
It
type
does.
of shit, if that makes any sense, right? But I mean, great way to close out the series. Just like I said, it's like a KD3K. It's like a KD level of curation, but with the darker magic tones and sample usage and all that type of shit. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, great way to close out the series. 1-800 Hit. Great way to close out the album. And then Speechless too. Yo, I love that motherfucking song right
Yeah,
there.
yeah. The
You
be a
know,
sequel
that
is
shit is
fire.
so dope, man. He gets into a
Fire,
lot on
man.
there. I think is that the one where he talks about AI and
Yeah,
controlling, so
replicate your
even if
soul.
they
Yeah,
replicate your soul and all that kind of stuff, I mean, he's so ahead of the game with that kind of shit. You see what's happening now with Timbaland and all this kind of stuff that they're
yeah.
trying to do with these digital MCs. Um,
No doubt.
so for him to even start speaking on that kind of, and he's out here. I'm in the Bay Area, so like he's out here. So he knows exactly what's going on with all this
Yeah.
type of shit. So for him to
You-
feel the need to speak on that lets you know where his head is and where this shit is kind of headed.
Nostradamus always ahead of the curve, right?
Right, right,
Um,
right, right,
my
right.
top 5 in order: Fever, Japanese Soul Bar, Sitting with My Thoughts, No Tears. That's like stadium music, you know what I'm saying? And 1-800 Nas and Hit. And what I will say for my mic rating, I was like Shawn, I did have this as a 5. When it came out, I was prisoner at the moment, and I even put it above Magic 1. But as I had time to sit with it sit with my thoughts, if you will, no pun intended. I realized that this album is, I was confusing perfect ending to the run with perfect album. You know what I mean? It is some imperfections on this album where I'll give it a 4.5 being objective. And I do think, you know what I'm saying? I go back and forth, and I do think the original Magic for the moment, and it was just so potent, pure, uncut, raw, that it is the best out of the Magic series. But this is a close second because it feels like a more complete album and body of work. And like Shawn said, it has elements. You said LP, it had elements of each album from the run. He's real introspective on here, but it's just shy of being a perfect album. But it's the perfect ending to the run. I don't think they could have did any better. So I think a 4.5 is a fair rating for this one. So that's the albums, but you know what I'm saying, before we get out of here, I just have some miscellaneous stuff. We're going to rapid fire real quick. LP, you brought up our list that we did. So me, Shawn, and shout out to the homie Trife, you know what I'm saying? Trife, if you're watching in Discord, we compiled a list, 2 years ago, right after the run ended. We got real ambitious, and we said we were going to rank the songs from, because it was 80 tracks over the course of the 6 albums, and we ranked them from 80 all the way down to 1. And man, Shawn, we argued about this for weeks, you know what I mean, curating this list. And you know, I don't want to spend too much time like talking about it. You know, me and Shawn know the list, but I want to read through it. You know, LP and Ease, if y'all think anything is egregious, then y'all can interject at any moment.
Yeah.
But it's interesting to look back on it where we was at 2 years ago, and we got to sit with some of these songs and see where they would be to us now. So, Shawn, if you want to put up the list, you know what I'm saying, we'll start at track 80 and then run through. Yep. So starting at the bottom at 80, we got the it's kind of a cheat code. We got the Magic 2 intro. So Don Magic 1 is at the very bottom. That was a cheat code for the worst track of the Hit Boy run. Then with 79, One Mic, One Gun. 78, Till My Last Breath.
Open Nose, right there. I think Till My Last Breath is the worst song of the run for me.
Interesting. Yeah, we got it pretty much at the bottom. 77, that's why it was a bonus track, I guess.
Yeah.
77, Till the War Is Won. All those are great songs. It says 77. 76.
81, right? That's with Lil Durk?
Yes. Yep.
That's crazy low, it feels like.
Yeah.
That song is better than Black
bookmark
Magic.
that one, yeah.
Yeah. Bookmark that one. All right. 76, we got Urban Magic Johnson. 75, Replace Me. 74, YKTV. 73, Don't Shoot. 72, No Phony Love.
Don't Shoot is also very out there.
Yeah. I mean, it gets progressively better as we go along. So 72, No Phony Love. 71 is LP's favorite, EPMD2.
See? Off rip, Don't Shoot is better than that. Give me the Dirk song is better than that.
Yeah.
EPMD2 is the back of the bus, homie. You know what I'm saying?
Well, it's in the 70s. Number 70. This hurt me to put it there, but it's there. Woo for the Children. 69, Black Magic. 68, Brunch on Sundays. 67, Hollywood Gangster. I know you like that one, Ease. I hated that it had to be this low. 66.
Children, I would put above Abracadabra. Yeah, and Black Magic.
Okay.
You know
same thing with Brunch on Sundays. I think it's crazy when those songs get mentioned so early. You know what I mean? And it's crazy because it's like it's not that they're top 20 or 30. That's how great this series is.
Yeah, that's
right. Precisely.
So it's not egregious, but yeah, I'm already tripping.
66, Abracadabra. 65, Ghetto Reporter. 64, Bokeem Woodbine. 63, The Definition, which is one of your favorites, LP.
Way too low. Way too well. I never understood that. Okay, is this way too low or way too high? Way too low, right? Way too low.
We're going up. Yeah.
King's Disease. I think more so because Definition was kind of like an interlude, real short, not a full fleshed out song.
Yeah.
We got King's Disease at 62 and Blue Bentley at 61. There you go. He toggled to the next list. Appreciate you, Shawn. 60 is All Bad. 59, Pretty Young Girl. 58, Jodeci Member. 57, Serious Interlude. 56, Hood to Hood. 55, Based on True Events. 54, I'm on Fire. 53, What This All Really Means. 52, I Love This Feeling. 51, No Tears. 50, Superhero Status. 49, Count Me In. 48, Composure. 47, My Bible. My Bible. 46, Dedicated. 45, Ultra Black. 44, Get Light. 43, Motion. 42, The Pressure. 41, Spicy.
I love this feeling. Got to go up, man.
Yeah, I love The Pressure. That's a top 31 right there. Yeah, and that's being trying not to be biased because The Pressure for me is a top 25 song of theirs, period. And personally, even better than that. I'm just really trying to be objective, but the Pressure is way too. I felt that way back then.
Imagine how much we argued about it, me, Shawn, and Troy, because everybody has their personal biases bringing it to the table. That's why lists like this are hard to create, you know?
Right.
You know, evidently y'all probably would have this lower. At 40, we have Office Hours. 39. Yeah, you say you'd have it lower. 39, Never Die. 38, Nas Is Good. 37, WTF
That's
SMH.
another
Nah,
Nas
that
is
hit
good
bad.
being 38 is
I got to see the other joints on
crazy.
the next phase. I don't see that either.
Yeah.
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 But this is
Uh,
tough. But people, this is not as easy as it looks to compile
No,
yeah.
all
it's
the
not.
songs now. That's crazy.
Right. That's the thing about people and lists. People good at criticizing lists, but when you try to come up with your own, it's hard as hell,
Right,
right?
right, right. I mean,
Number
because
th-
you want to try to be a bit of objective, and you have other people on there. But like for me, like I listen to The Pressure and Nas is Good so much that they're both personally in my top 15 to 20 as far as listen to songs.
yeah,
You know, if not even top 10, 5 even as far as songs that I listen to
yeah.
all the time from the run.
But once we get to the top, it gets crazy. But 36 is Car 85. 35 is 1-800 Nas and Hit. 34 is Pistols on your album cover. 33 is 10 Points. 32 is Tisk. 31 is 40 Side. 30 Full Circle. 29 Speechless Part 2. 28 is Moments. 27 is Reminisce. 26 is First Time. All three of them songs are similar in like concept,
Yeah.
so they kind of got grouped together because it was hard to delineate, which one was better than the other. 25 is
I
based.
think 40 side is really high, actually, compared to
Yeah,
some
a
of the
lot of
songs
people
that we
loved that
already
joint
dropped
when
on.
it was out, though.
This might be a
Yeah, yeah,
lie.
you know, it's cool. I just mean that now in hindsight, and we're looking back, and some of the songs
Yeah,
that we've already mentioned, that one's super high
right.
in my
Remember, this was created, late 2023. So, 25. I would change some of these in present day now, but I just wanted to bring it back to look at it. 25 is based on True Events Part 2. 24, Once a Man, Twice a Child. 23, Recession Proof. It hurt my heart to put that as low as
That
23
shit
because I
joint
love
right
it.
there too. Yeah.
Facts,
Yeah,
man.
no, that shit is fire, man. I love that song.
22 is 27 Summers. 21 is Beef.
Too high. Too high.
For Beef.
Yeah, I think like again, you're naming some of the songs that in hindsight, they're those
Right,
songs are just better than Beef, you know,
right.
outside of just the concept of it. There's just a
In
few
real
that we've
time, we
mentioned.
just loved having that Nas record that, like,
Yeah,
in the
for sure.
same
Yeah.
vein of,
Right, right. No, I get it. No, for
yeah,
sure. But
yeah.
I'm just even just off of this page, I'm taking Speechless 2 over that. I'm
Mhm.
taking 1-800. I'm
I'm taking
taking
moments over
Car
that.
85. I'm taking Moments over
Hmm.
that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. There's a
35,
ton of them that I'm taking. First
WTF
Time.
SMH. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually flip the shit upside down and start with Beef at the top of the page.
Well,
No
You
doubt.
just
yeah,
flip that shit
Yeah.
upside down,
yeah.
you know?
But
Yeah.
hindsight gives clarity, and it's not too egregious
Right.
because you only had a handful of choices. You was like, "Oh, wait a minute," you know what I mean? So the top 20 though is
Keep on
gets a
that shit.
little crazy. 20 you got Wave Gods, 19 Sitting with My Thoughts, 18 Ugly, 17 The Cure, 16 Death Row East, 15 Rare, 14 Fever, 13 Nobody, 12 is Japanese Soul Bar. 11, Meet Joe Black. And then here's the top 10, which I don't think the order might change, but I think this is the definitive 10. I wouldn't change my mind on this. 10, The Truth. 9, Slow It Down. 8, Blue Benz. 7, 4016 Building. 6, Legit. 5, 30. 4, Michael and Quincy. 3, Speechless. 2, Fun. 1, Store Run.
Is Composure on this list? I don't think I've seen it.
Yeah, Composure was back on. Let me see if I can find it.
He sounds too far away. When you got to go like that, shit sounds like he's like
That shit is
back.
like 75.
Yeah, like yo, man, that was back on page 3.
Yeah,
You
it's
know?
rough.
Composure is number 48.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
crazy.
yeah.
But you're a Composure fan though, so
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I mean,
But that
shit.
just goes
Aren't
to
we
show you how
all?
many great songs they have together, though, man.
right,
Like,
all
yeah,
quality. Like if it's not definitive and you can say, well, this will go here, this will go there. That's just going to show like how much quality you had.
Right. Well, out
Sean,
of the
we
top
fought on
10,
this, didn't we?
Yeah, all the flaws you guys are seeing is everything that I didn't want to happen. So I didn't co-sign on the flaws y'all are talking about.
This nigga,
So
man.
you got to put that on AG and Trife. So I apologize a
blaming
bit for
Tribe,
that.
man,
Shout out to
yo.
Trife. Yo, Trife, the
Tribe
truth made
Beast.
top 10, but I remember distinctively Trife like messaging me like every day, like, yo, bro, like if it ain't top 5, man, I'll be I remember he was lobbying for
Yo,
the truth hard.
yo, did we mention what the fuck SMH? Where's that at?
Yeah,
What number
that
was that?
was
30s.
on I want to say that was in the 30s. That was 37. That was
Okay,
37.
all right.
So yeah.
The only one out of the top 10 that I would replace, and I feel like there could be a good amount of songs to replace that is Blue Benz. Just I think like objectively, I think that Once a Man, Twice a Child is a top 10 song
Okay.
from theirs, like just excluding my fandom of it. When I just think
Right.
about the writing, the concept of it, the production of it, to me, that's a top 10 song.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
think
it,
nobody
absolutely.
has a debate for that one too.
I think that's more predicated on what Lauren is doing and not so much what Nas is doing or the beat. But not to
Mhm.
belabor that, the reason why I remember us having this discussion, the reason why Blue Benz was in the top 10 for different reasons. Blue Benz was like, that's the first thing we hear of what was to come of Nas and Hit Boy, that little sample. So it was like, oh, this sounds crazy. Then seeing him perform it live, it always gets a crazy reaction being performed live. The beat and what Nas is doing on there lyrically, like he gives you a story, like a small story about, you know, going to visit the chick with the blue Benz in the context of the overall song. It's just like so many things you can point to when it comes to Blue Benz that was going on, and it's a staple of the run, and it just so happens to be on the first album. So, but yeah, so but we'll get into some quick rapid fire things. So everybody, we'll go around the horn. So KD Trilogy or Magic Trilogy, Shawn, which one is better?
Damn. KD Trilogy.
Eeze?
KD.
Yep. Yep, you agree? KD?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I agree. The KD Trilogy is better. You around the horn, we'll go rank the albums 1 through 6. We'll start off with you, Ease. Start from what you have as the best all the way to the worst.
Now I'm gonna base this off what I play the most. That's cool.
Yep, yeah, that's fine.
Because sometimes when you do like the rankings, like I said it before, it may be a 5 mic album, but I may not play it as much as I play a 4 or 4.5. So obviously number 6 would be Magic 2. Number 4. Oh, I'm gonna the other order. I'll go number 1, we'll do KD2. Number 2, we'll do Magic. Number 3, we'll do KD3. Number 4, we'll do Magic 3. Then I have KD1 and then Magic 2. So that in that order, I have KD2, Magic, KD3, Magic 3, KD1, and Magic 2.
Okay, not a bad list. Shawn, what about you, bro? What's your order?
I got KD2, Magic 1, Magic 3, KD3, KD1, and KD2.
Nice. So that you was going from bottom
Magic
to
2,
top.
right?
Sorry, KD1. Sorry, KD1. And
So that
Magic,
was your worst to best.
yes, best. Yeah, KD2 is my best.
Okay,
I go back to that one more than anything else, and then Magic 1. Yeah.
got you. LP, what you got on your order?
I think we're gonna all. So I got KD2 at 1, Magic 1, KD3, Magic 3,
Oh, yeah.
KD1, Magic 2. So me and Ease and we pretty much got the
Okay.
same list.
We'll all be in agreement that Magic 2 is at the bottom, but at the top of my list, number 1, KD3. Then I got Magic, the first one, and then I got Magic 3, and then I got KD2, then I got KD1, then Magic 2 last. So
Yeah. Okay.
that's my order. So big picture on, and we won't belabor this point, LP, but big picture on the features, right? Do you think the features overall was a W or was it a L, or how do you feel about that? And also, Ease, you did a video on this as well, because me and LP had a back and forth in our Discord. He wanted to bring up how he thought that it would have been a good look for Dave East to be featured on this run, and he was not, in fact. So features overall, LP, and then we'll go to you next after that, Ease. Did it work? Did it not work? And you can say why you feel like Dave East should have been on one of these songs through here.
Real quick, my headphones dying. I want this shit to charge up as much as possible. So
Okay,
I'll
we'll
run it
go. We'll
back.
go to you
Yeah,
first. Eve.
All right, so
Yeah.
the features overall was solid in the sense the big names may not have worked out, but I mean, like the A-list celebrities in the sense with Eminem and 50, I may not have been too fond of those features, but everyone else was pretty solid. As far as Dave East goes, man, him being a part of Mass Appeal at the time, I would have thought he would have been part of the albums. He wasn't missed, but there are slots on the album where you could have put him. Spicy being one. Um, so the joint with a little Dirk. I would have probably taken Dirk's verse off, left him off the hook, and maybe Davies could have took that slot. Not to say Dirk was horrible on the song, but that's his vein. He can get into that pocket as well. But he wasn't missed. But as a fan, someone who was following the movement, I was a little perplexed as to why he wasn't on the album. But throughout the trilogy, he wasn't missed.
Shawn,
Yo, got a quick super chat from JB.
JB, appreciate you. KD2 climbing the ranks. KD2 is a great album.
Yeah, man.
It
Phenomenal album.
It is. I don't know if Davies was really missed. I'm be honest with you. I think based on we got to think about the landscape. We're talking about Hit Boy's collaborators that was brought to the table, not so much as Nas collaborators. So Hit was looking at like, yo, I'm gonna get these guys paired up with the legend and get them some recognition and get part of their fan base as well. So I think that the features that was on here, I think it makes sense. Getting 50 finally, it makes sense. Eminem, of course, that can move numbers, and they really haven't done anything before besides M doing I Carry the Cross beat. That was it. And he did, I think, the other joint off of the soundtrack, but they never had like a song together. So I think it was a bucket list thing to scratch off. They said they had at least one in the tuck. But other than that, I think the features are what they are.
No doubt.
All right. Well, LP, you want to lobby for Davies real quick?
Yeah. Look, first of all, I'm not really a Dave East fan like that. You get what I'm saying? Like if he drops a dope verse, cool. I'm not like, oh, Dave got an album dropping this Thursday or nothing like that. My thing is that look, there's a reason why like Nas ain't the best executive. You know what I mean? Let's keep it funky. Because I just don't see how you have 6 albums and this dude is on your label and you're trying to prop him up and you don't put him on one of these songs. You got 90 of them. You know what I'm saying? But you got Dirk on there and you got Big Sean on there. And I get the idea that, HB and he's helped bringing them in. But Nas is Nas. He got, I don't think that HB was in the studio with EPMD. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Or Lauryn Hill. Wayne wasn't in the studio with them. Nas was able to turn a negative with 21 Savage and put him on the album. He got 50 on the album. So I just feel like just from a business standpoint, Davies had been signed to Mass Appeal since 2014. So he was with Mass Appeal during the negatives of Nas's, tenure with Mass Appeal in regards to Nasir and Lost Tapes too. So I would just think strategically from a business standpoint, from a label standpoint, because me and AG, we did have a debate about that, and we kind of like brought up Memphis Bleak and all that, and it's like, historically, you get the new artist featured on the established artist album at one point or another. So that's my little nitpick in regards to just me objectively. I'm just looking at it like, damn, dog. Like if it was really like on some label shit, you probably could have fit Dave somewhere on the album, a remix or some shit like that. The features overall.
Oh, go ahead. My fault.
I was gonna say the features overall work, obviously. Especially the KD2 features. Again, like that's why I feel like we're really big on KD2 and everything. I think like the whole momentum around that album and having M on there, having YG and A Boogie and Lauryn Hill, having him HB on Composure, like that was the best case scenario of what you want out of features. You get the established artists, you get the EPMDs for nostalgia, and you get Lauren on there, you get M, and they help bring in the numbers too. So nah, I'm not really. Some features could have been better than the others. Again, Eminem spit some trash on that shit. 50 wasn't that good. Wayne's was
on.
alright, but they all served their purpose.
All right, but since you were lobbying on the Davies thing, real quick, won't belabor the point. My whole rebuttal to that, you mentioned Memphis Bleak. Memphis Bleak ain't been on a J album since the Blueprint 2. So it's like at
That's
some
fine.
point what's that?
That's perfectly fine.
Right. So it's like at some point you got what you got. You know what I mean? And Davies has 6 records with Nas, and during that time frame. So my thing is like it's not too many people walking around with 6 joints with Nas. Maybe you got AZ, you got Rick Ross, you got Mobb Deep, and maybe Nori, but outside of that, ain't too many people that got 6 records with Nas. So I think with that, he could kind of be happy with what he had. And like I said, looking back on it in retrospect, I get where you're coming from, and there's no disrespect to East, but like I remember I said in the Discord, that's like looking back on Jordan's 6 rings. It was like, yo, you know what? He could have really passed the ball to BJ Armstrong a little bit
Been
more.
taking some shots. Yeah, no, I feel you. You know what I'm saying? The big disrespect to Armstrong. You know what I'm saying? BJ, he was the man too. But nah,
No, he
like
wasn't.
I feel you, but at the same time, Bleak was on Reasonable Doubt. Bleak was the first verse on Volume 2. So
Right.
yeah, by the time Blueprint 3, and now you don't need that alley oop anymore, but you needed it in the very beginning to establish that for you. And I think that they did it in reverse. First off, because Nas wasn't dropping albums consistently
Yeah.
to put Dave East on there. So once you were starting to put that out, that's where I feel like he could have used a layup or two. Was once the HB, because I think like KD1 dropped like a week after one of Dave East's albums. So you kind of even,
They were
you kind
they
of
were around
stepped
they were
on
around
Dave's
the same
album.
time.
Right, like it was
Yeah.
like a week apart,
Yeah.
so that would have been a good cross promotion or something like that too. So I agree with you, but ideally you get them on you get them on those albums first, and then they're able to do their own thing. But it's a small nitpick, and it's not even really Dave was not needed at all. I think somebody said on the chat a lot of these features weren't needed, but they served their purpose.
Yeah, and we talked about it. A lot of them was like kind of just in the vicinity of the studio pulling up with Hit Boy. So they kind of like, were just there. And so they made a vibe happen, made a song happen. But we won't spend too
Right.
much time on that. But I know you wanted to, shout out Dave East.
Well, and I know, right? Shout out to David. I don't listen to you much. And then AG, somebody brought it in the chat, and we had spoke about it too. Are you going to bring up the Lucy's from the run?
Yes.
Is that where you?
Yes. So
Okay.
that was actually next on my list. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate you joining us back, East. Change the scenery. My fault. We about finished
No,
up.
you
Yo,
good. No,
Ease
don't
look
worry about
like
that
he's in
now.
the Ease looks like he's in the bathroom. He look like, hey, Craig.
We got change the scenery, but yes. So not only did they bless us with a 6-album run, they blessed us with Lucy's as well. That added to the overall lore of the run because they were still working together in real time and providing us with stuff to hold us over until they dropped the next project. So they was always working. We got EPMD. I just wanted to highlight these real quick. We got the OG EPMD off the Judas and the Black Messiah soundtrack, which is dope, way better than the second version. We got Life is Like a Dice Game, which is a remake of Nas's record from, like in '94, and where he goes back and completes the verse that he said he was gonna finish way back then. Easy Mo B did the first beat, and Hit Boy came in and revamped it for Spotify singles. It's like it's a thing that they do to Spotify, like where they have artists either recreate one of their classics or interpolate something by another artist. So the people who linked up with Nas asked him to go back and kind of, revamp the song that he never finished in Life is Like a Dice Game, which is a great song. And he featured Freddie Gibbs and Corday on it, who delivered on that track, and Nas, he actually dropped a new verse on there that was fire. And shout out to Hit Boy for doing the Easy Mo B original beat, good service. And then we got Big Nas, which was from the masterclass session where Nas is talking about emceeing and how he approaches rap. They did that live and direct, on the masterclass where they were showing their creative process. And this is the song that came out of it. And I think it sounds very KD2-esque. It would have fit perfectly on that album. And then we have
they took the concept from the video for the Grammy too. They had that kid dancing when he did his Grammy performance.
Yes, facts. That's how it started off. And then we got The Tide, which is on Hit Boy's Surfer Drown album, where they're doing back and forth. And I'm big on The Tide because I feel like if you were locked into what they did on this song, you can kind of hear where Magic 2 is going. Like sonically, that's the wheelhouse that they were in at the time, because The Tide came out just prior, like maybe a month before Magic 2. So it's almost like a precursor to that. But we weren't thinking that because we're like, oh, okay, this is just what they're doing, the kind of like the trap sound for Hit Boy's album, but they come and do that on Magic 2 as well. And then you got the unreleased for Sportsmanship that was on Big Sean's last album, but it didn't get to come out. So some of y'all may not have heard it. Go to YouTube, check it out. It's produced by Hit Boy, by Big Sean featuring Nas, them going back and forth, dope bars. So I just wanted to highlight the songs that weren't on the albums that are Hit Boy and Nas collaborations. Do y'all have anything to add to that?
Just that I love Big Nas. Pause. The song, you know what I'm saying, is fire. I think again, this is one of those production styles that is like new age boom bap. Like this is like an updated version of like I think specifically of like 1995, right? As like this more colorful boom bap style of production, right? The Tide, especially the second part of the Tide. Yo, that beat flip.
Yeah.
It's so fire, man. The video is dope. The whole concept, they're rapping back and forth about it. The video is dope. Like, yo, man, The Tide and Big Nas. Big Nas could have fit perfect. Replace Eminem and EPMD2 with The Tide, and you got a 5 mic album. I mean, not The Tide, Big Nas.
Big
You know what I'm
Nas.
saying? I mean, The
Right.
Tide too, either one, but especially Big Nas. And then a side note, because you brought up Surfer Drown, it irks me that Hit Boy gave his pops. I mean, it's his dad. I get it. But
Nah, we not doing that, bro.
what was that? What was
we not doing that, bro.
Grinding My Whole Life Part 2. That first part of
Look at
the
Ease.
song, I love that shit, and I hate that he wasted like it. You know what I'm saying? So if you guys have heard of Grinding My Whole Life Part 2, man,
Yeah.
that first minute is beautiful. Like the sound, the sonics, everything about it. Nas would have destroyed that shit.
Yeah.
So shout out to Big Hit. I hope you're, eating all the soups that you can enjoy and shit like that. But
Yo.
god damn it, I wish Nas had got that beat.
Yo,
So,
man, disregard that. Big head, hold your head, man. Like, word. But
yeah, man.
but yeah, so Shawn, I want you to talk about this real quick. We mentioned actually Jansport J. Ease mentioned Jansport J's contributions. He actually does the second half of WTF SMH for those who don't know, and also has co-production credits or moments in No Phony Love from KD2. So I wanted to give Jansport J a shout out. But Shawn, can you speak to the role of David Kim, who you had the pleasure to interview right the night that Magic 3 came out? You know what I'm saying? We did a station head called 50 for 50, where we counted down Nas's top 50 tracks that we ranked, which was hard to do, and counted it down from early in the day to midnight when Magic 3 dropped for his 50th birthday. And then right after we played the album on Station Head, Shawn interviewed the engineer for all 6 albums, David Kim. So can you speak on his contributions real quick?
Man, it was dope, man, for him to even share, things in the moment, because we were vibing out to the new album, getting ready to prep for the album coming out. And he just came in, very humble guy. It was talking about he didn't get no rest. He said it wasn't a rest for him for the past 2 years, because every time he got a chance to kind of take his foot off the gas, he got the phone call and say, we got another one, we got another one, we got another one. And just hearing that alone within itself, and being able to go in there and just be one of the greats, and also working with Hit Boy, he felt like that was just one of the highest points of his career at that time. So again, shout out to David Kim, man. He didn't have to do that. He came through on the night of the release and just blessed us with some inside track on what was going on. And it just was a good time for us, man. But the thing that stood out to me was the fact that they were in work mode for 2.5 years. And again, that to me, that erased the stigma of Nas being lazy when it comes to putting out music. Because that used to be one of the narratives that was shared back in the day. Like, yo, he don't want to put music out, or he just doing it on his own time. But he caught the fire. He had the fever. And he just kept going. Yeah.
Let's stay right there for a quick second, because when we were on Kill Show Apartment 5B, we was talking about quality versus quantity. You know what I mean? And one thing about this run, he came out with 6 albums in 3 years, which we had a high quantity, but we also had high quality. We just rated these albums anywhere from 3.5 to a couple 5s. You know what I mean? So real quick, we'll go around the horn. Can you recall anybody doing that prior to Nas's run, and do you see anybody doing that afterwards, having that much quality and that much quantity in such a short time? We'll start with you, Ease.
Nah, I think this is a one and done situation. Because first of
Shawn?
all,
sorry, go ahead. My apologies.
Are you talking about in totality, like their whole career? Or are you talking about within 3 years what they did?
In that short amount of time, releasing that much quantity and that much quality?
No, it's not going to happen. I don't see it. And no genre. I don't see that happening from this day going forward.
Shawn, what you got?
I agree. I can't see it happening. The closest thing we can probably say was Jay dropping albums every single year up until 2001. That was the closest. But I think it was more of the highs were very high, and they were carrying over from one year to another. He had a lot of year-over-year success, if you will. But as far as quality high, not like this. Not in that short span of time. Not in that window. No.
LP?
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, cool. I can't call it as far as like if somebody could do it in the future, I guess. You know what I mean? Like, so I won't doubt that it can happen. The chances of it happening are slim to none, but I don't put it past somebody to be able to do it. And I think the closest to it, this is how you know Shawn not really a fan like that, because it's really Ghostface, right? Ghostface is the one who dropped something more so than Jay when you go from Supreme.
Not consecutive years, though. He's talking about in a time span.
Yeah, it's all about
short. I don't like as far as like the 3 year thing. I don't think so. But like even saying like Jay, his was year over year. I think Ghostface was also year over year. So you have Supreme, you have Big Doe Rehab, you have Fish Scale, you have Pretty Tony LP, and you have More Fish, and you have the Broil Salmon EP, all within that.
It's like about a 6-year window, wasn't it?
Frame. Yeah, like a 5-6 year time frame.
Yeah.
So I think he's the closest that's ever done something like that. Maybe Ye in the beginning of his career. But for anybody to do this, and like, I don't think anybody, I mean, look, Boldy's trying. You know what I'm saying? It ain't working out too good for him. Nah. Boldy and Shay are trying to drop 6 albums in 6 months and shit. But to that level, to that quality, man, the more I think about it, the more I don't see it happening. We got 2 5s at minimum.
It's something to marvel at. So I want to come to you first for this real quick, Ease. So where does Hit Boy rank amongst Nas producer collaborators?
Like
if you just had to throw out a number, like, you know, he could be numero uno, he could be second, third. With what he's done with these 6 albums, where does he rank?
I'll probably put him about, he got to be 2 or 3 at this point, because the body of work, like Primo may have the highs, but it's not even 10 joints to choose from.
Right. I think it's right at 10.
Yeah, that's the issue. And then the last couple of joints they did are not memorable in a sense. You know what I'm saying? So, I'll give him top 2 or 3.
Shawn?
I agree with Ease. I can rock with that.
I have a question though concerning that though, because if the Nas and Primo album comes out, if it is not great, does Primo drop on that list?
For me, I got Hit Boy as number 1 personally, just because of the brevity, right? You know what I mean?
I can rock with that too. I can rock with that too.
I got Hit Boy at 1.
I can rock with that too. I'm not mad at 1.
I'm not with that either. Yeah.
I'm not mad at it.
It's because of the brevity of it. Like, you know, those 10 songs that Primo and Nas have together on the front side of Nas's career when he was in his prime, But those top 10 that we just named on that Hit Boy list, those Primo songs is better, but it ain't like that. That's not a conversation. If I give you the top 10 that Nas and the Hit Boy came out with together.
That's my fault because I'm thinking of most memorable. That's not the question. The question is the best collaborator. So
right, the best collaborator. Yeah,
and we're talking about range comes into that equation as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah. We're talking like that. Hit got to be one.
It gotta be, yeah, exactly. It gotta be one. They got two classic albums, and we all agreed they got 2 5s, right? Then y'all think he's got another 5. Me and AG are at 4.75 and 4.5. Then we have KD2, which we all agreed is also another 4.5, and would be better if not for Eminem. Right? So like they really only have one slip up that's debatable, and that's Magic 2. And also keep in mind that the pressure that Preem is starting to feel now from Nas fans, now it's based off of trying to even keep up with the HB shit, where before it was Hit Boy that was being compared to can he keep up with Salam Remy or a Premier or something like that. Now Hit Boy completely flipped it to where anybody working with Nas, you got to be at the level that Hit Boy set. And now you see all that pressure building up, at least as Nas fans for Preem. I love beat breaks, I'm a fan of that song. Define My Name is cool. It hasn't aged well for me. I don't go back to it the way that I used to listen to it when it first dropped. But I mean, I feel like for most, especially in the Discord, it's full on crisis mode on Premier Nas album. Where I don't feel that we would even be that worried. If it was HB, we'd be like, "Yo, we can't wait! Like, we already know this shit's gonna be fire." And we don't have that with Preem no more.
Right, we're in an interesting place as Nas fans because I think Hit Boy has placed a lot of pressure on Primo with this upcoming album. But I want Eeze, we'll start with you. I want y'all to briefly talk about why Nas fans can't be satisfied, if you will, because you have a group of Nas fans when Hit Boy was knocking projects out of the park. Like, I mean, they cool, but it's not Premier. He should be tapping in with Premier. And then now that he's finally going to give us this Premier album that we've been waiting for 20 years, then you got those fans that's like, I mean, yeah, but he should just call up Hit Boy again and like do that instead of that. So it's like no matter what, it's always going to be that alternative, and the Nas fan base is never satisfied. So speak to that briefly.
Well, it goes back to his greatness. That's why, because he's given us so many different elements of fire music with different producers. Because Primo was on that list, but you have some people who want an Alchemist album. Some people want a Large Professor album. Some people would want
to. LES would do an album justice.
LES as well too. Yeah, so it's so many different producers that he has had success with. Some people wouldn't even mind him running the back with no ID. So I think the pressure, I wouldn't even call it pressure. It's a reality, man. Like Hit Boy did what he did. He pretty much exceeded all expectations with Nas, and there's a new standard in a sense where I'm not sure what DJ Premier is going to take it from this point forth. It's going to be completely boom bap. That's up to them artistically in a sense, but I just feel as though as far as the being satisfied amongst Nas fans, we just been blessed with so much great music across the board with so many different producers. It's just like an infinite wish list. But
I think
go ahead.
Oh, no, my fault. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, the whole Primo situation, initially, I'm going to be honest, I didn't want the album because of these expectations. I just felt like they had the classic joints, just leave it there, because he's not going to be able to meet those expectations. And this was before Hit Boy. Now, what Hit Boy and Nas have done, I don't know. I'm speechless concerning it. I don't know what they're supposed to do. I really don't, because there's going to be some fans who are going to say, you see, you should have never did that. Hit Boy had the winning momentum. You should have stayed there. And there's going to be some fans from the 90s that's going to say this is what we was looking for. So,
I think you hit the nail on the head, bro, because you said expectations. Regardless of this Hit Boy run, Primo expectations would have been sky high, but Hit Boy didn't have any expectations, and it exceeded what any of us could have thought it would have been. So, it's two different scales when measuring them. You know.
Let me address a comment in the comment section. Someone said, "E, stop it with all these albums coming out on Mass Appeal being fire. Ain't no way they're gonna knock it out the park." See, that's the thing. When it comes to music, a lot of those albums on Mass Appeal have no expectations connected to them. Ghostface Supreme Clientele too. Okay, that may be the only one. Raekwon, he wasn't really fighting against only built for Cuban links. Slick Rick, we haven't heard from him in God knows how long. Mobb Deep, that's going to be a posthumous album with Prodigy. That's going to be appreciated. So you're dealing with a whole different beast. I don't think people understand what Nas and Primo as a collective means. People have been waiting for this album since '94. I'm not saying it's going to be trash. I'm not saying it's going to be fire. But at the same time, I just think that some expectations is a different level. It's a different level.
Right. And you know, you want whoever said that in the comments, I was going to bring up, and Shawn, I'll come to you for this one. We're in the midst. Nas gave us a 6-album run, but it's not talked about enough like the other runs he's given us as, you know, in the culture. Like we had a 6-album run with Hit Boy, but we have this Mass Appeal run as an executive. I know LP, you talked about his shortcomings as an executive, but him giving us this, you know what I'm saying, for the OGs to like come out with these records is really dope as an executive. And we're also in the midst of a feature run with him on Chandeliers on the Clips album, Documents for Slick Rick, you know, Omerta, 2 different verses, the one that didn't get released and then the one that did get released on Raekwon. And then we got the last night, we got the night before last, Love Me Anymore with Ghostface. So all dope verses, and we've never seen Nas release this many guest features that, you know, in a long time that close together. And then we have the Illmatic Orchestra Tour run. Shout out to Coop. Coop did a review on the Vegas joint. You know what I'm saying? He went there. Ease, you went to the Philly show. I'm going to the Cincinnati show in November. He's covering all these bases, like music, features, tours, exec stuff. Shawn, speak to like, you know, the level of difficulty and how Nas is pushing the culture forward on different fronts.
It's covering all bases. I mean, even being an ambassador for Hip Hop 50th, right? Being the one who actually be in the front line of that. It's covering all bases, fellas. I mean, what more about? Everybody should be proud of Nas at this point, even if you're not a true Nas fan, which is ridiculous to even say out loud, or if you don't have him in your, you know, as your GOAT or what have you. At the end of the day, you gotta respect what he's doing. No one else is able to pull this off in this type of time frame that we're looking at. Being an ambassador of Hip Hop 50, the orchestras, the albums, the features, working with Mass Appeal, putting out legends, you know, over the past few weeks now, from Slick Rick to Ray to Ghost and more to come. No one better to do it but him.
Thanks. And just 3 more questions before we close up. You know what I'm saying? We appreciate y'all been rocking with us for this long time, man. But we wanted to make this like, you know what I'm saying, the encyclopedia for the Nas and Hit Boy run. So we'll go around, everybody hit this question. Did Hit Boy single-handedly dispel the Nas pick bad beats narrative? LP, I'll start off with you.
Nah, not single-handedly. I think that he proved in real time that that wasn't the case. I think that he brought attention to that conversation again. I know who tried to keep that shit alive was DJ Vlad and everybody that he interviewed. But I think for the most part, you know, I think for the most part, everybody did a good job in defending Nas when it comes to the bad beat picking and all that type of shit. You know, he's never really like it was just a bad narrative, but it's just a history of bad narratives when it comes to Nas, period, right? Like even going back to Shawn earlier talking about how, you know, they made like, did this HB run show that he wasn't lazy? Yo, you know how much unreleased material he got? The record label was lazy for not putting it out. You know what I'm saying? Because we know that he had mad music created. He has a whole album with DJ Khaled that never dropped. He got a whole album with Havoc that never dropped. He's got multi Good Morning. We were just talking about that. He's got an unreleased catalog that's better than most dudes' real catalogs, let
Facts.
alone the music that he did put out. And now we're talking about 16, 17, 18 albums, all of that. So I just think that, him being present and him not giving anybody room to breathe is what help kill that narrative. You know what I'm saying? Same thing. Like there's a few things we didn't discuss, like how Jay was dropping something every time Nas was dropping, then Nas came back with so much shit that Jay had nothing for him. Jay went from
Couldn't
like
keep up.
dropping an album when an album dropped to just having a picture holding Grammys because he ain't had no material to keep up with, And he's dropping full albums, Nas is. So did he help? I mean, like, did he contribute towards, hey, look at this, is not that? No, but was it single-handedly? I don't think that's the case either. And I didn't really respond to the other one, but I just think that Nas fans in general, he has, like, people want him to win so bad, and it's really a reflection of you as a fan more than it is on him, because everybody has a different perspective of what they want. So it's like, if I'm bigger into a certain sound, I want him to win doing that. And if somebody else likes this, you want him to win doing that. So I think it comes from a place of admiration for him, that everybody wants him to win, but we're all individual in what individual in what our perspective of winning is. So that's where we fight with each other on what winning is for Nas. But I think it all comes from a good place. Some people don't express it well. Some people are just salty haters. That happens too. And you're just stuck in your own way, and you're trying to keep Nas in that pocket. I think that production style has a lot to do with it, because we all feel like HB gave him mad heat. But if you go on Twitter right now, you got people that claim to be Nas fans, and who Nas is their GOAT, and they talk shit about Hit Boy and his
Yep.
production style. And these are Nas heads, quote unquote. So there is that to it too.
Yeah.
Ease, you feel like he did it? Anything to dispel that narrative?
Now, like LP just stated, I just think there's like a fraction between Nas fans in the sense where no matter how much work Hit Boy has done, they want that success to be with a particular producer. So it's
Mm.
not just outside parties saying he picks bad beats. It's quote unquote fans who state
It's
that too.
within the base. Yeah.
Yeah, because it didn't come from DJ Premier or Pete Rock or Sense. Or some people just didn't listen, and they just have um, this whole notion that the kid is from the West Coast, so is whack off the rip, or they went to a show and they heard Spicy, but they never listened to the album, so they're under the assumption that that's all he produced. So I don't think that narrative is going anywhere. That's why it's important to do shows like this, because have the people who actually listen to the music tune in and have conversations about it. Because at the end of the day, those who say he picked bad beats don't even listen to the music. They
Facts.
really don't. It's impossible to hear "I Love This Feeling" or
Right.
"Speechless"
Yeah.
or
Fact.
"Moments" and "Store Run" or "Dedicate," whatever, and say that these are bad beats.
If Kanye does KD2, they call him the greatest. If
That's
DJ
it.
Premier does Magic, they call it a classic, and Primo's back like he never left. If Pete Rock does Magic 3, Pete Rock is the man. You saw, like, I fucks with the auditorium, but you saw how quick they were to want to give them praise over that album, and it's not touching the top 4 albums on the KD run. But you just slap another producer's name on that shit, and all of a sudden, it's the greatest thing in the world.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And it was like
So
that with It Was Written. If It Was Written had the Illmatic producers, then people would say,
right,
different about
right,
that.
right,
But
right, right.
but
Yeah.
Sean, you got anything on that? Oh, sorry.
Because real
Go ahead.
quick, to your point, like, take it back, because it's 2025, and this narrative is still going on. But when Nas did If I Ruled the World, they hated on him for that because he was leaving the sound. But then Jay does Sunshine on Volume 1, and he doesn't get the same level, and Sunshine is way more pandering
Mm.
to a mainstream sound than if, If I Ruled the World is, right? So it just shows what kind of standard has been set for Nas since the inception, since he started rapping, since his first words.
Thanks. Sean, you got anything to add to that?
No, I would just say all of the poor narratives is to humanize him. because that's the only way you can bring him down so you can be able to compete in some capacity. And I don't think it's a situation where Hit Boy may have, dispel it or anything like that. I just think he just reminded people of those who are, from, the Nas fan base. We never said that It Was Written was a poorly produced album. We actually said it was one of the better production
Right.
of any album in 96 in that time frame. And, I don't want to go in a rabbit hole with that, but that's where I'm at with it.
So last question on Hit Boy, and then we'll
Well,
finish up
and
with
then
one thing.
sorry, AG, because now I'm thinking about that too. Keep in mind, like when I said earlier with Nasir, if 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 that album was fire, they would have gave Kanye all the praise. Oh well, yeah, of course Nas sounds good because how do you
Yeah,
sound with Kanye?
yeah,
Now I think what's gonna happen if this Primo thing is gonna be like, oh well, it's because of Hit Boy, right? Because he rapped with the same producer. Now that he's back out of it, you're getting Beat Breaks and Define My Name, which aren't bad songs, just aren't on those levels. So I really hope that Primo has some shit for Nas because we could be
yeah.
right back down. I could picture myself in the comments section bitching, because all of a sudden it's back to the hate train because they didn't live
Yeah.
up. Oh, he should have just stayed with HB now.
It's I'm with the fact there's going to be a narrative attached regardless. There's going to be a
Yeah.
narrative attached
If
regardless.
it's not a 4.75 or higher, get ready, y'all.
Yeah. Um. So Hit Boy, I just want to speak real quick. It's important that he got out of his bad publishing deal, and shout out to Jay-Z for that. We ain't gonna, you know what I'm saying? We're gonna show Jay
Yeah.
some love as far as getting Hit Boy out of that deal.
Wow.
So going forward, now that Hit Boy, and really, I don't think Jay-Z is behooved to even like do that because Hit Boy talked about the grind. Like he wanted to make sure he put his best foot forward doing these Nas records to like give him a reason for somebody to help him get out of the deal. Like, look what I'm doing. I deserve more. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't just resting on his laurels or anything. You know what I mean? So, so that was dope for Jay-Z to get him out of the deal. So is it anybody going forward now that Hit Boy has a new horizon in front of him? Who would you like to see him tap in with for at least one full project like he did with Nas? I mean, he did collaboration albums with Music Soul Child, Game, Big Sean, Dom Kennedy, is the Pop's big hit. Like, so somebody who he hasn't, Benny the Butcher, somebody who he hasn't tapped in with yet. We'll just go around the horn. Who would you like to see Hit Boy produce a whole album for?
I think he should like really expand and show the world his true his range. Do some R&B albums. Obviously, he did the Music Soul Child joint, but link up with Summer Walker, somebody like that, or even A. Marie. Help her on the comeback.
Ooh, okay.
I think that would be fine. I think he has the musicality and the intentionality to pull it off. He's not a hip hop producer. Like this kid is actually like a producer, a composer in a sense. You know what I'm saying? I think he shouldn't box himself in, especially now that you're out of that publishing deal. Go haywire,
Yeah.
do your thing.
Go crazy. Go crazy. Shawn, who you got?
Kendrick, keep it West Coast.
Wow.
That's
okay.
Yeah, go Kendrick.
My favorite Kendrick song is on a Hit Boy beat, Backseat Freestyle.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
I like it. LP, who you got?
Yo, real quick, Ease brought up A. Marie. Do you know who Jack is by any chance? You guys ever in the same room? No, I'm playing. We got this dude named Jack who praises A. Marie in the chat. You know what I'm saying? So it was a mad random name to bring up. Just saying,
I'm like, whoa.
Nah,
This guy, man.
you know who
Jack
Julio is?
Liang?
Yeah.
Yeah, I see him in my comments too.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah, Jack down here
Ultron.
somewhere. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I
He's
mean? Like,
Ultron.
so Jack is like,
Swinging the ponytail around.
Joe, actually, Ransom, and the reason being is because I just want Ransom. I would go with Ransom and Jansport J, but I think Ransom is such a dope rapper that his hold up. So it's not even about HB. It's more so about Ransom. And like, yo, I feel like he just needs one of them ones. I think he needs a classic album that solidifies it. And I think he always goes down the same rabbit hole with his
Yeah.
producers. So I
Right.
think what HB could give Ransom would just take him to a whole nother level. I think Conway and Hit Boy could, because I think Conway can kind of create, like, from a king to a god. You can see where he can kind of take it there. I think that would be dope. I think shit. Him and Ray would be cool. I think him and Ghost would be cool. I think they could probably kind of do something dope. Man, he could work with a ton of people,
Yeah.
and make some dope shit. But I think if I just had one where I'm like, what your production could do for somebody's career, I'm leaning on Ransom. And then shit, Freddie, give me a Freddie verse or Joey. I'll take it. Look,
Oh, Joey
anybody that I
Badass.
like can rap with Hit Boy, because I
Yeah.
think Hit Boy can give you something that's gonna work for you. But if you give me a Joey Badass and Hit Boy EP, I think that would be fire. I could hear HB, like I said, like My Town. If Hit Boy made My Town, if you said he produced that, I wouldn't be surprised to be like, yo, hell
Yeah.
yeah. That sounds like
Yeah.
exactly like something that HB would give a New York rapper looking for an anthem.
I like those picks. Those are all outside of the box thought picks. For me, I would say two of my favorite rappers ever are Jadakiss and AZ. AZ killed Full Circle, so we know how he sounds on a Hit Boy beat. And let's be honest, like AZ's discography, his production hasn't been the best over the years, so I think he could use somebody like a Hit Boy. And Jadakiss, one of my favorite rappers of all time, needs that classic. I think Hit Boy could deliver him that like tried and true bona fide classic. So that would be my pick for those two. Real quick before I hit the closing thoughts, this Rubik's Cube made me, with all the albums on it, made me think of, like, I forgot to ask y'all, favorite album cover from the run. Shawn, what's your favorite cover?
Magic.
Old school nasty Nas. I like it. Ease, what's your favorite?
Yeah, I was gonna say Magic. If not Magic, KD2.
Yeah,
interesting
as well.
LP, what you got?
Yeah, Magic.
Okay, this is funny because it's the worst album of the run, but Magic 2 is my favorite album cover. The merging of old Nas with new Nas and bridging that gap. Yeah, I would think, to me, it sounds crazy, but that's my second favorite Nas cover, only behind I Am. I think that cover's fire. You know what I'm saying? The last of the six albums as far as ranking, but definitely the best album cover to me. So closing thoughts, you know what I'm saying? Where do you all think that this run with Hit Boy, how do you think people will look at that at the end of the decade? It's hard to think that we're 5 years removed from where it all started, KD1. So we're bringing it, full circle. Where do you think when KD1 turns 10, 10 years old at the end of the decade in 2030, and what high esteem do you think people will hold this run? I'll start with you, Shawn.
I think they're going to have to look at this run and say nothing like this has been done before. You're running two consecutive two trilogies at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
No one else has done this, not even just in hip hop, but just in music, period.
Right.
And you're talking about someone who's in maybe their third career of hip hop. You're talking about like really their third run, if you will, and doing it at a high clip. And at the end of the day, we're going to have to sit down and say, look, this guy he is the golden child. He is the golden child, because to produce this, the level of difficulty, have the motivation to do this and have the ability to speak on certain things in you're talking about 87 songs, and you have fresh things to talk about and to rap about content wise. And content matters. Writing matters. We talked about the full display of KD2 and how great the writing was in that album. How Magic 3 was great writing. KD3, great writing. All these albums are great writing with valuable content, valuable stories, checking all the boxes. No one else can do that but him. So I feel like, 10 years from now, we're going to look back and say, man, it was a moment. We were blessed with a moment.
Yeah, for sure.
For sure. No perspective. Ease, what do you got, bro?
Yeah, I agree with that. Also, I think that it's up to fans to continue to speak about the music in a sense,
Absolutely.
right? But I don't think we're gonna think about Nas and Hit Boy, well, Nas per se, in the next 10 years in a vacuum. I think thinking back, hip hop is going to learn to appreciate what he's done, right? Look what he's doing with the legends. He's setting a whole new groundwork, showing you exactly what it's supposed to look like. So I think these 6 albums are just a small part of the legacy going forward. So
Right.
yes, he released 6 albums in 3 years, but he's done the 50-year celebration. He's done quite a few business ventures in a sense. He's put on the legends in a sense where he's licensed their music and helping them out, whether it's Slick Rick. Ghostface is very fond of what he's doing. So he's reaching back, helping other individuals while also putting out music and also
Yes.
celebrating the culture. So it's not just a rapper or an artist that put out 6 albums. He's done so much for the culture in a sense to where when you think back 10 years from now, you'll be like, yo, nah, that was Nas' era once again.
Nas era.
Absolutely.
Dope. Dope. LP, what you got, bro?
Yeah, I'm less optimistic than you guys. I feel like we're going to be here 10 years from now arguing about why HB and that whole run doesn't get the respect it deserves.
Yeah, that's
I
it.
think Dre brought it up, the APMD interview. There's few already praising clips as like they're the ones that we're rejuvenating the old heads to be rapping again. And last year it was common, and you had certain dudes saying that, the auditorium is just as good as all the HB albums and all that kind of stuff. So
Yeah.
while I want to believe that society and human fucking species will evolve to a point where we can look back and appreciate things for what they are, based off of the history of it, I don't really see that being the case. I think there'll be a few albums that get remembered highly. I think that Magic and KD3 will be remembered highly. I think that Magic and KD3 will be on the top lists and everything else. And I think a ton of the other albums will get pushed for the side. And it'll be Nas fans being like, well, you can't forget about Magic 3 and you can't forget about KD1. That's kind of where I see that going. Unless Nas keeps on, I don't have a reason to believe that Nas is going to stop doing what he's got going on. I know we had a debate and Coop brought up like possibly retiring and all that type of shit. I don't think that's going to happen. And Nas is killing it from everything that Ease is saying. But just from an example, but just from a standpoint of the music itself, let Jay-Z fuck around and drop a dope album. They're gonna automatically be like, yo, one J album is better than six. You know what I mean? Like they already try to do that with the verses and all that stuff. And no knock on Jay, I'm a fan. I'm just saying, like that's just how people act. So nah, we'll be here 9, 10 years from now arguing about how underrated KD2 is. That's how I see that playing out.
That's interesting. That's interesting perspective, but it's not far fetched. But in my closing remarks, what I'll say is I did see on Twitter today Eric Sermon talking about the clips and what they've done for the OGs and stuff, but he did mention the Nas and Hit Boy run, and he did mention the auditorium. So I think it's one of those situations where hopefully people don't get lost on the Nas part of it because it came prior to the clips, and then comment with the auditorium. But at the end of the day, somebody has to walk so somebody else can run, so somebody else can fly. You know what I mean? And I
Yeah.
think it's one of those situations where hopefully people know that like Nas kicked off this because he's the one that challenged them. You remember on Magic 3, he said, I'm challenging, my counterparts, telling them they should try this. You know what I mean? So he
Right.
was in that bag, challenging artists from his era to really put out music and see if they can catch fire like he did. Now, as far as a Hit Boy, I think sky's the limit for him because going forward, he's out of this back deal. He's going to try to really, foot the gas. And because of what he did for Nas in the 6 album run, Hit Boy entered my top 10 hip hop producers of all time. So I think for him and what he can do going forward, I think he'll continue to climb those ranks amongst the pantheon of dope hip hop producers for people. But he's in my top 10 because of what he did for Nas.
He's in my top 10 too, and like the Nas thing solidified it, but he has all the other things. So like, so to me, to
on
be
his
a top 10
resume. Yep.
producer, right, you got to have produce a classic for somebody else. You did that. Then you have the classic singles. You did that. Then you have the underground hits. You did that. So for me, he's definitely in the top 10.
He checks every box.
He
But
really
as
does.
far as
He's
like
got
the
his own
albums,
sound too, you know?
right? Yeah, correct. But for me, the albums, the grand scheme of things, like where the albums will be held, you know, at the end of the decade, I think it's a situation where the sum will be greater than its individual parts. LP, you mentioned, you know, people will talk about Magic and people talk about KD3, but forget the rest. But I think it'll be more of a cumulative thing. Like Shawn said, it was no, it might have been you, Ease. I'm sorry, the Nas and Hit Boy era. You know what I'm saying? So when everybody gets to come have a seat at the table and debate the GOAT discography of all time, right? I think this run is another big joker that Nas can play up against the other GOAT discographies, right? I think Illmatic is a big joker he can throw on the table. I think It Was Written is a big joker he can throw on the table. Stillmatic as a comeback album is a big joker he can throw on the table. Lost Tapes, like my unreleased stuff is better than your best album, is a big joker I can throw on the table. But then this run, I think, could be cumulatively thrown on the table as a big joker. Like, how many of y'all have did this right here? So, granted, it's 6 albums and some are better than others, but as a whole, you could maybe set it beside a Stillmatic or Illmatic or It Was Written, and it hold as much weight as those 6 albums combined together. Like on the latter end of his career, in the twilight of his career, if you got Illmatic as his debut, you know what I'm saying, being a pinnacle rap album of all time, and then you can point to a 6 album run when he hit 50 years old, I think that, you know, to some degree will hold as much weight with what he did as Illmatic
Well, it's the
for people who
quality.
got sense.
It's
Yeah,
the quality of the 6 because now what's happening is that you have a ton of MCs that are dropping as many albums in the same time frame. They're just not of the same caliber,
and
right?
that's
So
the
again,
thing. Yeah, because even
Mhm.
when you look at Griselda, that's a great point you made. I had a post up asking how do you distinguish the difference between a Griselda mixtape, a project on an album.
Right.
Everything sounds the same. With Nas and Hit Boy, you knew those were all albums.
right,
And they all gave
right.
you different looks.
Yeah,
Right.
Ransom drops has probably dropped as many albums, but they all kind of have the same vibe, same tone, same rap
Right.
style. Boldy's dropped like 12 albums in the past 2 months. Like so like you're seeing this like this, especially in the current era. That's what's interesting about the KD run is that Nas is very much with the times, with the short attention span, having to stay
Right.
on their heads, having to constantly be dropping shit. You know what I mean? And so he's taking that approach, but it's the quality of it. To
Mm.
have, again, I don't give a shit about the Grammys, but to have 3 of them nominated, so all the KD albums were nominated. One won, the other 2 should have won. He should have went 3 for 3. Then you have the underground loving what he did with Magic and Magic 3 and Magic 2, is in there and all that kind of stuff. And then also, if he keeps on doing it without Hit Boy, and what if Hit Boy never reaches that level again? Right? So there could be a flip where it's like, damn, HB needs to get back with Nas. Because like the new song that HB made, I'm gonna support it because I'm gonna support HB, period. But I'm not, you know what I'm saying?
But
I'm not really a
that
fan of
just shows
that,
his range though. You know, he could
Yeah.
do that with Nas and then do, you know what I'm saying, like that type
Right. No, he's
stuff.
got crazy range.
So,
yeah,
but I think at the end of the day, to your point, with everybody releasing the quantity of albums, nobody else in Nas's era is doing that. These is all current era people doing
Yeah.
that.
no doubt.
And you know what I'm saying? Nobody from Nas's era has done that. And, you know, him also jumping off the renaissance of the OG rappers coming back and being outside and active. They're outside and active, but we talk about how quality the auditorium is. If they were on the same wavelength, if not as Nas and Hit Boy, then we would have already gotten Auditorium
Part
Part
2.
2 already.
Well,
already.
and then AG, and to your point, and
That's a great
Dre's
point.
bringing it up there
That's solid.
too. Shout out to Dre7, and everybody in the chat. Thank you for staying the whole time. You know what I'm saying? But like, okay, the Ghostface album, right? Dope album. Ray's album, dope. Locks dropped the album a few years ago. Common last year. What you notice about them though is that their content sounds like the content from 15, 20 years ago,
Right.
right?
Mhm.
Common's content now sounds like some of the content on B. I was clowning with Shawn yesterday talking about how Ghostface still talks about ecstasy, like he's talking about 1990s drugs. You know what I'm saying? Like still, the Locks. You listen to their album, it's still I'm gonna kill you, all this type of shit. To Dre's point and to what we've been saying earlier, and then Dre, there's a lot of things that you're talking about. Rewatch this when you got time, and we covered a lot of the things that you brought up. Is that he's diverse within the series, so he's giving
Mm.
you a once a man twice a child, he's giving you a sitting with my thoughts, he's giving you a first time, he's giving you a moments, he's giving you a nobody, he's giving you a based on true events part 2 and a part 1 and a speechless, and and he tells stories within a few bars and all that kind of stuff. He's shown more creativity in this 6 album run than a lot of the OGs have shown in the
Yeah.
15-year runs that they've had of subject matter wise. You know what I'm saying? Like, again, going back, this is what, when Dre says that he can't make an album because what he's going to talk about, and when Jay-Z says it's hard for me to write because I can't come up with something to write about, so when I write this 5-minute verse, it took forever for me to write it because I don't come up with shit. Nas is like, once a man, twice a child. Like he could just create
Because
subject to speak on.
he's inspired, and
Beef. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
He can create concept. Like he's never going to run out of things to talk about because he's a creative, and I feel like that's what really sets him apart is that he's able to be creative with 90 fucking records within a short time span, and a lot of the OGs can't even get beyond the subject matter that they were attached to 15, 20 years ago, you know? Again, as much as Ghostface is in my personal top 10, um, like it shows, same thing with Clips. Like we're so happy that Clips made a song that wasn't about drugs that we forget that like 80% of the rest of it is about drugs. But
Yeah.
now it's like, oh wow, we need our OGs to be more diverse with their subject matter. Motherfucker, did you listen to Magic and KD3 and all
Mhm.
them? The OG's been doing that.
right.
But
Here's the thing, though. I
now,
have a question though, because like even with we're speaking about even the Clips and Nas, right? If you can think about your whole experience with hip hop music, how many organic, iconic albums have we experienced? Most of the time is marketing. So my question to you guys is 10 years from now, is it up to Nas to celebrate himself? Because you got
Absolutely.
well,
Yeah.
Infamous, you got what only built for Cuban Link, Illmatic, things of that nature. But the Clips, although it's a fire album, it's a marketing push as well. You know what I'm saying? So I'm thinking 10 years from now, when the decade is up or 10 years out, mass appeal, I think Nas has to remind people of what he's done. Because if he's gonna wait on the hip hop community to celebrate him, it's never gonna happen.
right.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, even when he does it, like keeping it to the Clips thing, right? That's what the Chandeliers verse is about. But then you have
Mhm.
people that weren't satisfied with it because he didn't rap it the way that they wanted him to rap it.
Yep.
But to him, it was more important to be like, look, I'm the one that made it cool. Like he's making these mission statement raps, right? He's telling us, and he's telling the people, like, yo, this is what I'm doing, this is what I got going on. But yo, nobody talks about Nas more than Nas. So like, I also don't know how much he can keep on talking about himself because he is doing it,
Well,
you
Yeah, I'm
know?
talking about in the sense of like even like when Reasonable Doubt had like the 10 or 15-year
yeah.
anniversary. I remember Jay
Well,
Z having the
right,
concert at Radio
well, even
City,
to
like
that, right? Like,
uplift your joint. It's not like you
well,
uplifting trash, it's classic
up
albums.
uplift the other albums. Like I'm like you saw Nas in where you see in Philly.
Yeah. You got to step
AG's
away
gonna
from
see him in
Illmatic.
Cincinnati.
Yeah.
I didn't mention it. I'm gonna go see them with my cousin in San Francisco. It's like, dog, can you do a show for It Was Written? Can you do a show for Stillmatic? Can you do a show for Godson? Like, can you do the Lost Tapes? Like, I think the Lost Tapes is the perfect orchestra album,
Yeah.
especially because of the
Well,
content and everything else, right? Like he also has to respectfully get outside of just praising Illmatic and only Illmatic because
Mhm.
that's kind of what it appears like, you know? Like you got to start showing love to
Well,
the rest of your catalog too.
yeah, I think the answer to that would be Run Back the Garden again and dedicate it to the 6 album run, because he did it before. On the front end, he did all the Hit Boy stuff, and then the back end did the classics.
Yeah.
Just say, hey, I'm doing another garden show, and it's just going to be nothing but the Hit Boy run to shed light on it. So I think that would be the answer. And in closing, I think we as fans got to put things in proper perspective to really know the value of it. Right? Kendrick is like the guy right now, right? But you, LP, you spoke to the diversity, the lyricism, the range that Nas gave us over this 6 album run as of somebody who's been in the game 30 plus years. If you look at it and really compartmentalize it and break it down, you should be more impressed than a lot of people are acting, because Kendrick has 6 albums and Nas gave us Kendrick's career in a 3 year span.
Yeah. Hey,
You know what I'm saying? So put it in proper perspective.
he talked about more stuff on this HB run content wise than a lot of our legends have done in their whole career period, man. I don't think that people really appreciate the content and the
Right.
subject matter of it all and how diverse the subject matter is, because a lot of MCs that are our goats don't have that. They've never done it once a man twice a child. Like that's why I hold that song so high, because you a lot of motherfuckers ain't even gonna be, you spit a hot second and they get rid of y'all. A lot of motherfuckers ain't even gonna be around long enough when he said I could write a whole album about how it feels to survive. Like you a lot of the concepts of his music comes from lasting this long pause, right? So um it comes with tenure. It just comes with being a creative. And I don't mean creative like these corny motherfuckers. I'm a creative. No, you're a podcaster, bro. You just talk in front of a camera. Like, stop it. You know what I'm saying? He's really coming up with new concepts and all that. And to your point, like you see his influence because the biggest artist in the game right now is influenced by Nas, the Garden, the one mic,
Yeah.
referencing him
Man
in
at the Garden.
that verse on the clips on the beat switch, thinking about Nas. We discussed that on the previous pod, right? So the influence is there, and you're starting to see it a lot more. But I don't think that it will get appreciated until way later. About maybe if they do a greatest hits HB shit or something, where it's
Yeah.
really when people start breaking down the concepts. Because I think right now people are more focused on give me that 116 that's super fire, or give me that 2036, and they're more like the Black Thought debate with Jay, and like people they love those Leave Earth verses so much that they don't think about the concept records and everything else. And I think the concept records is what separates the artistry. I think Nas could go crazy every time that he wants, because a lot of it is really just word association. Just rhyme a bunch of words together, make a good amount of sense, and flow and have it flow over a beat, and everybody's gonna love it. Go ahead and make a concept record like Beef and have it all make sense. And that's where the separation is. And a lot of these motherfuckers haven't been never been able to make a once a man, twice a child any point in their career, let alone be the second album in a 6 year in a 6 album run. You know?
Thanks. So, yo, I think we just released the longest podcast ever. You know what I'm saying? And yo, hey, if other media outlets ain't gonna show Nas love, then hey, leave it to us. You know what I'm saying? This was like long winded, but we wanted to be super comprehensive and break down the impact of the run, what it meant to us, and just what it should mean to the culture overall. So we hope y'all enjoy it. We appreciate all of you staying for this long amount of time and rocking with us. Before we get up out of here, you know what I'm saying? Ease, where can they find you at, man?
Yeah. The Ease Experience, EEZE Experience on YouTube. Check me out. Subscribe to the channel. Watch the videos. Like the videos, man. Had a great time here with Hip Hop Talks, man. Appreciate what y'all doing for the culture, man. Keep it up. We need more individuals out here shedding light on what's going on and spreading education, man. This is a dope platform. Salute to y'all. LP, you too, fam.
You one of the good guys, man. You know what I'm saying? You've really been holding it up. You've been unapologetic about it. I don't think you've had Mass Appeal reach you, tell you to stop praising him. You know what I'm saying? So we really appreciate you as fans of
Yeah.
you know, what should be said and what should be done and all that kind of stuff. And if you guys want to find me, I'll be at T2's mom's house,
Oh, this
relaxing.
nigga, man.
Sold away,
It's stupid, man.
Such a
sold
loose
away to
cannon.
5B, man.
But,
You know?
Just kidding.
but yeah, Ease, we appreciate you pulling up, bro. And yeah, check out Ease
And to the
podcast.
chat.
Yeah, appreciate the chat staying with us. Shawn, you want to take us home, bro?
Yeah, appreciate you all. JB, sorry we missed this one, but this was JB's last super chat. Remove the features from KD2 and it's 5 mics.
Yeah, LP talked about that at length. So just rewind back.
Yeah, just run back. Yo, shout out to the chat for real. Shout out to the chat for just hanging on the Saturday. You guys could be anywhere and you out here rocking with us, talking about the GOAT. We felt like we had to bring the super friends on board. You know, shout out to Eeze. Eeze was one of the actually the first one to show us love like a couple of years ago. And I've always saluted him for that because he didn't have to, because Eeze does what he do over on his channel. He does a phenomenal job killing this shit, and he comes from the heart with it. It's no gimmick, it's no nothing to it. It's like you just having a daily stroll talking about music and hip-hop, and it's very enjoyable. But he was one of the ones that showed love in the very beginning, and it's much appreciated. So this was a long time coming. And shout out to Morbius over here as well, with us, you know what I mean? Because he has a passion and a zeal for not just for Nas, but also for hip hop, and can very well articulate himself very well when it comes to talking about these things. There are conversations that we have behind the scenes about hip hop and life all the time, and it makes sense to have these guys on here to talk Stoop Stories with us, on the greatest rapper of all time and one of the greatest producers out there as well. So again, we thank y'all. Make sure you like, share, subscribe, follow the movement. More to come. And yeah, we out of here.
We really appreciate y'all. Hey,
No
shout out
doubt.
to Shawn, man. Like, he was supposed to be working today. So if y'all don't know, he
Yo, we outta
recruits
here, man.
19-year-old seniors at high school.